Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And today we are tackling yet another Austin Whitsitt debate. This is the first run through. So, what I've been doing lately is doing run through analyses just so I can get them done kind of quick and then decide whether or not to put in all the resources to run it through the logical fallacy system. So that's on the agenda now, and obviously I've been setting up a new studio recently, so that explains the lack of live streams. Almost done. I know a lot of people like this setup and the way my voice sounds here, but many also complain. So anyway, we will be taking a look at Lord Lodge and what this soy goof charlatan brings to the table regarding flat Earth. Because we examined Soy Lodge, we had to actually break out the censor bar because so many people were complaining in the chat about Soy Lodge's, what should we call them? Chesticles. Here he's wearing a black shirt, so it seems to be quite obscuring. So hopefully this will be fine. Hopefully he learned his lesson. But it was quite painful. I mean, this guy stacks fallacies pretty high. He's revealed himself to be a true contender for the Dunning-Kruger crown, although not many can measure up to the Dunning-Kruger prowess of Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. But we will see how close this Lord Lodge goof can get. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, want to help see more logical analyses and help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, as Soy Lodge has demonstrated in the past, and we will see if he continues to demonstrate here. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Or, if you are here live with us in the live chat. So, are we just going to jump right in here? Let's jump right in. If this is the first Austin Whitsitt debate someone is listening to, I mean, anybody who's a fan of debate, forget topic. Austin Whitsitt is a savant. I mean, this guy's like the Michael Jordan of debate. Very, very impressive. Always interesting and entertaining to see how Austin handles a lot of these mental midgets. I really feel bad for the guy. I mean, Austin is just craving for at least someone on a basic comprehension level. I don't think he's asking for much. But these goofs out there, they just can't muster even preschool to kindergarten level comprehension of basic English, let alone science.
The official.
And we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Lore Lodge. I believe this is our first episode in the new place, right?
Of the official podcast.
Yeah, of this podcast. Yeah. This is our first episode in the new studio, and it's also our first guest in the new studio in a technical sense. We have Austin Whitsitt from Whitsitt Gets It. Austin, you want to introduce yourself to the people who don't know you?
Yeah, my name's Austin. I, like you said, have a channel, Whitsitt Gets It. Pretty censored, but more so by way of shadow banning. But yeah, so I primarily talk about cosmology. Alternative cosmology is what I like to call it. And just bring up some stuff people haven't always heard of. And yeah, it's an interesting combo.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, and I think a good place to start with these, because it's like really any school of thought, seems like there is something of a there are sects. It seems like within your community, right? I've seen people say that the Flat Earth Society, for example, is a government-run psyop meant to trick people. I've seen some people who have very biblical opinions, and everything comes from a Bible.
Not sure what this has to do with anything. I mean, as we established when in the first analysis of Soy Lodge here, this guy doesn't even have the basics down. He doesn't understand burden of proof, and he's continuing to prove that here, or even the basic scientific method. So, I mean, it's almost like he's so try hard at trying to run some kind of professional podcast where not that he knows what logic is, but even if he knew what logic was, which he has not demonstrated that he does, it seems like he's more interested in some kind of presentation as he hallucinates is professional in his own deficient mind, more so than actually having any kind of scientific dialogue. But let's see.
Perspective. Some people who are atheists, they're coming at everything from a cosmological, physical perspective. So, I mean, where do you fall on the spectrum? What are your beliefs? What about the Earth?
Yeah, so I would describe the Earth as a stationary topographical plane, and specifically, I think it's inside of a giant torus field.
Okay.
I do believe in the scriptures. I think that they're super messed with. I'm not big into like dogma and religion and stuff. I think the truth is in the scriptures, but it's heavily messed with.
And we also found out that Soy Lodge here is utterly clueless about even very, very basic biblical representations of cosmology, because he was hallucinating that the Bible wasn't a flat earth book and completely ignored all of these explicit passages clearly showing that the cosmology described in the Bible is a flat earth cosmology. And not only that, but it's not like it's disputed. I mean, look at Old Testament and how many people actually, like, what is actually disputed about biblical cosmology? I'll bring up the graphic here. That's so weird. YouTube's getting all glitchy again. Of course, on certain topics, it doesn't seem to want to make it easy to just bring up any kind of graphics or clips on certain topics. Not that anybody would be surprised by that at this point. I'm gonna try to get it anyway. Brute force spam is how we gotta get some of these graphics up. Yeah, this is so weird. Give me another minute. I should be able to get it working. Okay. One more. I got it. I got it. Alright. So, here is the Old Testament depiction of the universe. This isn't something that's disputed, but this Soy Lodge goof, I mean, he doesn't even have the basics down. And he pretends to be this, what did he call himself? Some kind of Bible, I forget the credential he hallucinated for himself. Just give me a second. I want to make sure the stream is good. Okay, so yeah, Soy Lodge, quite the goof. I mean, this guy seems utterly clueless about everything, so we're gonna be in for a lot of pain here. We're gonna be in for a lot of pain.
And just to tell you, like, so the reason people think Flat Earth Society is kind of misinfo is because it says some crazy things. You know, it says like the Earth's a disk flying up in space, and so most people, even flat earthers, think that's insane.
Right.
So they just kind of say that it's controlled op. And then, actually, I will also correct that there's really not very many atheists per se, because I guess if the Earth's in the center of the universe, the logical follow up is like, well, how to get there? You know.
Yeah,
But
I guess maybe
yeah, that's
atheist,
kind of a general.
Maybe atheist wasn't the right terminology, but people who don't ascribe to any particular religion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, what? So the guy doesn't know the definition of atheist? Oh, man. Oh, man. This is going to be quite painful. Big heads up, people. I might have to split this up in quite a few parts. I hope you guys can forgive me, but there's no... I mean, this guy's going full soy. I mean, he's going full soy, full Dunning-Kruger, full charlatan.
Absolutely. That's probably majority, actually.
Okay, so because that was what was very interesting to me was as I was looking at some of the early stuff, there's a lot of Bible references to it, and I mean, I'm just for full transparency, I am also a Christian. I'm a Methodist.
Is he really? Or is he doing the devil's work here, pretending to be a Christian while preaching everything anti-Bible, anti-Christian? Like a false teacher, false prophet, like Michael Knowles. If you haven't checked out Michael Knowles' complete obliteration at the hands of Pearl Davis, check that out. That's a good example of a guy pretending to be a Christian while doing the devil's bidding.
Went to college for medieval studies and religious studies, so
really shows how much that indoctrination facility known as college is worth.
You know, I'm in the boat of being a Christian very much, but I perceive
false premise, logical fallacy there.
Of the scriptures a little bit differently than a lot of the flat Earth people do. But I guess to kind of dig down a little bit deeper in.
Not comprehending basic English is what he calls digging deep. Being different, aka he doesn't have the basic mental capacity required to understand what the Bible clearly says. So he has to pretend that his view is somehow valid but different.
What when you say that we're on a stationary plane, I guess that invites some more questions, which would be what is outside of our perceivable zone of.
Well, why would you need to know that? So if you live on an island and you can determine it's an island, You don't need to know what's way across the ocean to know that you're on an island. I mean, this is the level of gophery some of these so-called globe earthers bring to the table to flat Earth debates. I mean, this is this is like bringing a squeegee to a tank fight. I mean, and they're so utterly clueless they don't realize that that's what they just did, which is, of course, why they're in the running for Dunning-Kruger championships.
What we have, the Earth as we know it, is it an expansive ice field that goes off in every direction? Is it unknown? Is it that we're floating in a void, but there's nothing beneath or above us?
Yeah, so the official FE answer would be that we don't know what we don't know, basically, right? I think we've been told
That's a huge problem for scientism cultist goofs like Soy Lodge. Because there's a certain collective narcissism in their blind faith in the cult of scientism and the cult of authority worship. So saying things that are unknown, that really triggers the narcissistic goofs.
a lot of stuff like how old the universe is and stuff, so people just kind of expect to know things I don't think we can know. But I will say I default to the scriptures in a lot of the I don't know questions. You know, the scriptures say there's waters above us and stuff like that. So there's a container. I will say most flat earthers do say there's some type of container, right? Because of the gas pressure here, there must be something containing it. Obviously, the mainstream model disagrees, but I don't really know, man, to be honest. I would say I do believe in scripture, so I default to them. I would say if you look at a bit Hebrew cosmology, it's a much different take. It's like heaven's literally right there, a creator's literally right there, waters above, waters below, waters all around. So I do lean that way. I definitely don't debate that, though, right? That's not something I can verify. FE officially would say we don't know.
All right, so it's kind of we don't think it's this, but we also don't know for sure what it is, I guess. Oh, hang on, we lost your audio.
I guess. I mean, this guy just does not seem like he's operating with a full deck. I mean, whether or not he's an intentional deceiver, I mean, clearly the mental disability here is on full display.
Is that on our end or his end?
It's probably me. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually coined the term falsification is independent of replacements. And so that's kind of like, I think, the way that most flat earthers approach this. You know, because like I could make up stories. I actually think I have pretty good ideas about what it could be to answer a lot of the questions, but I would like to be very clear and say this is speculation, man. I can't go below the earth. No one's been further than 8 miles. So anyone claiming to know what's below 8 miles is just guessing, right? Whether it's a model or whatever. So FE is much more like, look, let's test.
I mean, look at that feminine adjustment of the microphone. I mean, he even adjusts his microphone with off-the-chart soy levels. I mean, you can see the soy practically oozing from his pores. I mean, this is going to be so painful. We're in for a lot of pain, people. I mean, I know I claim we don't know anything for sure here. The motto of MINDSHOCK is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I might have to break that motto. Because I think I'm pretty sure we're in for a lot of pain and a lot of soy.
That's what we can, and it doesn't really comport with what they said is going on, and that's where we are, you know.
Okay.
I mean, is it just me, or the way that he's just curling his hand to adjust that microphone? I mean, I've never seen anybody adjust the microphone that feminine.
Okay, gotcha. And so I guess the next logical step in terms of questions would be,
and why does the microphone even need adjustment? I mean, it's on that stand. I mean, did his fondling of the microphone actually shift any kind of position or do anything? Like, what was the point of that? Or is he just this triggered at this nervous and he knows the obliteration that's about to come? I mean, this is a toddler. This is a toddler who got pushed onto the basketball court with Michael Jordan.
Some of the really early flat earthers, the Robotham, the Universal Zetetic Society, and then after that, the International Flat Earth Research Society, which was Samuel Shenton, and I believe Daniel Shenton of the modern Flat Earth Society is actually not related to him, but Samuel Shenton in the 1970s or 1950s and 60s, and then after him, Charles, name's escaping me, Johnson.
That sounds right.
Yeah. After that, for the International Flat Earth Research Society, they had some pretty discreet, explicit beliefs about certain
Discreet? Does he not know what the word discreet means? What? I mean, this guy's not even on a kindergarten level English comprehension ability. I mean, why is he even on the internet? I mean, is there nobody around him? Okay, does everybody around him hate him this much that they just want to laugh at him humiliating himself on the internet? I mean, is this what this is? Is his family and friends just playing a cruel joke on him right now?
Things like where the sun and the moon are. So I guess my next question would be, in your flat Earth cosmology, where are the sun and the moon, and how big are they? I guess.
He says "I guess" a lot. I mean, you can tell that he just doesn't have the mental capacity to speak clearly and succinctly. I mean, this is going to be so painful. Wow, this might have to be a 20-parter. I'm already having trouble here. I am having trouble here just dealing with this amount of soy and this amount of mental disability combined.
Yeah, so like I said, I don't know the answer to either one of those things.
Now he's playing with the cord, with his headphone cord. I mean, is like a woman playing with her hair. I mean, is he just that infatuated with Austin Witts? I mean, what is he doing with that cord right there?
We have an angular size of the sun, obviously.
Is everybody seeing this? I mean, he's playing with the cord like a woman plays with her hair.
But how big the actual sun is, I have no idea.
Mhm.
Again, I default to scripture as to what I personally think when it comes to things like in the heavens, right? I think that there's a firmament, there are layers to it. There's the night light, the daylight, there are stars further than the sun and moon, etc. But I will say the evidence shows pretty clearly that the sun we see is just an apparent position. So basically, each observer kind of has their own personal sun. And even in the globe model, right? Oftentimes the sun isn't
That headphone cord is still bouncing.
actually where you see it. So really, regardless of what you think of the Earth, what we see in the sky isn't always what it's made out to be. Yeah, they make claims like 3,300 miles and 33 miles wide.
I mean, think about the level of mental disability to not even be able to sit there in a composed fashion without fondling microphones, without curling headphone wires. I mean, wow. Wow.
I don't make those claims at all. I don't think we know the actual position. The evidence shows that we couldn't possibly know those things. So I kind of stay away from like making definitive claims about the sky. That's what got us in this mess.
All right, I think I can respect that a lot more than some of the other stuff I've come across. I can tell you that. When I read,
I mean, look at the narcissism here. Because it's not about the truth for this guy. This guy's such a narcissistic goof. He hallucinates that people care what he respects more or less. As if that has anything to do with the scientific method or reality in any way. But think about the level of delusion this goof has to have to hallucinate that people care about who or what he respects more or less. Oh man, this might be my shortest parter in a logical analysis because, I mean, wow, just look at this goof's face. I mean, this guy's mentally gone. I mean, does this look like a guy that's all there in the head? I mean, does it? Does it?
the 3,000 miles and 32 miles wide, I was like, okay, that seems like a lot for somebody to believe based on when they said it and what their reasoning was.
But 93 mil, that's no problem for the goof. And he said depending on what the reasoning was, but does he know what the reasoning was? Does he know the reasoning for 93 million? Because if he does, he hasn't stated it.
Yeah, also seems oddly specific for,
Yeah.
you know, the level of instrumentation that they probably used to do that, which is, you know, not to undermine, you know, amateur attempts at, you know, astronomy, but if
What's the difference between an amateur attempt and a professional attempt? Is that like a no true Scotsman logical fallacy?
You're working with what you have as a non-professional scientist. Your opportunities and resources are only so limited.
Yeah. So I guess the next one I would have then is where does the sun, where it, like, as an object, obviously it's producing light. What is its movement pattern?
And you can tell just from the line of questioning itself. Like, what is this? What is that? How does this work? You could tell this guy's just a mentally weak, slave-minded bootlicker. Because he can't think for himself, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. He wants a priest to give him the answer so he could put blind faith in the priest's answer instead of utilizing the scientific method. Instead of utilizing logic and reason to deduce for himself. That he can't do. He just needs the answer to put blind faith into. And again, this is something you see with most scientism cultists. They just want to bootleg. They don't want to actually employ anything resembling the thinking process.
So it appears to move in a circle over top of the Earth. It just moves in a giant circle. And throughout the year, it moves in and out closer and further away from the center. That's what gives us seasons. That's what gives us the analemma. So from a flat Earth position, the sun is just changing its position over the Earth throughout the year at an angle. And the globe model would say, well, it looks like it's doing that because we're tilted.
Yeah, he's twitching like crazy.
And we're actually flying through space, making the sun look like...
And even the way that he's playing with the cord, it's with a very feminine hand motion.
Like it's moving throughout the year, whereas the flat Earth would say it just moves out the year. So basically, smaller to bigger circles over top of the Earth.
All right, and so I guess the next question I would have then is, given that it is nighttime on essentially half the Earth at once.
And again, everything is through a narcissistic lens. He's not asking flat out what it is. The next question I would have, because it's all about him. These egocentric narcissist goofs are so bereft of logic, reason, awareness, basic psychological understanding. They really don't realize how they're coming off here in their narcissistic stupors.
At any given time, how is it possible that in Antarctica you can have the midnight sun?
Wow, circular reasoning fallacy, begging the question, logical fallacy, all these presuppositions without any kind of understanding of how burden of proof works.
Good question. So I openly and readily admit that if you have the midnight sun, the 24-hour, and we have hundreds of individual private amateur videos of that. 24-hour sunlight also wouldn't be a problem for flat Earth. There's something called coffee cup caustic. So if there's like a container, the light will reflect around the whole room. It's actually a very cool effect. It's called coffee cup caustic. So like if you have your coffee by the window, the light will come in and it'll light up the rim. So you could have 24-hour lights in the south, right, on the flat Earth. But as to seeing the sun in the sky for 24 hours do 360 around you, that doesn't really match what we say, right? But there doesn't really seem to be substantial evidence that exists. In fact, the popular video that got like hundreds of thousands of views was passed around everywhere. We found out was doctored. It was literally faked. They layered the top, they connected and looped the top to the beginning to the end. Then another one was faked. And so that's kind of sketchy. There's also 24-hour cameras in Antarctica from like a government research development facility, and it cuts out like 8 hours each day. It's supposed to be 24 hours, and we contacted them. They said they don't have the bandwidth to do the full 24 hours. So,
so they have the bandwidth to do infinite television channel streams all over the world. There's bandwidth. I mean, there's broke people with webcams doing 4K, with cheapo 4K webcams doing 24-hour streams. But somehow, some of the most well-funded research facilities with hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, they just can't manage the 24-hour stream. I mean, is this kind of how NASA couldn't get any kind of stream in 2024 of their alleged moon landing? Whereas back in the 60s, supposedly, I mean, they were sending multiple streams. If you haven't checked out the Apollo mission series on MindShock, check that out. I go over what was alleged. I mean, they were sending streams for each different color for the color broadcast. They were sending it via microwave. They were sending all these different streams, but somehow now today they just don't have the bandwidth.
There's a reoccurring theme that when it comes to verifying that the sun's in the sky for 24 hours in the south, it's not the case. And one more thing, I know someone that used to work for NASA actually, and he was stationed in Antarctica for 6 months. Now this is anecdotal, obviously, but he did work for NASA verifiably, and he said he never saw the sun for 24 hours. So that's kind of the answer to that.
And look at Whitsitt calling out his own fallacy, the anecdotal logical fallacy, as he makes it. I mean, look at that honesty. You'll never find that kind of honesty from Soy Lodge.
I don't even claim to have an answer as to why you would see that on a flat Earth. I don't think you would. I think you would see it set, and I think you would have daylight. And so yeah, as you know, I'm sure we can't really privately and freely explore there too easily.
Hasn't there been somebody offering that for several years now, though, to do a guided tour across, like, to the South Pole?
So that's some more claims. This is what's so interesting about this too.
I mean, and look at the goof's face. He every time he opens his mouth, he clearly demonstrates he doesn't understand how burden of proof works. I mean, anybody can offer anything, but the burden of proof is on positive claims. One is not called upon to prove a negative. But this goof can't grasp it. I mean, he's too busy. Clutching his microphone in a feminine fashion.
This always happens. So one guy offered to do it, and a bunch of flyers were going to go. A bunch of money got raised up, and he stole the money.
I have the video slightly sped up just so it doesn't take forever.
And dipped out. Then another guy claimed that he was a pilot and he would fly flat earthers there. And so we contacted him and was like, let's do it. And he's like, oh, no, I'm not going to tell you the charter. I'm not going to do it. Whatever. He even raised money. But when we contacted him behind the scenes, he's like, no, I'm not actually going to fly it. I'm not going to tell you what plane that I work for or anything like that. So it's kind of like a show. There's someone doing it now again, right? Playing that, acting like they're going to bring us down there and pay for one flat earther. But we've already caught them in like 5 or 6 lies. So long story short, I want to go. I definitely want to go. But I also don't want to go in some like sketchy circumstances or with people that are stealing money from anyone, right? It has to be fully transparent and stuff like that. So long story short, the history of that has been pretty suspect so far.
All right. So I do have a couple of questions about some of what was said then, which,
again, everything is I. We really do need to add that narcissistic counter. Because instead of just asking the question, like, notice how instead of just asking the question, he has to say, I need to ask the question. I need to do this. I need to do that. I respect this or that. Everything is through a narcissistic lens. That's how far gone these goofs are mentally.
I guess the first and foremost would be when you say that the video of the sun never setting in Antarctica, when you say it's doctored, it's looped, what do you mean?
Yes.
He doesn't know what a loop is? I mean, look at Austin trying to dumb this down. I don't know if he can do it. I don't know if it's possible to dumb this down to a level that Soy Lodge can comprehend. Just give me a second here. I want to make sure the stream stays up because some of these streams, I mean, they get targeted. We should still be good.
So there's two really popular ones. One has a little watch, so it kind of shows the time, and that's the second one. The other one, it just has mountains with snow, and it shows the sun. You know, it tracks the sun. So at the beginning of the video, you see clouds come over the sun. Then it starts to do a 360. When it comes back, it takes those beginning frames and puts it at the end, as if it was a full 24 hours. And of course, the flat earthers caught that, right? Not anyone that was saying this proves flat Earth. They just blindly believed it. We looked at it a little closer, and it wasn't the case. They since came out and admitted that they did in fact layer the like basically they put the first part of the video at the end to loop it around to complete the 24 hours. They have come out and admitted that, but only after we caught it. And this was the #1 video.
And you could see how the goof is struggling. I don't think he can process any of this. Are we getting an echo here? I'm hearing an echo. Testing. Okay. Should be good now. Okay. Yeah, it's like he can't process that something could be faked by the scientism cult.
Shared everywhere to disprove flat Earth. There's another one where there's a watch and the sun disappears. The sun actually disappears for quite a bit of the frame. So,
well, so I guess I'm still a little confused. Like,
he just seems to be a lot of confused about a lot of things, including kindergarten level English.
at what point in the video did they layer in?
He just explained it. They put the part at the beginning, at the end. I mean, this isn't rocket science. He literally just explained it.
The beginning part.
Towards the end. So you have the beginning and then it loops it goes 360 around you. And then as it comes back to where it's going to start, they took the first frames and put it on the end as if it fully connected back around. And you can tell that because you can layer the clouds and they're identical. The clouds are identical 24 hours apart. Obviously, that's not the case. But they did end up actually admitting that they did that.
Well,
He didn't really offer a suggestion as to why. He just said the guy did it.
Yeah, Aiden's pulling it up right now. I think he's, is it the Frozen South Antarctica 24-hour sun 4K?
This is the
Maybe so. I don't
this
know.
is the one with the watch.
That's the one with the watch?
Yep.
The watch
Alright.
is the second one that started coming out. Yeah, and if you look at that, you'll see that you don't actually see the sun in the video the whole time. It's blocked by clouds, and it looks like it could have clearly just set. There was some
Right.
daylight for sure.
Yeah, he's...
But you don't even see the sun the whole time in that one, and the sun looks highly suspect. And if you look closely, you see the layer, the words in the video there. You'll see the words are actually behind the mountain, right? Which means the video has to be layered. To have the words actually behind the mountain, you're gonna have to have layers. As far as I know, with video editing, you can't layer the words like that. So.
You can. It's Aiden can attest to this. He has a film degree from NYU. But
Always appealing to authority. I mean, some kid in their mom's basement, in a middle school dropout, in their mom's basement can do some edits. You don't need a degree to do that. But you could see how far gone mentally these scientism cultist goofs and authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers are. They can only think in terms of degrees and appeals to authorities or credentials logical fallacies.
So real quick, I can pull that up in a second. So what's the specific element of the conversation, just so I can properly hear it and respond correctly?
Was he not paying attention? So he's just sitting there not paying attention?
Yeah, so you see, the last point I made was if you look at the video, you'll see it says north or south or whatever. And if you look at the words, they are layered behind the mountains. So what I was saying is, I don't really know how you could have it partially in front and behind the mountains unless there were layers in the film.
Yes. So in a way,
I got you guys. You didn't miss anything. I was just testing the stream. We are back. That might happen a couple times. Yeah, so, okay. Let's continue here.
It's called, I don't know if you're familiar with masking at all in video production. So essentially, you can, if you want to have that effect where you have a layer, like a text layer, partially obscured by something that's in
I mean, it doesn't really matter because who cares? If they loop the video, what difference does it make about the layers?
the footage, you can create what's called a mask layer and set it to transparent, depending on what layer you want it to see through. And so, like, for example, let's say this is the text that I have here. If I create a mask layer here, I can then have it only affect the text layer. So it essentially deletes a portion of that text from that vision perspective. So you.
And the point here is it's heavily edited. So that's the point here. It's not a raw video feed. I mean, these guys are missing all the points. South to West says he went to Soyola University.
Can see the video behind it.
Okay, yeah, cool, that
yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah, so it's just
Thank
it's you know it's a way to kind of get creative with a buddy of mine who's a graphic designer. Does
Yeah, it's a way to edit and get creative. It's a way to change the reality of what is being recorded.
stuff like that all the time with like college sports things and everything because they'll layer text behind athletes as they're like shooting a jump shot in a stadium. So it'll be in front of all the bleachers but behind the
So again, the main point here, the video is manipulated and edited.
athlete, just as a way to kind of like make it a creative.
Yeah, that makes
thing,
sense to me.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Obviously, the major problem with the video is actually that you just don't see the sun for 24 hours in the video. The sun itself isn't actually visible the whole
Yeah.
video.
We're
You'll see
trying
it,
to-
you see it's gone for a long
Yeah, I'll
time.
pull it up here shortly.
You could just pull it up over Austin.
Yeah, but I'll do it just to.
He's playing around with the picture-in-picture settings.
Yep.
While he does that, because I want to make sure I understand.
Yes, always improving in the chat. They are acting like they are correcting him when they are proving his point. Yes, but these narcissistic goofs are so far gone mentally into the cult of authority worship, they're only playing gotcha games to indulge their narcissism. Like, they think they got a brownie point by explaining how certain text masks can work and missed the entire point of what Austin was saying. And Austin never even argued with them about it. So, yeah, it's pretty hilarious.
What you mean before I try to argue with it. But so I guess from what I'm understanding though, if somebody were to take you up in a plane and fly, from Chile or sorry, I guess Argentina. What's at the bottom of? It's Argentina, right?
Yeah.
From like Argentina over the South Pole, and you ended up in whatever. I don't have the Southern Hemisphere memorized, so whatever would be opposite of Argentina on the other side of Antarctica on a globe Earth model. If somebody were to fly you over that, you would go, all right, it's round.
Yeah, if you can truly verify that you did true north to south circumnavigation over Antarctica and back up, yeah, it's only possible on a globe. I would want to be able to verify where I'm at, of course, but yeah, of course, same thing. If I went and I saw the sun go.
See, Austin would like to verify where he was at. But clearly, Soy Lodge doesn't need to verify when he can just put blind faith in the scientism priests and their GPS computer programs.
Around me 360 for 24 hours, right? Like I'd be like, okay, this matches the globe. It doesn't match the flat Earth. But again, the guy that got the north to south circumnavigation record actually went to the South Pole, then turned around and went back up, and still was given the record, even though he didn't actually. His original route was to go over Antarctica and come back. He actually cut back up, and they gave him the world record for it. So. I mean, yeah, I will say their answers are in Antarctica, but it's super sketchy. Every single thing that's claimed to prove the globe there has been fraudulent. That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, but it is definitely weird, right? Like it should definitely. I mean, the way you prove the Earth is flat is you test the surface and see if it's curving.
Right. Yeah.
So
we can get to that.
We do have the video up here, and
yeah, the video is now visible for the audience.
I don't know if you can see the stream on your end, but
All right.
yeah, we definitely see.
Right. In just a second, you're going to see where it's starting to go down. You're going to see the clouds block the sun
Yeah.
for a good portion of time. So watch. Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
the sun
we
can just
saw him
set.
block it.
The sun can set right here.
But you can tell that it
Okay.
didn't because there's still light from above.
Which, again, the goof is so utterly clueless. He didn't listen to anything that Austin said about the what he called the coffee cup caustic, where the light can not to make you don't even need that. Does the goof not understand that light can refract? You don't need to be looking at a direct light source for something to be lit up by a light source elsewhere, refracting light. So this goof is so far gone I mean, when do you learn about refraction? I mean, this is elementary school. I mean, just the basic concept, nothing, advanced about it, but just the basic concept of light being able to reflect. But this guy somehow doesn't get it. And also, look, in his religious fervor, he can't comprehend that the video could be edited. Like, he's so dogmatic in his worship of authorities, even though Austin, now, again, I don't know if Austin provided the proof for the admission that the video was edited, but I mean, clearly it had the text effects on it, so it's clearly not raw video with those edits on it. Even if it's an accurate representation of what happened, it's not raw video, so that much is clear. But this soy lodge goof is hallucinating that light can't bounce and videos can't be edited. Boggin in the chat says astrosoical unit.
Like
Where?
the light, if Aiden, you want to?
So
Like,
I'll,
right now, where's the light? Where's the light?
Yeah, so the stream is a little bit delayed, so I'm gonna pause here at 1:28 in the stream, so that way it can be caught up and whatnot on your end. But so I'm gonna play a little bit, so you can
See where the sun is.
the bright spot behind the clouds here, and it kind of just remains there, and then also
I don't see any bright spot where he put that mouse pointer. I don't see it. I don't know what he's hallucinating, or maybe he's on a much higher quality monitor, but the way here in a quadruple split screen, I do not see that.
it would be important to confirm with those who did this, but
Okay, you can
the-
see it a little bit there,
can see it.
yeah. But then again, I mean, you can see it on the other side of the sky too, the bright spots as the light refracts.
as though the settings on the camera don't particularly change, but with that bright spot even behind the clouds,
You can follow it all the way up to where it ends up.
yeah, so I'll just keep circling the sun on the screen here and just follow it as it goes. So it's there, and
Yeah, this video definitely can't be edited. That's what we know for sure. In this day and age, there's just never any video manipulation that's possible. It's just not possible. Pokemon Trainer 5678 in the chat is on point. It's just not possible.
then you can see the bright spot still behind there. It's starting to rise again. There's the bright spot there. And then it's rising, it's rising, it's rising. And then you can see it's very faint, but
Gonna
it's
come
still
out in just a
there,
couple
and
of
it should
seconds.
come out right about up here.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen the video probably 30 times, bro. Like, yeah, you don't see
Yeah.
the sun the whole time. If that cuts it for you guys, that's cool. It
Yeah.
wasn't for me.
Well, if the sun had set,
I mean, do all the Bigfoot and ghost videos cut it for these guys? Because if videos can't be manipulated, I mean, there's hundreds, there's thousands of Bigfoot and ghost videos.
would it not have gotten dark?
No, that's what I'm saying. We don't have a problem with the 24-hour daylight. It would be seeing the actual sun for 24 hours. These have been doctored and faked. There are 24-hour cameras for a government institution that never shows the 24-hour sun. We've called them and they say they don't have.
And look how these two goofs completely ignore the point Austin is making. Now, if Austin can back that up, but they're not even asking him for evidence. They're just completely ignoring all of this. They're just ignoring absolutely everything.
the bandwidth. Like, okay, well then send them the next day and put them together. They don't. There are 10, 15 cameras that should catch this every day, all day. And then the one popular one that
Pokemon Trainer 5678 starting to psychologically project here. We always appreciate the trigger Dunning-Kruger goofs that invade the chat. So hilarious. Proving the points against themselves better than anybody else ever could. Just like Soy Lodge here.
got around was proven to be fake, only admitted fake once we caught it. Now we got this where the sun rays don't even change the whole time.
So
and then it goes behind the clouds and there's a hot spot there. So if I really wanted to believe the globe was true, I could look at this and be like, that's good enough. But for someone that's actually went and seen mountains from 300 miles away, right, I need legitimate evidence. Not
So-
like, I think the sun's probably behind the clouds when it could just be fake.
I would argue it's not really a think here. It's
Yeah,
sun's
I'll-
definitely behind the clouds. You can trace the hotspot all the way. That would be my argument. But I would also point out that like you can tell the angle of
So his argument is that videos can't be manipulated. They can't be edited in the 2020s. I mean, that's his argument. And no, again, through a narcissistic lens. Instead of just stating it, he has to state that it's his argument. My, I, me. This guy's narcissism off the charts.
the light, and it's clearly coming from above, not out. You know, in the video, it's if you look at where the light is coming from, the whole way through, you can tell it's coming from above, not outside.
See light gets super close to the horizon, and then it basically gets dark where it gets more evenly distributed out. And in our understanding, coffee cup caustic, the light would be reflected around. It would be up above you. The sun's always above you. So, you know, like I said, I'm down to go. If there's independent verification of it, that's cool. This doesn't cut it for me. We've caught them faking it. Everyone knows you can fake that video anyway. Like, if we're going to be honest, everyone knows that you can fake that video. We've already seen them faked. We keep asking the government place, like, just, give us the 24 hours. And they don't. And you have to understand.
Pokemon Trainer, if you understood anything about logic, which it seems you don't, burden of proof is on positive claims. So, if you're claiming the globe model is true, you need to back it up. Austin, I mean, I don't know if you've seen Austin Witzett's channel. Austin Witzett put together I forget which video it is. He put together the best video on why, I don't know about flat, but why a stationary Earth, he might have even done flat and stationary on that one, is the default position. Now, my default position, I usually don't take any position and I use that as the default. But Austin put together the best argument I have ever seen regarding flat and stationary being default. Now, that doesn't mean it's true in any way, but that would be default.
Understand that from a fighter's position, when we see them faking things, but the Globers would have never said anything about it, right? They took their victory laps.
Pokemon Trainer, go watch the logical analysis here between Bryant Myers and Austin Witsit. And then come back if you're hallucinating that you have some kind of proof. Well, if you're again, Pokemon, I don't know if you have a mental disability, you're just not understanding burden of proof. If you're claiming globe, you have the burden. So you just said you have more proof, so you have the burden. I am not claiming it's flat. Where did I claim it was flat? So Pokemon Trainer is just that mentally disabled and that bereft of basic English comprehension. I do not claim anything is true or untrue about anything. I said Austin put together a good video, not this video here, where he put together really good arguments for flat and stationary being default. Default doesn't mean true. But hey, I mean, if Pokemon Trainer has some kind of fetish for humiliating themselves in internet chats, I mean, let the goof roll. We'll laugh at him.
Flat Earth is stupid. It's just we found that they were faking it. And this is similar to we go look at the 24-hour videos and there's 8 hours.
Yeah, look at Soy Lodge nervously twisting that cable. I mean, this is sad to watch. I mean, does anybody else feel genuinely bad for Soy Lodge getting humiliated here? I mean, his family and friends must just absolutely hate him. I mean, it's hard to blame them. I mean, who could put up with this narcissistic goof? Now, if he has a mental disability, it's not his fault. I mean, just he needs better tutors. He just needs better tutors to help him handle the narcissism.
Missing out each one, and it does exactly what's expected on a flat Earth. The shadow goes from one side to the other and then cuts out. Well, that's what we think happens. We think that the sun is going to set. So yeah, I mean, this video doesn't do it.
Do you
for me,
have?
I mean,
do you
yes,
know
yes,
the?
sir.
Do you know what the title?
Wow, Pokemon Trainer's subconscious is just roasting him. Man. So you have the IQ of a freshly loaded diaper. I mean, that might be generous by your subconscious. That might be generous. I mean, clearly you need mental health help, but that might be generous. I don't know if your IQ is that of a freshly loaded diaper. That might, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Supposedly your subconscious knows you best. I mean, maybe it is that high, but.
Well, the other one was that you mentioned.
So I think if you type in 24-hour sun Antarctica, just
Uh-huh.
that, it'll pop up. I can try to find it.
Yeah, he's.
Oh, wait, are
in
you
for
talking
right
about the
now.
one that's been docked, or are you talking about the 24-hour cameras?
I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. Some goof with the moniker Pokemon Trainer is hallucinating. He knows something about logic. I do appreciate the laughs, though. I hope he sticks around and continues the Dunning-Kruger spiral.
The one where you said that they looped. The end of it.
Yeah. 20. I'll look it up. I don't remember the name. We actually looked at it today on Glowbusters, though, but I don't remember the name.
All right.
Maybe someone in the chat will.
Yeah.
Get bent is all Pokemon Trainer has. I mean, come on. You can do better than that, kid.
Aiden's looking for it.
Here's one.
Let's see. Is there a mountain on the left side and the sun kind of emerges from behind the mountain and goes to the right?
Yes, there is a mountain.
Is it the one you should be able to see it in just a second if you have the stream up? Is it the one that's on the screen right now?
I don't see it yet. No.
It's not this one?
Is
All
this
right,
one? This one is in Alaska. This is actually in the north.
Oh, Aiden.
Oh, my bad.
It's fun. No.
That's funny. I mean, the guy is such a master. His degree from film school somehow his degree from film school is not enough to not understand that Alaska and Antarctica are not in the same place. I mean, he does have that degree from film school. Doesn't that make him infallible? According to Soy Lodge, that should make him infallible.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's not his
Antarctica.
fault. When you type it in, it brings up Alaska, which is super weird. but-
Honestly, knowing how Google's algorithm works, I'm not surprised. They try to predict what they think you're actually looking for, and a lot of the time they're wrong. I used to work in SEO, so I got very used to
Here's
dealing
a
with Google's
time lapse
BS.
of the midnight sun.
following the
taken
time
in
lapse of the midnight
Antarctica.
sun is seen from Scott Base.
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
Well,
But,
I'm thinking about if you have the stream, it's might be able to
Yeah,
share.
I
Maybe if
mean-
you share your screen with him so we can see what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Because I think this is an important part of the discussion because
You don't think it's weird that videos got hundreds of thousands of views and were faked?
well, that's the thing I'm trying to figure out is was it actually faked? Because it's
For sure, they admitted.
Again, a complete misunderstanding of Burner. I mean, were all those ghost videos fake? I mean, maybe they're all real. Let's just assume they're all real. That's Soy Lodge's position.
It was faked. Yeah.
well when you say they admitted it was faked, is it that they admitted the entire video was faked, or did they say, well, yeah, at the end we looped in the
Wait, what's the difference? I mean, wow. I mean, this goof, this is so weird. He doesn't have the mental capacity to comprehend that doesn't matter. If someone makes a ghost video and they say, oh yeah, we looped this part, are you going to trust any of the video? I mean, is this like taking the serial killer's word for it in court? Like, he's going to provide his own security tapes of where he was. I mean, it should be good enough, right?
beginnings that it loops properly.
Wait, so it loops properly? Why would it need to loop? Wait. This guy. So it loops properly? If you're presenting a 24-hour video, why would it need to loop, let alone loop properly? Wow, we're in for a lot of pain. I mean, I don't know how much longer I can handle this part, but yeah, I mean, this is tough. This is tough. This goof's hallucinating it. I mean, this is just really tough. Like, does he not understand how dumb he sounds here? Or is he some kind of operative and this is all an Illuminati humiliation ritual where he was ordered to humiliate himself and he's just this good of an actor that he can go full soy, he can go full retard, he can do all of these things convincingly.
Because that's a different thing than it being totally fake, you know?
Looping properly is a different thing than it being totally fake. Oh, wow. I mean, this is a red herring logical fallacy. I mean, yeah, a diversion logical fallacy. I mean, it's just, the guy doesn't comprehend when you're faking videos. How you fake the video is not really relevant, is it? Because it is not a genuine video. So does it even really matter at that point?
Well, they claimed it's the sun for 24 hours, and actually, it wasn't the sun.
Don't worry, nobody missed anything. I just I pause the stream sometimes to get it to catch up, so it doesn't do any weird things. So if it goes silent for like 30 seconds or a minute, don't think that you're missing something. That's just me attempting to keep the signal good.
24 hours. It was the sun for a certain period, and they took the different footage and pretended that it looped around to make it look like they tracked the sun for 24 hours, right? So,
Also, just
I'll speak for basically every flat earther here.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to be very frustrated that I'm like even really pretending this would do something because it's been faked. We can't independently verify it, right? The evidence would be test the surface of the earth. Is it curving? Can we prove that the earth is moving? Because of those things, that's why we aren't going to like believe footage that can be doctored.
Mhm.
Although I am on your side in the sense that some flat earthers, I would go.
Yeah.
I would go. I'd happily say, look, this is weird. Like I would admit, look, this matches the globe. But unless I can go or someone I truly trust goes, at this point, too much has been doctored and faked. There should be thousands of them. We have government stations down there that have 24-hour cameras. We should be able to just go look at it all the time.
Mhm.
Shouldn't even be a discussion. We shouldn't be scouring YouTube to find them. They should just
Not to mention, if you were a scientist or scientism priest, regardless, wouldn't it be cool to get a 24-hour live stream? I mean, you have all these middle school goofs doing 24-hour streams in their mom's basement. If you were a so-called pro scientist, you can't afford a webcam and a laptop to just set it up outside and just stream it 24 hours. Like, wouldn't that be like a huge... Wouldn't that be just a huge feather in your cap if you're going to go work in Antarctica and to have a single... I mean, it's really not that hard. Again, I mean, people do this in their backyard. People do this in their basement. It's not that hard to do a 24-hour live stream. I think I have a 27-hour Jean-Benet Ramsey podcast stream somewhere. But, yeah, I mean, it's not like it's so prohibitive like it would have been in maybe like 1993 or something, where it might have been just too difficult to do, drop signals. I mean, anything post 2010, I mean, it would be easy to do a 24-hour stream. I mean, if it was legit, I mean, you would have dozens and dozens of scientists with that footage. Their own private footage, not even going through the facility.
be readily available, and they're not, and that's weird, bro.
Yeah, I can agree with you that like it would be nice if they were more readily available. I wish they would do that kind of thing. I don't know why. There's a number of reasons they might not that have to do with like national security, I guess. But
Wait, they're filming. What are they talking about? National security? Nobody's talking about filming inside facilities. I mean, they're filming stuff all the time. Like They're taking pictures and video. I mean, why would there be national security issue about filming the sky? Like, if there's no national security issue for filming it for a couple hours, why would there be for 24 hours? Not to mention, like, what about the villages? There's actually... So you have here Villa Las Estrellas, which is in King George Island, Antarctica. It's a permanently inhabited outpost. King George Island, Villa Las Estrellas. And the inauguration was 1984. It has a summer population of 150 and a winter population of 80. So these random Chileans, like, they can't just get a webcam and film it for 24 hours. It's just impossible for some reason. It's just that impossible. I mean, what is this goof hallucinating? National security? National security in Antarctica? So American national security in Antarctica.
We're not exactly the most trusting of the government here either.
No,
so
definitely not.
Just trusting of the scientism call.
Either way,
hiding something in Antarctica.
Yeah,
right?
we're struggling to find the video. I would totally believe they're hiding something in Antarctica. I don't think it's an ice wall. I think it's.
No, yeah. I like if the Earth wasn't flat, they're still hiding something in Antarctica. Like, they're doing stuff they don't want you to know about. Whatever, right? Like,
yeah,
they're
definitely hiding something.
We have officially reached common ground.
Yeah, there we go. Also,
Well,
just to address chat really quickly, when I said I work in SEO, I was actually agreeing with you. I was on your side there. Like, that's not something to make fun of me for. I was saying, yeah, Google has a funky algorithm, and sometimes they mess with you.
Yeah,
I'm on. Stop assuming everybody is your enemy about literally everything, because.
Wow, this guy got triggered quick with that projection. Look at Austin. Austin looks like Jordan, who just slammed it in some goof's face. Just dunked on some goof. And the goof can't handle it. I mean, this guy is spiraling like a menopausal woman.
Because it makes you look stupid. Not you, Austin. Whoever said that in chat.
Oh, yeah, people get extra on both sides of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's moot. But anyway, we're struggling to find the specific video you're talking about. So maybe if somebody in chat finds it, they can send it to one of the mods or something.
It used to pop right up at the top, bro. But like I said, we found out it was fake. I mean, what do you think about the overarching idea? Because you put heliocentrism here. Have you guys ever maybe looked into that? You guys ever looked into the geocentrism thing?
In what sense?
Wait, this guy's this utterly clueless? He doesn't know what geocentric theory is? In what sense? He needs geocentrism explained to him? He needs his hand held through the definition of geocentrism? Man, again, I don't know how much longer I can handle this. I'm probably only going to be able to do 10 more minutes of this. We're going to have to split this up in many, many parts.
Obviously, this doesn't mean the Earth is flat or a globe, right? We're talking about, like, if it's moving or if it's in the center of the universe. Yeah, there's a good documentary called The Principle that breaks it all down, but most people don't know. And this is one of the main reasons I do this, is almost no one knows this, and this is just a fact. According to the mainstream model, everything that we see in the universe is identical to what we would see if the Earth was in the center of the universe. And the model says, but that's because it's an illusion created by the fact that space accelerates and expands in all directions and makes it look like we're in the center. And most people think that it's like a proven fact that we move around the sun. And so,
does Austin bring up the cosmic background radiation? Because it's not just an illusion. I'll bring up the graphics right now if YouTube lets me. Hold the front 777. I will endure it, but I need to split it into parts. There's only so much I can take here. I mean, how many hours do you think Michael Jordan would actually play it with a toddler, like a serious or semi-serious game? Yeah, I'm bringing up the graphics right now. Also, they named it the Fingers of God because the Earth is absolutely in the center, according to the Sloan survey data. Now, I'm not claiming the data is true, but the scientism cult puts blind faith in all of these data. So this isn't some kind of assumption or hallucinatory illusion. The data that they supposedly got legitimately shows Earth as the center. I mean, this is going back to the 70s. So I don't know why more people don't bring it up, but I bring it up all the time.
Solar system's real. That isn't true, though. Retrograde, movement of the planets, stellar aberration, everything, there's what's called a kinematic equivalence. So to me, I think that's kind of misleading that they didn't tell us that, right? They told us that it was a scientific fact. You're taught the solar system when you're like 7. And it is not. I mean, you can, Stephen Hawking, Albert Einstein, you name it. They'll tell you, oh, the Earth could be in the center. I philosophically think it's more likely that it's not. And that's fine. But like, they should have told us that, don't you? Because you agree that it, like, even an atheist will step back and be like, wait a minute, maybe there is a creator. If the Earth's in the center of the whole universe, it's kind of hard to say that's random. So I think that's significant part to start at, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from on that. With, you know, I'm at no point going to argue with you about the quality of modern education.
Yeah, no, that's
And they are living proof of that issue. These two goofs are living proof.
You know, I'm a historian by
Again, with the credentials logical fallacy.
training and by trade even. You know, I mostly now
1 second.
do investigative journalism of missing persons cases, but like I am a trained historian. That's what I went to college for, and
That's what he went to an indoctrination facility for.
looking at the way history alone is taught at the grade school level, it is you're not being taught history, you're being taught a narrative. Teaching history is
Just like the scientism narrative. So you know what's weird here though? If he really does comprehend that the history, the victors write the history books, and there's an agenda and a narrative by the so-called powers that be, why is he this utterly clueless about recognizing corruption in the so-called field of science, aka scientism? Because if he can recognize it in one area, I mean, does this point to him being some kind of a shill, and this is all a mental disability act?
here's the primary source documents, here's what they say, here's how we combine them all together and look at the archaeological record and try and come up with that narrative that is then taught in the schools. Because, you know, when you go to school to be a teacher, you don't go to school for a subject and then become an expert in it and then they send you out into the world with a lesson plan. They teach you how to teach, and then other people develop the lesson plan. And there's actually like entire national agencies that work on this that get they get professors and high school teachers and everybody together, and they say, all right, let's talk about, you know, how do we teach this? What does everybody need to know? And, you know, how do we temper it so that the high school level can understand it and it doesn't break their brains? Because honestly, if you study history for a living and you study it broadly, it breaks your brain. Like there are so many things that have happened.
Over time, things happen. Shout out to Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, the one and only. Over time, things happen. And a lot of things have happened. And look at his narcissistic projection here too. It'll break your brain just because his brain is that mentally weak that he can't handle a certain amount of alleged history, a certain amount of data, a certain amount of information being presented. That doesn't mean other people can't handle a lot of data. But again, his narcissism is so off the charts, he thinks everybody's as dumb as he is, and he thinks he's smart.
That trying to connect them all together and understand everything will lead you to some weird places if you're not like well trained in it. So
Even
you can't
just-
give that to high schoolers.
Even just something as funny as like everybody having that sudden realization that was it the fax machine, Abraham Lincoln, and samurais all existed
Yeah.
at the same time? And it's like that's just one of those nice little things where it's like, yeah, historically that's accurate, but like,
Is it though? Is it? Or did they just put their blind faith in that?
feasibly, they all seem like such drastically different things that they should not belong in the same moment on
Exactly.
a time scale.
Yeah. So I'm with you guys on that.
Well,
and-
we have some more middle ground.
yeah, I figured we would.
Yeah.
I watched
There's
some.
more narrative in the education, but like, this is the thing, man. I've been super centered for this conversation, and I would hope that's more middle ground that we have. If, say, for example, flat Earth is so stupid, the best thing to do would be to put it in front of everyone
Mhm.
and get it out of here, right?
Yeah.
And censoring it is not cool. And when they control how you speak, they control how you think because you have to think to formulate words, right? And that's why it's the First Amendment. It's the most important thing. So all that to be said, that is one of the reasons FE is going nowhere. Is it seems like almost everyone that argues against it's misinformed. The mainstream misrepresents it, and the preponderance of evidence suggests that we were being misled. So like, and this is I remember we were saying maybe we'll get to 8 or not. Really, there's so much to talk about, bro. Right, that we don't have enough time in the day.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I will
I'm sure there's a lot.
I will
we
just
could go
say
into.
I will say this: we proved that the Earth is not moving in 1887 in something called Michelson-Morley. And the mainstream will tell you, no, that just disproved the ether. That's not true. I have conversations with PhD physicists on my show all the time. You can go listen to them. It showed the Earth wasn't moving, and everyone was really shocked. And so Einstein came in, and that's where you get relativity. And it changed all of physics. So we had an option: either keep physics the way it was or change everything about physics and keep the Earth moving around the sun. They obviously did the latter. And they said that time slowed down and that the apparatus contracted, but it'll look like it's the same time and it'll look like it's the same size. So it'll trick you into thinking the Earth's not moving. And that is a still man of the current theory today. And then we kept doing that test and we kept showing that the Earth's not moving. It's like, over 10 times more sensitive than it needs to be to detect the Earth moving through space, but it never does. Interferometry. So that's really where this rabbit hole kind of hit a wall, or more so this subject. It was proven, right? Like it was actually proven that the Earth's not moving. And that's why Einstein said, Michelson proved, this is a quote from Einstein, Michelson proved that nothing on the Earth occurs as if the Earth is moving, that everything on Earth occurs as if the Earth is in a state of rest. He said proved very specifically there, right? So I just think people should know these things, because
I mean,
we weren't told them.
I think it would be important to contextualize that occurs as if is not the same as occurs because.
Wow, the mental gymnastics here. As he's fondling the microphone in a feminine fashion, he's wow. 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 Again, diversion fallacy, red herring logical fallacy. I mean, he even, in terms of context, you might even be able to rope that into an etymological logical fallacy, because that's not even the point. Because if they don't know the because, all you have is the as if. So if you shoot somebody with a gun and they drop dead, they drop dead as if they were killed by the bullet. Now, maybe they had some kind of aneurysm right before the bullet hit their brain, and they died right before the bullet penetrated their skull. So maybe it wasn't the bullet. But it appeared as if. Now, that doesn't mean it was because of the bullet, but it was as if it was the gunshot that caused the death. And the level of goofery on display here by Soy Lodge and not comprehending that, I mean, it is absolutely astounding.
Oh yeah, he thought the Earth was moving.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, specifically. But that's my point, is that that's what he had to come in and explain why everything showed the Earth not moving. right? He had to explain why every experiment, measurement, test on the Earth, optical, using light, whatever, it always showed the Earth wasn't moving. Their prediction was that you would detect the Earth moving over and over, but we never did. You have Aries failure. He took, these are more technical things, but he took a telescope, he had water in it. He looked at the star. The star, of course, light travels differently in different mediums.
This soy lodge goof can't stop fidgeting. At least his sidekick can sit normally. So a guy that goes to film school can have the mental wherewithal and security to sit normally. Whereas this so-called historian, he can't, I mean, all he can do is these feminine fidgetings instead of just sitting normally.
Right? So when the starlight comes into the telescope of water, it's going to slow down. Now they say light's constant, but it travels a greater distance in the water, blah, 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 that it's going to slow down, right? So that means that as the Earth is moving, that the starlight will be deflected at a slight angle and it'll actually hit the side of the telescope. And so the heliocentric model had a specific prediction and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And still to this day, no one's even offered an answer for that in physics, literally. And then you get Michelson-Morley, 1887. And he used interferometry to show the Earth was not moving. And that's why people think relativity is true to this day. So people should know that. People should know that there's something called a kinematic equivalence. And it says that you can't prove that the Earth is moving. Everything is going to appear that the Earth is not moving. And then I'll not rant too much, but what's interesting is, so they did put a Band-Aid on there and they kept it, right? They're like, well, time slows down and tricks you and whatever. It's called time dilation, length contraction. But then you get to Edwin Hubble. We got giant telescopes for the first time ever. We looked out further into space and we saw that everything in the universe moves around the Earth. Everything. Every distant galaxy, as far as we can see, moves in relation to the Earth. No one expected that. And so did they say, oh, maybe the Earth is in the center because that's what we see? No, once again, they made up a new story that it's an illusion and we're not really in the center, but everything's expanding and accelerating and creating the illusion. So there's this reoccurring theme here, right? Where they're just making up unfalsifiable claims to dismiss the evidence, but then they lied to us. They lied to us. They did not tell us this in school. So I know that was a lot. So whatever you guys want to say, sorry. Thanks for letting me get that all out.
You're fine. I mean, I don't feel like there's no point in like cutting each other off constantly.
Yeah.
So there are some questions that I do have about that. But there were
Again, the narcissistic lens. There's questions that he has about it. Instead of just asking the question, he has to make it all about him. I mean, this is just a downright pathetic. I mean, I don't really use that kind of phrasing usually, but I mean, this is downright pathetic.
some other things I wanted to get to, before, because we do plan on going to a Q&A session.
So is he just going to ignore everything Witsit just said?
But honestly, if the discussion continues going, and there aren't enough questions, then we'll probably just continue the discussion for the last half hour of the show at 8 to 8:30. But I wanted to, move past that for
And there's the feminine fondling again.
a little bit, because the one thing that you have kept saying is that the government is lying about it.
So you completely, desperately dodged everything Austin just said about how everything is showing the opposite of what scientism claims. And he completely wanted nothing to do with any kind of honest, good faith debate of any kind.
And I will not argue about the government lying, because the government does lie about
And he's just going straight to this diversion fallacy.
things all the time, constantly, and even things that actually don't really matter. It's rather incredible. But
Like everything he's saying in relation to the topic of the conversation.
the question I would have then is, the U.S. government has only existed in its current form even since, what, 1793? 1797? One of those two?
Something like that.
I think it's 93. Yeah, and then I think Bill of Rights was 97 or something like that. But so the U.S. government obviously has only been around less than 300 years.
How is this relevant to anything? So he doesn't think kings and queens lied to their subjects? I mean, this guy's a historian. He doesn't think, he doesn't think all governments lied to their people. I mean, what is wrong with this scope?
So who's behind the lie?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I will say flat Earth was actually still even being taught in America in the 1900s in certain places.
Wait,
It wasn't
hang on.
necessarily the.
When you say that, what do you mean?
There were certain schools.
What do you mean? Flat Earth was being taught. What do you mean? Like, how much of more of an explanation do you need? I mean, this goof is mentally gone.
That still taught like a geocentric flat Earth, There are articles about it you can find in the early 1900s.
Which schools? Like colleges, elementary schools?
Elementary, like more primary up to high school ages.
Okay, I'm gonna have
No,
to.
school was a bit different actually back then, but
I'm aware.
yeah. You can look up newspaper articles, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I will go ahead and tell you, it was more popularly held that it was a globe, right?
Mhm.
For sure. But if you look, I guess to answer your question directly as to who's lying, I think almost no one's consciously lying. There are some people, right? There are some people. The government is not letting us go out past 60th south latitude. That's what I mean by the government's lying. The government's hiding what's past the 60th south latitude, and they went there in 1946, Operation High Jump, and that's after we brought the Nazis over here in 1945, Operation Paperclip, and then we came back and founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, 1958 and 1959. That's after Operation Deep Freeze, where we founded Little America and Antarctica there. So that's the government's direct contribution at this point, is they monitor the north and south, quote unquote, poles, and don't let free and private exploration take place. But really, I mean, it's kind of a misnomer. People think that the globe was proven 2,000 years ago and stuff like that. That's what Wikipedia will tell you. That is not true. Even if you believe the story of the Greek guy, which Eratosthenes, and speaking of primary documents, they were a
Nothing? Nothing from Soy Lodge? Nothing?
minority, even in Greece.
Nothing?
And the world did not think that. So in 1800s, it was popularly held that the Earth was stationary and flat in China. A Jesuit priest actually came and kind of brought them the globe, and that was more of the conversion point. So just to address kind of the misnomer, people have thought the Earth was like a globe flying through space for thousands of years. That isn't actually true. And then as to who's lying, I mean, you know how the government works, bro. Like, you're compartmentalized. You just do your job, right? Almost no one has to be consciously lying.
True, but I think there's a massive misconception in your argument, which is that people in the Western world, and what you might call the Christian world at least, to use historical terminology, 100% believed the Earth was round 300 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years.
Well, where's that hallucination coming from? What? So, has this goof never even read Lucretius on the Nature of Things? I mean, this is like a primary work in the field of science. I mean, this is crazy. This guy has a degree in history, and he's this utterly clueless. I mean, I learned about Lucretius, I don't know if it was middle school or high school. It might have actually been upper middle school. It might have been upper middle school. And, I mean, we didn't go over super deep, but just in general, we have On the Nature of Things, 59 BC, where Lucretius, in no uncertain terms, clearly states that the Earth is like a flat, stationary Earth snow globe type system. And not only that, he clearly mentioned that there were different schools. So there was a lot of dispute in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Some schools taught the spherical globe model, others taught the stationary flat Earth model. And a lot of scientism cultists that are just completely and utterly clueless, like Soy Lodge, they don't even know, like, they don't even read On the Nature of Things. I mean, I think that should be required reading. I mean, it's just so basic. It's just so basic. So Epicurus, writing in 300 BC, still a lot of debate. So I don't know where these hallucinations from this clueless Soy Lodge goof. I mean, this guy has a degree in history, and he's not even on a middle school level? I mean, wow.
Years ago, that's not really up for debate. That's
Lucretius begs to differ.
well recorded.
By whom? Where? It's well recorded that they taught the flat snow globe model. Well recorded in one of the most well-known works in history. Lucretius is On the Nature of Things.
So I'm kind of confused where you're getting that
Well, he's confused about everything. I mean, he's not even on a basic kindergarten English comprehension level.
That belief that because it's not just Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was the one who proved it.
How? Proved it how? So he's hallucinating that somebody proved something without primary sources? Not, and even if you had claimed primary sources, doesn't mean they're true. But you don't even have that. I mean, this guy's a historian and he doesn't even know the basics of how to determine whether something is true or not.
And we don't have the exact. You're right. We don't have an exact primary source in Eratosthenes. We have, I believe, it's Archimedes, and Cleomedes. Cleomedes actually produced his own copy of the experiment, and it worked. It
Evidence?
was a more simplified version that wasn't as accurate as Eratosthenes. But I would argue that saying it was Eratosthenes that was first is the issue. So I guess where would you put it? Where, like the first mention of it?
Good question. Yeah, I'm very skeptical of history, right? And so I don't know. I think that we have a very specific way we determine historicity, and it's try to get the primary source or get to hostile witnesses, corroborative, archaeological, anthropological evidence, blah, blah, blah. I grant the story because it doesn't matter. I grant the Eratosthenes story, any replications doesn't matter. Like you said, they proved it. Google will say that it proved it. That isn't true, though, right? Like even Michelle Thaler and Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Thaler works at NASA. They did a Big Think video where they accurately described this. Somewhat accurately. They admit that it wouldn't prove the Earth's a globe by just putting two sticks and looking at the shadows. And the reason is because
it's funny that Austin has to explain and handhold Soy Lodge through these preschool kindergarten level concepts. The fact that Austin even has to do this. I mean, why is Soy Lodge even on this? Like, why does this goof even have a YouTube channel? I mean, he should be in some kind of special ed program somewhere with tutors helping him to at least get to a kindergarten level.
If the sun is closer, then you're going to get divergent rays that are going to give you different shadow angles. And what they assumed was that the sun's super far away, so you're going to have parallel rays. And so then you get the difference in angles because the Earth is curved, right? And so they had assumed the Earth's a sphere, assumed the sun's super far away with parallel rays, and then he did the math. And so more accurately, he came up with the circumference.
So yeah, this is all one giant post hoc logical fallacy, where they just plugged in and hallucinated and assumed variables, and then all these clueless scientists and cultists like Soy Lodge just put blind faith in the religious dogma that is scientism. All right, I've reached my threshold, people. I apologize, but this will be a multi-parter, probably many, many parts. Soy Lodge is really pushing it here. Really, really pushing it. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow, but I will try to finish this up rather soon. I will try to finish this up rather soon. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us in this barn burner. I mean, it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Austin Whitsitt in the house. Just wait, bro. It gets wild. Yeah, I mean, I'm already having trouble, and I'm just here. So I do need to do this in stages. I have no idea how Whitsitt is able to deal with these mental midgets. I just don't know. I really don't know. But all the power to him. I mean... All right, so yeah, thanks again, everybody, for joining us. We'll be back with plenty more. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome. To Mind Shock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the long-awaited part 2 of the logical analysis of the Flat Earth debate between the one and only Austin Whitsitt and Lord Lodge, what is now known as Soy Lodge. I mean, you could read the soy right all over this guy's face. You can practically see it oozing through his pores. The very essence of his being seems to emit soy. So it's very difficult to get through these. It's been quite some time since part 1. We will attempt to finish, but I hope nobody will be surprised if we do not get done in part 2 here. I am a mere mortal. There is only so much soy I can handle in one sitting. So, for those that want 12 hours straight, sometimes I can deliver that. Sometimes I can. But most of the time, depending on the soy level, depending on the goofery level, I may need a break and recovery time from the sheer illogicality of the arguments presented by some of these anti-flat earth grifters and soy goofs. Now, I don't know if I would call Soy Lodge an anti-flat earth grifter specifically, because his entire channel wasn't set up specifically to be anti-flat earth. So he's not in the same category as some of these other goofs like McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, just a lot of these other goofs who are going full-time in humiliating themselves in flat earth debates. Soy Lodge does not appear to be such an individual, but goofy nonetheless. Again, I am not a flat earth proponent, I am not a globe earth proponent, I am only a proponent of logic and reason, which is quickly going extinct in our world, as videos like these definitively prove. So if you want to help support the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunks of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. Or if you are with us live in the live chat, I'll try to get to all of them. So, we have some of the usual suspects in the house and some newer people who I don't recognize. I'm not saying you weren't here before. Obviously, Run Boston Bear here. I am Ion's cat. Dr. Boss. Don't remember. Dr. Boss saying the soy lord gets his panties in a bind while Whitsitt kindly presents facts and carefully expresses a logical train of thought. Soy boy soiled his britches. This guy a poet? Soy boy soiled his britches at the end. Definitely epic Glober display of emotional ball fetish. Interesting. Tony Coriolis in here as well. Johnny Sizzlechest. Haven't seen Johnny in a little bit, I don't believe. Rig 5. Jess Palmer. DITRH. Dave Weiss. I will get that scheduled. Dave Weiss is the next Flat Earth interview on MindShock. If you haven't checked out Mark Sargent, the Mark Sargent interview, you could check that out. There are some tech issues occasionally, not just in YouTube, but I will schedule with Dave soon. Swirly in here. David Mills. Heracles, Justin Johnson, Jeremy Bird, Mr. Air. Haven't seen Mr. Air, I don't believe. Jonas Zen, also been a while. Okay. Texas Rose. So, let's get started. If you haven't checked out part 1, check out part 1. Austin Whitsitt, of course, the best debater I have ever seen. There is no close second. No, that doesn't mean I think he's right about his conclusion, doesn't mean I think he's wrong. Same thing with Soy Lodge. No matter the mental disability, he could still be accidentally correct about conclusions. For the triggered Dunning-Kruger crowd, the coincidence there's the authority-worshipping cultist, scientism, statist bootlickers up in here. I don't know how many times I have to say this. This is not about conclusions. I'm not pushing any conclusion. This is all about logical argumentation and debate. Who is committing the fallacies? Now, obviously, there is the fallacy, which clearly explains just because you committed a fallacy doesn't mean you're wrong. Well, most people think 1 + 1 is 2, therefore it's 2. Well, it is 2, but that's not the reason why. Because if most people believed it was 3, it would still be 2, regardless of what most people believe. That would be an appeal to popularity logical fallacy. So just because you're using a fallacy to support a conclusion, the conclusion could still be true, but you're still fallacious. And that's what these analyses are all about. A lot of people get triggered by that. Alright, so let's pick up right around where we left off. I scrubbed it back just a tiny bit so we can make the point about Eratosthenes, because obviously Soy Lodge here, he's so religious in his blind faith of scientism and authority worship, he hallucinates that Eratosthenes' experiment, not only did Eratosthenes definitively exist, but the experiment was done in the manner it was done, even though supposedly the exact details were lost, but somehow it still magically proved the Earth was a globe, stacking all of these assumptions, and obviously we have no idea how they actually did it back then. Or even when they did it, if they did it. But this goof is just, he's such a zealot in his blind faith in scientism. Austin's going to educate him a little bit here. We'll see if this education is able to be processed. Because again, I don't know if Soy Lodge is acting or he has a legitimate mental disability. Obviously his eyes are very close together, as somebody in the chat pointed out.
that belief, that because it's not just Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was the one who proved it. And we don't have the exact, you're right, we don't have an exact primary source in Eratosthenes. We have, I believe it's Archimedes and Cleomedes. Cleomedes actually produced his own copy of the experiment, and it worked. It was a more simplified version that wasn't as accurate as Eratosthenes. But I would argue that saying it was Eratosthenes that was first is the issue. So I guess where would you put it? Where, like the first mention of it?
Good question. Yeah, I'm very skeptical of history, right? And so I don't know. I think that we have a very specific way we determine historicity, and it's try to get the primary source or get to hostile witnesses, corroborative, archaeological, anthropological evidence, blah, blah, blah. I grant the story because it doesn't matter. I grant the Eratosthenes story, any replications doesn't matter. Like you said, they proved it. Google will say that it proved it. That isn't true, though, right? Like even Michelle Thaler and Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Thaler works at NASA. They did a Big Think video where they accurately described this, somewhat accurately. They admit that it wouldn't prove the Earth's a globe by just putting 2 sticks and looking at the shadows. And the reason is because if the sun is closer, then you're going to get divergent rays that are going to give you different shadow angles. And what they assume was that the sun's super far away, so you're going to have parallel rays. And so then you get the difference in angles because the Earth is curving. Right. And so they had assumed the Earth's a sphere, assumed the sun super far away with parallel rays, and then he did the math. And so more accurately, he came up with the circumference of if you assume the Earth's a globe and you assume the sun is super far away. He wasn't correct about the distance as to what they claim now, right? But he assumed it was so far away that the rays were parallel. Well, so if you assume spherical trig, you can get a circumference. He was a little off, but anyway, he didn't prove it. You can do the same thing on a flat Earth, and
well, we've shown that. There's a few things that I would want to address there. So I think the first one would be that he's definitely not the first one. It was the implication based on what we do know about this time period is that it was probably Pythagoras or one of his students that first came up with the idea the Earth was a sphere. We know this because it doesn't actually appear in Greece at all as in recorded history until Plato. Plato brings this over from southern Italy after he had studied at a Pythagorean academy. He brings it over from Italy, and then he starts teaching it in his academy. We don't have any record of, what his explanation was, but what we do have is Aristotle, who came to the conclusion that the Earth must be a sphere, because if you are in Greece, if you're in Athens, then there are stars you can see from Athens, or sorry, there are stars you can see in Egypt that you cannot see from Athens.
Oh, this is gonna be painful. Wow. Okay. Wow. Oh, who's ready for some pain? I mean, look at Austin Whitson's face here. I mean, how can you not feel bad for Austin here? I mean, he spends so many countless hours with these mental midgets. And the amount of psychological pain here in dealing with this level of mental disability, it's just, I mean, it's just a logical fallacy stack so high, and it just keeps getting stacked higher and higher, and the more Whitsitt points it out, the higher he stacks. So the more logic that Whitsitt adds, the more illogical Soy Lodge responds. I mean, this is painful. Yeah, DTC in the chat saying dumb but pretty funny. It is hilarious and painful. I mean, it is both for sure. Chronic Pain Gaming, good name there. Gonna laugh myself into oblivion. NPE says he has Ben Affleck outside the door face. I mean, it's almost like a level of disbelief. Has Soy Lodge stumped even Austin Whitsitt by delivering the most nonsensical stream of goofery Austin has ever heard? I actually want to ask him, Austin, what is the dumbest string of arguments Austin has heard, just period, any subject, from any person? I mean, because this Soy Lodge goof, I mean, what he just streamed there, okay, just presupposition, assumption, circular reasoning, logical fallacy. I mean, just everything, there's just nothing here begging the question. I mean, it's just all stacking all these fallacies. I might actually get exhausted pointing them out here. It's a good thing we don't have the counter for this one, because it would have broke a long time ago. It would have fried the entire fallacy algorithm. Rig 5 says the fallacious sandwich he just spat out is criminal. Don't be silly. He doesn't look like he spits out that much food. He probably swallows all of it. Quite chunky, quite a lot of soy. I had to censor his chest in the previous analysis. Luckily, he's wearing black here, so it's not as obvious. It didn't bother the listeners as much. But okay. So, I mean, I don't even know where to tackle this. Because Austin is talking about the methodology of Eratosthenes' experiment. Soy Lodge counters with the collective narcissism, the scientism position, what we know about this time period. Well, who's we? I mean, there's dissenting opinions from all sides, from various different historians. There's Anatoly Fomenko questioning basically all of it. Obviously, Fomenko's intelligence absolutely dwarfs this mental midget known as Soy Lodge. Fomenko, the youngest math professor at the University of Moscow. I think he was 21 when he became a professor. Just complete genius, unlike Soy Lodge here, bottom of the barrel, scraping the bottom of the barrel of these mentally disabled mental midgets trying to argue online for clout. I mean, I don't know. Or it's a fetish, it's a humiliation fetish. We've gone over this before with some of these anti-flat earth grifters. They have some kind of fetish for humiliating themselves. Or is his Dunning-Kruger that off the charts? He actually think, in his own feeble mind, does he think he's making good points here by countering the methodology of Experiment A with just this hodgepodge, gish gallop, red herring, logical diversion, logical fallacies? I mean, was that 8 logical fallacies? I mean, I usually don't have this much trouble with the fallacy stacks. Even with Craig, I was able to manage. I think his record was an 11 stack. I think Craig of Fight the Flat Earth hit an 11 stack in a single point. I think Soy Lodge here is up to 8, but it's not just the 8. It's the manner in which he's delivering them, because he's talking about Aristotle. What is Aristotle's alleged assumptions, right? Because we don't really know, A, whether Aristotle ever really existed, and if he did, what he really thought. We only have whatever references, non-primary references, and, mistranslations of texts, etc. And obviously the bedrock of scientism is based on the hallucination and blind faith that none of this could have ever been mistranslated from these previous civilizations, regardless of the years. So just the mental capacity's not there for some of these brain-dead goofs like Soy Lodge to consider that ancient texts in different languages could have been mistranslated. The mental capacity is just not there for that. But let's assume that that was true anyway. So what he thought, why he thought it on some constellations not being visible, I mean, they're not that far apart on most maps. I don't know what he's getting at, or if he's that utterly clueless, he thinks it would be expected to see the same constellations from every point on Earth if it were flat. I mean, has this guy never even been in a Home Depot or somewhere where, let's say, there's like a broken, some kind of, the light fixtures are different in one part of the Home Depot warehouse versus another. You go far enough, you're not going to see it. There's nothing to do with the shape of the floor. I mean, just the level of goofery here. Just the absolute basics. I mean, yeah, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Jonas Zen in the chat saying, Soy Boy is twitching throughout the whole debate. Yeah. Justin Johnson says, soy salad. Oh, man. Plotchy podcast saying he was even reading from some kind of a script and lost so hard. That would actually explain a few things, because he's clearly not able to process anything Austin's saying, so he's just reading from his script, pretending it's valid while not even understanding anything Austin's saying. That actually makes sense. That actually makes sense of this whole thing. Just because it makes sense doesn't mean it's not painful. Heracles in the chat saying his emotional support animal co-host is as bad as he... Oh, man. Yeah, he'll be on the... That guy will be on the screen in a moment at some point. Yeah, wow. Okay, let's try to continue here. I mean, I think I've referenced this many times. I think I've even put it on the screen in part 1. I didn't have the stomach to rewatch part 1 to see what I referenced. But even, again, depending on whether the timeline is true or not, but hundreds and hundreds of years later, you still have Lucretius in his seminal work On the Nature of Things, talking about how the Earth is a flat snow globe, in direct conflict with Aristotle and the others who thought the Earth was a globe. So there was clearly disagreement among the Greeks and Romans, even hundreds, thousands of years later, which this goof was obviously completely, utterly clueless about. So he doesn't even represent his cult of scientism well. If you're a heliocentric glober, how would you not be embarrassed to have somebody this utterly clueless representing your position? I mean, who wouldn't denounce this clueless goof from even entering? Like, he's this ignorant. He doesn't even know about Lucretia. He doesn't even know about all the dissent and conflict. His religious regurgitation is just based on a couple of key points that he saw in the idiot box or he memorized in an indoctrination facility. There's no actual mental capacity to do something called thinking. It's a foreign concept to this guy.
So that was...
ships.
Yeah,
Ships over the horizon.
Ships over the horizon. Another one actually comes from Herodotus. It's unclear if it's a true story or not. It's something that he claims to have heard. We're not sure about if it actually happened, but he claims it did. And the way in which he actually claims it didn't. He's like, we heard this story from Egypt. We think
Again, this is all completely irrelevant to the methodology Eratosthenes utilized for the alleged experiment. So he's so off in the weeds here with these red herring and diversion fallacies. Then he got lost with his own like he went off a diversion fallacy into another diversion fallacy. He went off in the weeds and then went off into the weeds among the weeds.
Think it's BS because obviously the sun couldn't ever possibly be on your right while you're sailing west. That's impossible. And what he said was that there were a group of Phoenicians hired by an Egyptian pharaoh, Necho II, I want to say, something like that, who were hired to sail down around Africa and come back up through the Pillars of Heracles, the Straits of Gibraltar, and then to the Nile. And allegedly, when they came back, what they told everybody was that, in the afternoon, like when the sun was in the sky, that as they were traveling due west, the sun was to their right. And if you're in the northern hemisphere traveling due west, the sun should be at high noon to your left.
Again, this has been gone over countless times. This clueless goof is just this utterly mentally disabled. He doesn't comprehend that without verification of where you are in relation to continents, in relation to the alleged hemispheres, all of this means nothing. This is just one gigantic circular reasoning logical fallacy. This is why I've said this so many times. Like, Austin is so done with this guy. Look at Austin's face. I don't know how Austin does it. I really do not know. I just don't know. I mean, just the level of goofery he has to deal with day in, day out. And I would like to ask him who has sunk the lowest out of anybody he's engaged with. So, again, it appears, here's the thing, if soy logic, obviously he doesn't comprehend what logic even is, so he wouldn't be able to comprehend any of the logical fallacies if he doesn't even know what general logic is. If he can't comprehend the scientific method, the capacity's just not there. Why are we expecting that of him if the capacity's not there? If it is there and he's just playing stupid, if he's just going full retard like Craig, if Craig is a good actor of Fight the Flat Earth, he might be the greatest actor of all time. He might be the only one who can actually go full retard and pull it off convincingly. With this guy, it doesn't appear that he's acting. It appears that this is just genuine mental disability, and he's just regurgitating things he memorized from his religious cult of scientism without even considering the possibility that it might be inaccurate, or the conclusions might be inaccurate. He's off in the weeds here with this diversion fallacy saying, oh, it's disputed what this guy said about this guy, which has nothing to do with Austin's point about the methodology of Eratosthenes' specific alleged experiment.
In this case, they claimed that it was to the right. Now, of course, that is Herodotus telling a story about some guys who said something. But because he's saying it probably didn't happen, it does suggest, in fact, that it did in a weird way. I explained that in a little bit more detail in our video on the topic. Yep. But so I wanted to, that's important because the way this comes down to us is that we have Pythagoras, his school of his academy seems to have produced this idea. Plato brought it to Greece. Plato gave it to Aristotle. Aristotle produced the actual... Aristotle's arguably the first quote-unquote scientist in Western history and European history because he actually sat there and went through the concepts of what science is and how things work. He was wrong about a lot of it. He thought that everything broke down to... The term atoms comes from him. He thought everything broke down to one of four elements. So it was he wasn't quite there.
No, he
But-
also believed in the ether as the fifth quintessential
Yes,
element,
he
and
did.
Democritus seems to come up with Adam before that. But I get
I wanted to run that a little bit because I wanted to see if Austin would correct him on this Physics 101 basic that Soy Lodge got wrong, completely wrong. It wasn't Aristotle, obviously. It was Democritus and possibly actually Leucippus. Democritus was his pupil. They proposed that all matter was composed of small indivisible particles, which they called atoms. So again, I mean, just a quick 2-minute, like even Wikipedia, I know people don't like Wikipedia, but you can check the sources at the bottom. This is all 101 stuff that it's taught in the same indoctrination facilities that Soy Lodge claims are legitimate. I mean, this is 101 stuff. This isn't even high school level. It's somewhere in between elementary and middle school. Even in those texts, they clearly talk about Leucippus and Democritus. I mean, maybe just one little byline. We're not talking about, thesis papers. But just the reference to atoms is here. So for him to get such a basic point wrong, I mean, obviously I'm not surprised, but that's the thing with these goofs. These clueless, narcissistic goofs who want to argue who want to argue on flat earth, they don't even have the basics of their scientism religion down. Like goofs like Sartain, so-called Professor Dave, Craig, McToon. I mean, that's why it takes all these countless hours to correct them within scientism, because they don't even have the scientism correct. And this level of goofery here. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of distracting how Soy Lodge keeps fondling that microphone. I mean, this is obvious some kind of trophy generation kid who just he has so much soy, there's no focus ability. And without the ability to focus, you can't really learn anything. Like, you can regurgitate on command like a circus animal to get treats, aka degrees, if you pay enough money for them, like Soy Lodge. But obviously, the focus is just not there. You can tell that the soy goof, he can't focus. He has no focus ability. So the critical thinking will not follow, because in order to think critically, you need to focus. In order to process information instead of regurgitate, you need to be able to focus long enough to think about it. But this guy has the mental capacities not there. So what are we really expecting from this poor goof? Like, if you're engaging with a trying to talk to a mentally disabled toddler, what is the expectation level? Because that's the mental level Soy Lodge is at.
They're not to cut you off, but just to point out, like, none of those things do prove it, right? Like, this kind of makes my point stronger in that sense, because yes, if those stories are true, what they thought proved the Earth's a globe didn't, right? Like, Eratosthenes doesn't prove the Earth's a globe at all. You can replicate it on a stationary flat Earth with a local sun.
You have to prove
because
that there's a local sun first, though.
Well, that's what we actually observe, right? The claim is that what we observe is the illusion of divergent rays, and it is true that perspective can cause that, and we do see that there's some perspective effects, but
the other thing that's interesting here, because we can call Soy Lodge a lot of things. We cannot call him a brain-dead vegetable. We can't. Because clearly he does have the mental wherewithal to comprehend the burden of proof. You would have to prove the sun is local. Now, where the mental disability comes in is where his religious zealotry and blind faith in the corrupt and fallible, he hallucinates that you don't have to prove that the sun is distant. You only have to prove it's local. It's a one-way street with religious zealots. With these clueless zealots, not completely brain dead, because there is the identifier, you have to first prove A. They're just so hopelessly indoctrinated into their cult, they don't believe the same is true. Obviously, it's hypocritical. They don't believe this is true for anything written down in their religious scrolls. The scrolls of scientism, what they memorize and regurgitate at indoctrination facilities. They don't believe the variables have to be proven for anything from their religion, but anything outside of that. That's like heresy to their religion of scientism, and there they start demanding proof. They start demanding proof and evidence. They demand nothing from their religious cult, but anything outside of the religious cult, that's where they start demanding. Which they should. If they had a neutral position, then yes, you would have to, how do you prove where the sun is, how far the sun is? You would kind of need to know that information if you're performing a trig-like experiment where you would need that information.
We observe divergent rays that center onto the sun. The claim is that they're actually parallel. So you would have to prove that, right? I mean, what we see is a local light source. We see it get warmer when the sun's closer to us. We see it get dark as the sun moves away and it gets cooler. Like what we observe is that there's a local light source. And then we talk about like it was more of an ontological premise, really. So it was like they thought the sphere was like the perfect shape. And as to whoever came up with it whoever came up with it first, who cares, right? Like Aristotle, who they'll tell you, and supposedly looked out and saw a boat disappear. Well, okay, well, too bad he didn't have a camera or binocular. He would have saw the boat again, right? So his assumption that the boat disappearing proved the Earth was a globe was incorrect. And every single one of these ancient stories are wrong. Now that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. What it proves, though, is that these mainstream propaganda stories were told about how they proved the Earth was a globe back then didn't prove the Earth was a globe. It's not accurate, right? And like obviously you can't just assume the outcome at the onset. Like if I use spherical trig and assume the distant sun, I can make the Earth a globe in math and then claim you prove it. And long story short, man, we went and tested it. I mean, the Earth cannot be what they said. We falsified the radius, right? With long distance observations and microwaves and radio waves, and physical tests have shown the Earth's not curving at that rate. So I mean, that's the real crux of the issue is, I mean, would you agree? I don't know if you've ever thought of this, but like it boils down to, if you wanted to be very efficient, you would go straight to the R value, the radius value of the Earth. If the R value is wrong, right, everything else is wrong because everything uses it, right? We use it for everything, for the distance of the sun, the moon, and gravity, and everything.
When you use it to calculate curvature, when you're looking out over a distance, it works. It's right.
Okay. So, see, this is where I have trouble. So, is this a combination of being legitimately mentally disabled, but then playing even stupider than you are? So, he's a special kind of stupid. I mean, he's bottom of the barrel. But is he pretending to be even dumber than that? Like, so, he's already extremely dumb, but is he putting on an act of being dumber than he already is, which is already low? Because who is to believe he's never seen... He's never looked at any flat Earth content. He's never seen any of that where the 8 inches per square mile gets decimated. So what math is he hallucinating works? Not to mention, we don't even need to get into the infrared and all of that, but I wonder how Wist is going to handle it. He almost has a look of disbelief here, as if like this guy has done zero research on flat Earth while entering a debate with one of the lead proponents. I mean, again, this is like a toddler going in the ring with Mike Tyson because he was cheerled by his other brain-dead followers, or if his followers aren't brain-dead, they just wanted to see him get destroyed because they don't like him. I mean, it is kind of hard to imagine anybody genuinely liking Soy Lodge. Like, we're talking about just in general any of the content this goof produces. Because it's just drowning, it's just drenched in his narcissistic stupor. It's just, who wants to deal with that much narcissism, even if he's accidentally correct about certain things? I don't know the entire span of topics he covers on Lore Lodge, aka Soy Lodge. But he covers, I mean, Flat Earth, I don't think he's done that many videos on Flat Earth. Flat Earth is definitely a minority when it comes to this span of topics he covers. I mean, does anybody genuinely like this guy? So they basically goaded him. They know he's dumb, so he believed when they said, "Oh yeah, you'll definitely beat Austin Whitsitt in debate. Go debate Austin Whitsitt." And now they're just laughing as he's getting thrashed. I mean, think about how mean his followers must have to be to throw this mentally disabled goof into the ring with Mike Tyson and just watch the aftermath of that. I mean, it's sad on so many levels.
Every time.
It's not.
It is. As long as you account for atmospheric refraction, it's right every single time.
So this is what I'm saying. So think of what you just said. So you said it's right every single time as long as you account for atmospheric refraction.
Yeah.
Well, atmospheric refraction is basically a bar that you can move wherever it goes. So
Well,
basically,
depending on discrete variables, yeah, it's
Yeah,
in any given situation, you can take the weather conditions that day and you can calculate what the atmospheric refraction should be. And my point is that when you do that, the measurement works every time. You have to
People think
deliberately
that.
not do that. No, we proved it.
people think that.
We did it in our
No, no,
video.
no.
We proved it.
You went and measured certain variables, plugged it into a refraction equation, and were able to predict where you're going to see something in the distance? Because I've been asking for someone to do that for 5 years.
So we actually didn't even need to go to those lengths.
So he didn't actually have to do it. He just pretended it worked. He didn't actually have to go through the lengths of backing up anything he said. Oh man. Oh man. Wow. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anyone dodge and cope quite like this. To admit that you were too lazy and too incompetent to even actually do anything to back up your hallucinations, your post hoc logical fallacy, where you just plug in whatever the difference would be to magically pretend it matches. First of all. Second of all, it doesn't do that every single time anyway. Even when you account for refractions, there's plenty of anomalous observations that don't match, even with the alleged refraction. Obviously, this goof, because he's like a 4-year-old. Either this is the best movie of all time or this is the worst movie of all time. This appeal to extremes, false dichotomy. I mean, his brain is not mentally capable of understanding pretty much anything. So he has to pretend in his emotionally triggered state, oh, it works every single time. Every single time. There's not a single dissenting example, even though there are many. Not to mention his entire false premise of refraction being a factor that magically you plug it in and all of a sudden 8 inches per square mile works every single time, as long as you change the refraction amount to match that. Now, does he not even realize how dumb he sounds? But yes, whoever mentioned that earlier about his co-host here, his co-host is looking at him like, you're a moron. Like, do you not understand how dumb you sound? I mean, look at his co-host's face. Let me zoom in here. He's like, what are you doing? He looks kind of mad at him that he said that. Look at his co-host. His co-host looks like he's capable of some kind of brain function. He's like, what? Because and look at Soy Lodge. Soy Lodge genuinely looks oblivious to how dumb he just made himself sound. Well, I guess that's his default state. But still, we didn't even have to go to those lengths. We could just pretend it matches every single time without actually doing any kind of real science or observations. Flatless says his co-host has social awareness. Soy Lodge does not. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, how did this guy get any followers at all? Let's see how many he has. I almost typed in Soy Lodge. Lore Lodge, 547,000 subscribers. So, I mean, I guess he just bought a lot of subscribers. Does he have, like, rich parents or something? So he just bought a bunch of subscribers. Because how does somebody with, who's basically almost flatlined mentally, able to amass, I mean, I know there's a lot of, there are 547,000 dumb people out there, but the chances that they all find and subscribe to his channel, I mean, what are the chances there? The ratio of views definitely seems off too, because his videos are getting a lot of views. He's getting over 100K with 547,000 subs. That's kind of a lot. Even channels with 1 million plus subscribers, in 1 or 2 days, they might not get that many views. So is he paying for subs and views? Wouldn't be surprising, obviously. A lot of YouTubers do that. Or do they just love watching him humiliate himself on all of these topics? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, let's look at some, like, legit popular channels. Yeah, so Joe Rogan has 17.3 million subs, and he's only getting a couple 100,000 views. So he's only getting about maybe twice the views, having way more almost 20 million subscribers. Soy Lodge is at 300-something thousand, getting half the views as somebody with way more subs. So yeah, definitely some funny business going on with Soy Lodge's YouTube channel. Let's continue here.
Because what we found is that every single time you look at something, it works out within enough of a margin that you don't need to run the calculation. For example, when we looked at the islands in the not the Adriatic,
Mediterranean?
the Mediterranean, but I forget what the exact west coast of Italy is called. But you look at the islands between Corsica and Italy, and they end up showing within a matter of 100 meters in either direction. They end up showing what you should expect to see at that distance. We copied it. We looked at it with Philadelphia. We looked at it with Manhattan. We looked at it with Chicago. In every single instance.
So in 3 anecdotal logical fallacies, in every single instance of 3, when you magically plug in the difference to account to make it match the 8 inches per square mile calculation, it matches. Who would have thunk it that a post hoc logical fallacy is a fallacy for a reason? Who'd have thunk it?
It matched what the equation said it should be. So that's why I take
crazy
issue with
because
that.
I've done hundreds of observations, brother, and that's not what happens. I've seen things that should be 2-3 miles below the curve of the Earth.
Well, so
and you can say atmospheric refraction. Yeah, it's called terrestrial refraction. Standard refraction. It's 7/6R, which means your model says that on average the Earth looks like it's 15 to 20% bigger than the actual size of the globe. Which is just begging the question, but I've seen it where it needs to be a 280,000 mile radius. And so that's what I mean by you can just move the bar wherever you want, right? So what is that now? That's 64/6R. And like, okay, must be true. Then there's no way to falsify it, right?
Well, again, what we're saying is it's a variable by variable basis. So
A variable by variable basis? Look at Austin's face. It's like, what is this goof smoke? So, obviously, Soy Lodge didn't comprehend what he just said. So, is Soy Lodge claiming that refraction can vary so greatly that the Earth would appear hundreds of thousands of times larger than it actually is? That's his hallucination? That's how much refraction can vary? What I haven't heard Soy Lodge mention is the difference between true horizon and apparent horizon. Or is he one of these goofs that think train tracks touch in the distance because they look like they touch? So, is Soy Lodge, is the mental capacity not there to process not just Austin's position? He doesn't appear to be able to process his own alleged position. Austin's trying to help him out. He's being nice. He's trying to help him understand his own scientism model, but the goof just doesn't. I mean, the mental disability appears to be too much to overcome to get to this basic children's level. Court of Public Opinion says, Boer Lodge. I've always found him dull. I mean, he's nowhere near as entertaining as Craig and his Dunning-Kruger stylings. Like, Craig is legitimately entertaining. The lengths Craig is willing to melt down to humiliate himself. I don't know if I've seen anybody like that. Boggin says he's about as exciting as an STD. Let's try to continue.
You need to move the bar because the conditions would differ in any given situation. But I guess when you say that you've seen things that should be miles beneath the horizon, what are you talking about?
How has Austin not checked out here? Like, Soy doesn't even understand what it means for something to be miles beneath the... He doesn't understand what horizon means, what miles mean, what something means. Like, does he not understand the point of anything? So if he's just reading from the script without actually understanding anything his own script says, that actually does explain what's going on here. Because clearly he doesn't understand anything Austin's saying, but he doesn't comprehend his own script either. He's just regurgitating on command like a circus animal. I don't want to insult circus animals. Their mental capacity might be much more than this poor guy. But I mean, I kind of feel bad for him. Does anybody else feel bad for laughing at him?
Yeah, so for example, one of the most famous observations is because a lot of the stuff that I've seen, I don't have all of it recorded. So we'll just go with like the most famous recorded ones, like Canigou Mountains. The Canigou Mountains can be seen from 273 miles away. It actually broke the world record photo. 255 miles away with the silhouette, whatever, 153. Now, it's always based on how high you are, right? That's how. So if you look at it from other mountains and say see at 273 or 255, the top of the tallest point of the mountains should be like an additional 2.5 miles. There should be 2.5 miles of curvature up above the top of the mountain. Now, what globe Earth proponents will do is say they will avoid that number because it sounds crazy, and it is crazy. And they'll say, oh, but let's look into it degrees. And if you take it to degrees in relation to this huge Earth, you can make the number smaller and sound like not as big of a deal. You're still claiming that the mountains were lifted optically over 2.5 miles and stopped right where they needed to look like the Earth was flat. And I'll tell you, you should look into this. There's an observation in Canigou, and it happens 2 times a year, right?
And this is very telling here. Immediately, Soy Lodge goes to Cope. He immediately goes to Cope and try to find something, try to make Austin wrong instead of trying to process what Austin just said and have an intellectually honest, scientifically logical conversation or debate. You can tell that's not what Soy Lodge is here for. He's here to indulge his narcissism and to maintain the faith of scientism. He's clearly not here for any kind of honest conversation or debate of any kind. Because look how triggered he immediately goes to Cope and try to find something to make Austin wrong. instead of first trying to process the information. Because it does sound kind of silly that you're always going to pretend, no matter what, you're always going to change the amount of refraction to match flat Earth observation. So no matter what, so if it has to be 2.5 miles, you just say refraction is 2.5 miles. If it's a mile off, you just say, oh, well, it's just a mile off in that instance. But no matter what, it always has to magically match flat Earth observation. Magically. That's the scientism position, and it's so silly. Soy Lodge appears to not have any kind of rebuttal here, so his cope is to go, he's either asking somebody or he's looking something up. I mean, where was this energy when he was incorrectly talking about the origin of atoms or any of all the other scientism he got wrong? Where was this energy to even verify his own position of scientism before? I mean, I guess soy prevents you from having a lot of energy in general, but you could tell he's really triggered here because Austin just mopped the floor with him in such a basic point where it really exposes how silly the post-hoc logical fallacy is. The cope of refraction is always whatever the difference in amount is between a flat Earth observation and a globe Earth observation. So you just change the amount of refraction to make it always look like the Earth is a level plane. That's kind of a silly possession. I mean, we didn't get into Horizon and True Horizon because that's not actually what's going on, but according to this goof, like, I'm sinking to Soy Lodge's level. So if he's listening to this, I mean, he probably still won't understand it. But I mean, I tried to dumb it down just like Austin did to see how silly what Soy Lodge is saying is. Because we can get into Horizon and True Horizon, I talk about that all the time. But it still doesn't change the point here.
In February and in September. And so based on where the sun sets, we know that the sun's going to set behind the mountains on those days, right? Because the sun changes throughout the year, right? With its ecliptic path. And when the sun sets, so you won't see Canigou, but then the sun sets behind it and you can see it, right? Because it backlights the mountain and now you see the silhouette of it. And you can see these mountains predictably on these very exact days that the sun's going to set behind it. And it's should be miles below Earth curvature.
So that's a very interesting point there. So would that indicate that it's clearly not refraction because it's only when the sun is in the position to backlight the mountains and it never occurs when the sun is not in that position? So this magic refraction only occurs when, if it wouldn't have been refraction, it would look like that? Is that Soy Lodge's position? I'm just wondering here. I'm just asking. Alien Big Cat 23 getting triggered in the chat here. You call the whole lot of scientism real paranoia. That you're talking to me? Are you pretending understanding what the scientific method is paranoia? So being on a preschool level understanding. Okay, let's bring up the preschool sheets for Alien Big Cat 23. We're bringing up the preschool worksheets. So these are the most dumbed down I was able to find for goofs like Big Cat 23. So this is as dumbed down as it gets. So I don't know if Alien Big Cat 23 has been around for a while, so he's probably just trolling. But if the goof doesn't know what the scientific method is, anything that science is a methodology that matches the scientific method. So let's bring it up here. This is earlylearningideas.com, Alien Big Cat. Earlylearningideas.com, scientific method for kids. The scientific method for preschool kids. It's easier than you think. So, here's the worksheet here, or the chart here, rather. I'm going to bring it up in a second. I mean, hey, we got some slow people in the chat like Alien Big Cat. Let's try to accommodate them. I mean, he's probably trolling, but let's try to accommodate. So this is the preschool level. Okay? So here are the steps of the scientific method. and the variables. Notice Craig never talks about the variables. Fight the flat Earth. So you need purpose, research, hypothesis, experiment, analysis, conclusion. The variables here are dependent, independent, control. Okay, so if you have those and you account for them, you're engaging in science. If you're just pretending refraction always matches, that's not science, so it's scientism. I mean, is that too difficult, Alien Big Cat? I can't dumb it down further than that. I'm sorry, man. I mean, does anybody in the chat know how to dumb that down even further? I mean, I'm not sure it can be. I mean, is it possible to dumb it down further than this? I mean, I don't know. Is it like, I don't know how to dumb it down further. It's quite clear here. I mean, the false cause logical fallacy, that's why it's false cause. It's when you're attributing a cause to something, for example, saying it's a refraction when it's not refraction. If you want to claim that it is refraction, you have to prove it according to the scientific method, not by faith. That would be scientism. So that's the clear difference. I'm obviously pro-science and advocate for the scientific method and logic and reason. That's the whole point of the podcast. Like, why you've been here for a while. Do you not understand that that's been the whole point? Whether it's true crime, paranormal, conspiracy, that's been the whole point this entire time. I mean, obviously Soy Lodge needed this demonstration as well, but I mean, I don't know how to dumb it down further. Is it possible? Is it possible to dumb it down further? Now you got me thinking. Is it possible to dumb this down and make it even simpler? I mean, here's another chart. It looks like it's relatively preschool level. An observation leads to a question. Research, hypothesis, experiment, data, conclusion. Now, in order for an experiment to be valid, do you know this one, Big Cat? What is the difference between a valid and an invalid experiment? Can you answer that? Because if you can't even answer that, I mean, none of this is going to make sense. So this is preschool level, but there's plenty of kindergarten material as well. So even kindergartners can learn about the scientific method. Look at all these different materials here for learning the scientific method. So study up. Unless you're just trolling, or you got some kind of fetish for humiliating yourself, like maybe Soy Lodge has, or he doesn't. I don't know. If Soy Lodge is this mentally disabled, he actually thinks he's making points. I mean, who knows?
So
And what you have to claim is that it's refraction that we can coincidentally predict, and it's a silhouette, which is the absence of light, right? It's an absence of light.
We said this was how many miles?
So one of the videos is 153 miles from, I think, 1,000 feet up, and then one of them is 255 miles. I just don't remember the observer height for that one off the top of my head. There's also one that's 273.
And how tall is the mountain?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
What was the name of the mountain again?
Canigou, Canigou, I believe.
Okay, Canigou.
So yeah, I mean, and that's pretty crazy to wrap your mind around, right?
Yeah, so it has an elevation of 9,136 feet, which means that if I can really quickly do math, because I can't do math, but give me one moment here. 9,136. 9,136.
I'll just let you know, I'm not lying to you guys, right? Like, I'm letting you know, like, the globe model, because I talk to like people that are really invested in defending. They'll just tell you it's refraction, right? They're just going to say it's this much refraction.
So it is. It's about 430 feet of refraction from the top of the mountain.
Look, this guy's legit mental disabilities. He just calculated the difference off of what you see versus not see, and he just pretended that was refraction. See, this is an example of scientism, Alien Big Cat. Because calling something something to match something, that's called a post hoc logical fallacy, and a false cause logical fallacy, stacked on what is a false premise logical fallacy. That's a triple stacker. And also, actually, it's also a false dichotomy, because there could be another variable that's causing that that's not refraction. So that's quad stack. That's a quad stack. So Alien Big Cat 23 was not able to answer the difference between a valid and invalid experiment. What makes a scientific experiment scientifically valid? Alien Big Cat was not able to answer and is saying you got nothing. Not arguing those points. So you don't want to argue the points of the scientific method? You don't want to argue the points and the difference between science and scientism while pretending you know what the difference is. But yeah, this was a quad stack, and look at Soy Lodge's face here. It's almost like he's proud of himself for doing the math. So he just took the difference between what should be observable and not, and pretended the difference was refraction. Like, it couldn't be anything else. It can only be refraction, and refraction has to be the exact amount to make it look like you're viewing it on a flat Earth. This is the very essence of scientism. You want scientism, Alien Big Cat 23? You got it right here. Pretending something is refraction without demonstrating how, while ignoring all other potential variables, that is the religious cult of scientism.
To
Actually, I was incorrect. That's a quint stack, because that's also a circular reasoning logical fallacy. So that was a quintuple stacker, because he also pretended it could only have been, the Earth is already spherical, therefore it has to be refraction, which is still a false dichotomy, because it could be a globe and other variables other than refraction causing that difference. So it was actually a quint stack. So, yeah, let's just make that clear here. Nowhere near close to Craig's 11. Not even close to Craig's 11, but still, a quint stack is good. And this guy had an 8 stack before, right? He had an octuple stack. He had an octo stack. So he actually might have the second place. Soy Lodge might have the record for second place, if I'm not mistaken. Well, no, technically I think Craig had some 9 stacks, too. I think Craig had some 9 stacks. So Craig might have first, second, third, but whatever. The person, the second place as a person might be Soy Lodge. Soy Lodge had that octo stack earlier.
where it should be visible. It's not 2 miles.
Wait, for which one?
For the closer number you gave us, the 153 miles at 1,000 feet, you should you should be able to see anything that is over 8,700 feet tall.
Okay.
And Mount Canada
So
is over 8,700 feet
2.5
tall.
miles number is certainly going to come with like the 255 value, right?
Okay.
2.5 miles above the top of the mountain specifically. That is, yeah.
What elevation was that?
I don't remember. I don't remember them. I don't remember the elevation. I have all this information, right? With the, it was not even a flat earther that did it. I talked to him though, but it doesn't matter exactly what the values are, right? My point is very simple. Even the globe Earth proponents agree that, for example, even the one that's closer, okay, the mountain shouldn't be observed.
No, the mountain
And
should
let's
have
just
about the mountain should have 430 feet of observable peak.
Okay, but you shouldn't see all the mountains. Okay.
You should see all the
Shouldn't
mountains
see
that
all
are. I mean, you should see what's in front of it, like what's closer to you. You
have
shouldn't be able to
invoke-
see.
Why is he talking about what you can see in front of the mountain closer to you? Like, the subject is how much of the mountain can be visible. So, I mean, if you hold your hand in front of your face, obviously you're going to see your hand in front of the mountain. What does that have to do with anything? Wow. Austin Whitsitt in here saying, this is where he acts like it's a big gotcha because only 90% of the mountain should be below the curve. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some kind of something going on, but to hallucinate that it's miles and miles and it has to perfectly match in every instance with zero evidence, I mean, that's definitely a scientism hallucination, Alien Big Cat. Are you still in here? I don't know. I think Alien Big Cat's just trolling in here.
You shouldn't be able to see the very base of the mountain. No, not at all. But you should be able to see the top 430 feet. So that's why I'm trying to find this.
How tall? And you said the mountain was 9,000 feet. So it's 400 out of 9,000 is you barely see the tip at all. Now I'm actually
that's with
the
no
numbers out there off
refraction.
the top. I'm throwing the numbers out there at the top of my head, right? Because I'm just letting you know with the observation, all the globe Earth proponents ran the math. They let me know what the refraction is, and they're very confident that it's real. They say that the mountains are being refracted up at roughly, a little over standard refraction. And the problem with that is it's the silhouette of the mountains. It's just a shadow. It's like you walk in front of the light and block it. It isn't the light being refracted. It's a shadow. It's a silhouette. And I can predict it a year in advance. I can tell you when it's going to happen. It's going to happen in September.
So, well, it appears that Soy Lodge doesn't know what refraction is, or backlight means, when an object is backlit. Well, I mean, he doesn't appear to know what anything is, but yeah, he's having some real trouble here. I mean, look at his face. I don't think this is acting. I do not think this is acting. I mean, it's just a lack of mental capability. I mean, it's just emptiness inside that. Like, look at his eyes. Like, there's just no processing going on here. It appears that he just doesn't understand any of this. Witsit said, I'm supposed to be boxing this guy in a couple months. I did hear that, but I mean, I'm not going to be holding my breath. Who thinks Soy Lodge is actually going to be brave enough to step into the boxing ring with anybody at all? I mean, has this guy done any physical exercise in his life? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he has. I'm not claiming he has or he hasn't. I'm just asking the question. Does this guy look like a guy who exercises? And how much exercise can you do with that much soy flowing through your veins? I mean, I'm sure you could do some, but I don't know. Yeah, so it appears he can't process. He doesn't know what refraction is. He doesn't know the difference between a backlit object and an object that is not backlit, that is being affected by refraction or rarefraction or any of these variables, plus all these other variables it could be that is not refraction or refraction. This is tough. This is really tough. But yeah, it's almost like he's like a 4-year-old toddler who's just getting decimated and he doesn't want to admit that he's getting decimated. So he has to pretend he understands what all of these things are without understanding them. But this is tough. This is tough.
Right? The way I know is because that's when the sun sets behind those mountains and light attenuates so you can't see the mountains, right? But then when the sun gets below it, that's way brighter light. Now you can see it through the mountain, through the air, and you can see the mountains predictably, and coincidentally refraction is just always going to match our predictions.
The question I have there is, how are we predicting that it's going to happen on the specific day?
Because of the cycle of the sun. So we know that, like the sun will set in a little bit of different portion of the sky each day, right? Throughout year, it kind of progresses, right? You have the analemma or whatever. And so on certain days, the sun sets where it goes right behind those mountains.
Right.
From a viewing angle of another mountain across.
While we got you here, Witsit, what I asked a question earlier when you weren't here. What is the dumbest line of argumentation you've heard in any debate ever? Like, who was it that gave you the dumbest stream of arguments? Because at the beginning of this, Soy Lodge did 8 logical fallacies stacked. I actually forgot. I was so astounded by the amount of fallacies. I forgot what point that was. Does anybody remember? Was that Was that I think it was on Eratosthenes yeah, I think it was regarding Eratosthenes. He went off and stacked 8 logical fallacies. But I would be curious to know what hurt Austin's brain the most and caused him the most pain, the dumbest stream in an argument on any topic. Hopefully he'll answer, because I'm curious about that.
The water.
Got it.
And people travel all around the world to see it, right? It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
But my point is, like, if it's refraction, that's very convenient, right? Like the refractive conditions of that day just so happen to consistently make the Earth look like it's flat, predictably in advance. You know.
Sure, but from what he was just saying, it's not refraction.
It would have to be.
But based off the math he just did.
Yeah, for the shorter number you gave me, the 155 mile, it should be visible even without the refraction. 430 feet of it. Refraction would add to that, of course. But
okay, yeah,
the top of the mountain should absolutely be visible.
You can see way more than just the top of the mountain.
Well, I need to know what the picture is. Like, I didn't know what to look for.
Yeah, like I said, I'll send them all to you. They're actually videos.
Yeah, if you could give the location and the date and the time of when the videos were taken, because then we can get the atmospheric conditions of it, we should be able to calculate the amount of refraction that would be existing in that, portion.
Yeah, let me see if actually my Telegram can help me out here.
That'd be great.
Okay, let's see the actual numbers. So,
but yeah, and like I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you guys. I'm just letting
you know.
I know.
Like
no, you're good.
Globe Earth model for sure. I talk to people that are like obsessed with proving the globe. Trust me, and like I think truth doesn't fear investigation. I try to still man the globe. The still man of the globe in this, whatever the values are exactly, for sure, is that the mountains were refracted around the globe in all 3 of the scenarios. And
so one thing
you can believe that if you want to.
My issue is that the only example you've given us turned out to match what we said.
No.
You gave us 100. The only numbers you gave us match what we said they would say.
You're saying that you'd still see 400 feet of the
430
curve, and I'm
feet.
just I'm spitballing the numbers. Like, imagine adding like 15 more miles. I'm just kind of guessing the
400
number.
feet of the mountain.
But it doesn't even matter. Like 400 feet of the mountain of a 9,000 foot mountain is not a large percentage. So you're just going to see like the peak of the tallest part of those mountains. Canigou, the tallest mountain, is around 9,000 feet, right? Which means you're not going to see all the other mountains around them. You're just going to see the top 400 feet of the tallest mountain. That's not what we see in the observation. We see the sunset behind an entire range of mountains, and you see much more than just the peak of it.
Yeah, this is tough. I don't know if the information Austin is saying is just not processing, or if they're just that dishonest and bad faith. He's just desperately trying to find something to account for that, instead of addressing what he just said. Obviously, there's a lot of goalposts moving here, but Heracles in the chat saying he thought Whitsitt was a midget. Wait, so the only reason Soy Lodge wants to box Austin Whitsitt is because he thought Austin Whitsitt was a midget? That's interesting. Very revealing of character, if true. Where's that information coming from? Little Star in the chat saying Aiden, who's Aiden? Is that Soy Lodge? Claims he's a 3rd degree Mason. I think the cross is part of that, but I don't know. Well, yeah, that's a good point, Lord Zed. Austin could be a midget and still not get... Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if I would bet on Soy Lodge over midgets either. I mean, I guess it depends on soy levels. It's kind of hard to imagine anybody with higher soy levels than Soy Lodge, but who knows?
And the official globe position is that the mountain's being refracted up. And sometimes it's seen, for sure, sometimes it's seen where the entire mountain should be below the horizon. And like, it's okay. Like I said, they claim it's standard refraction. It bends around the globe and just the rate matches the globe or whatever. But to me, like, let's just use some common sense. you can book a flight right now for September. And as long as it's not super cloudy, you can go look at the mountains set behind Canigou, and you can reliably see them from behind the curve. And to me, it's absurd to think that the
Well,
refraction is just so happened to consistently show us what looks like the Earth is flat, and then lifts the mountains just enough and then stops
But if the
to
Earth,
be right in front of us like it's flat. I mean,
but if
that's
the Earth
insane to me.
was flat, then you would be able to see it, what you're describing, every day of the year.
The fog has to be the same. There's no such thing as a visibility index. This is like Bill Nye. Well, like a lot of these goofs saying you should be able to see Paris from New York if the Earth were flat. Like if the Earth were flat, precipitation would have to cease to exist. I mean, does he not realize how dumb he's saying? This is just insanity. I mean, this is just straight up insanity. The level of goofery here, this is flatlined goofery here. Soy Lodge here with flatline. Look at Austin's face. He's having trouble dealing with this level of goofery. I don't know if I've seen this many troublesome expressions from Austin before. He doesn't know what to do with this level of mental disability. This is crazy. This is crazy. If the Earth were flat, precipitation would not exist according to Soy Lodge. There would never be any fogs. It would never be foggy. The visibility index would be identical every single day. Wow. I don't know how much longer I could keep going here.
That isn't true though. So think about this. Think about this. So even in the globe model, right? So if we think about it from a globe paradigm, you can't see the mountains until the sun sets behind them, right? So
Wait, what?
you can't see the mountains on those typically on these days you can't even see the mountains until
Okay.
the sun gets behind them, because when the sun creates the silhouette you can see the mountains, but before that you can't even see them. The reason is because light gets absorbed into the air, to the atmosphere, right? So like it's called attenuation. So it's just kind of like how if it's foggy you can't see as far as if it isn't, right? So the light's going to get absorbed into the medium, and it doesn't make it to where you can see the mountains. It's not resolvable information anymore. The sun is so bright though, right? So when the sun gets behind it, it adds all this new information, like way brighter light, and it can make it through the attenuation of the atmosphere. And whether it's globe or flat, both explanations are the same there. Because like obviously if we can't see on the globe until the sun gets behind it, the same thing is happening, right?
well,
Like the
that
light's being attenuated.
just really quickly, that confuses me because as the sun reaches lower in the horizon, it has to go through more atmosphere, which would then cause more attenuation. And so, I mean, I understand what you're saying here. To me, it sounds less like the light would get more intense because that's not what would happen. It sounds more like because of the absence of the light behind the shadow of the mountain, it's a lot more visible because you're dealing with sunlight and attenuation versus no sunlight at all. It makes it easier to see it because of that. But I don't understand how it would be the opposite scenario, considering, on either model, as the sun is dipping towards the horizon, there is more atmosphere that it has to go through.
Yeah, that's a good point. You have to think about it, though, right? So the light is actually when we just look out and we see the mountains, the light is reflecting off. The sun's coming to the mountains, then reflecting to us, right? So by the time it reflects and gets like diffused reflections off the mountains, it comes to us. It's decreased in like magnitude a lot, right? Like the strength of the light has gotten a lot less by coming down. The sunlight's coming down, reflecting off the mountain, and then back to us so we can see it. In this scenario, the sun is in our direct line of sight behind the mountain. So we're seeing the actual source of light as opposed to the reflection of the light. So it's way stronger. And yes, it's in the dense part of the atmosphere, but the light always is, right? Like
Now, I don't know much about his co-host here, but his co-host appears to be not as triggered, not fondling the microphone every second. And I don't know if he's good faith or not, but it seems like it's possible he might be engaging in good faith here, because he's asking legitimate questions, and he has the mental wherewithal to understand that certain things might not be dependent on the shape of the Earth. That's a step further than Soy Lodge was, many steps further than what Soy Lodge has been able to muster so far, which is not much.
in this scenario, we're looking at the mountains through the most dense part of the atmos anyway. So it's just that it's a line of sight with the sun as opposed to it being up here and reflecting back down. And like I said, this is the same on both models because you can't see the mountain until the sun gets below it. And the reason I brought that up though was to kind of address your idea of like, well, shouldn't we always see them if the earth is flat? Most people don't really think about or know about this, right? It's called attenuation of light. It exists on both models. You definitely would not see forever if the earth was flat. The light attenuates
So real quick,
on both situations.
I would like to shift gears a little bit here just in terms of atmospheric elements because that reminds me of something that I saw a little bit earlier, which is so I'm very amateur into meteorology, partially because I like to spend a lot of time on the water, particularly on the ocean. And it's very important to understand how meteorology works in that regard because not only, are you surrounded by water and a lot of, things can happen very quickly, but it's also just generally preparing for it and understanding why things are happening quickly and things like that. But just a little brevity on that. One thing that occurs on the Earth that we see in hurricanes and typhoons is hurricanes. I believe it's in the northern hemisphere, especially around the Florida area, because we see them a lot in that area given the atmospheric conditions. They spin, I believe, clockwise in the northern hemisphere.
Oh wow, he's using this old, easily debunked argument. So they spin both ways in both alleged hemispheres. Have these guys just done zero prep work here? I mean, it's tough. I mean, there are definitely, more spin. You could say the majority of them spin one way in one alleged hemisphere versus the other. But obviously they've been observed. I forgot which analysis I went over all that on. I mean, if these guys are just keep using the old tired, it almost like you need someone like Dave Weiss with like a little 5-minute presentation, easily debunking all of these points, and then they'll just look dumb when they bring them up again because this is all from they have NOAA data. Like this is all from scientism sourced data, like a so-called official sources.
Whereas typhoons in the southern hemisphere, it's another name for the same, weather event, spins counterclockwise. And the globe model attributes that to the Coriolis effect, which is due to the Earth as a globe being, spinning on its axis, and the equator being slightly larger, things like that. All those little details taken into account, because of the way that the spin affects the atmosphere, it causes a divergence in atmospheric conditions based on its direction and distance from the equator. And that causes the varying rotation that is consistent in the northern and southern hemisphere of these large weather systems. So, is there any flat Earth argument to explain that phenomenon?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's important to understand the variables from the other side. So we can lay this out. I'll do it pretty quickly. So, like, for example, the spin of the Earth, right, is actually the spin of the universe, right? The sky spins instead of the Earth spinning, right? So this generates real inertial forces. So you will have like forces generated if the whole like sky spinning around you, right? So to keep that in mind. Also, you have the sun. If we're tilted, you mentioned the tilt, right? So we're on a tilted axis in the globe model. On a flat Earth model, the sun is just at an angle, right? So the sun itself is at an angle and the Earth is horizontal. And then the globe says, well, it looks like the sun's at an angle because we're tilted. So you keep that in mind. It seems like as the sun moves in and out and in its angular relationship to the Earth, that it's like the flow, the energy flow from the sun can directly affect the Earth at the angle at which it has an ecliptic path over top of us. And when it comes to the overall rotation of the universe, I don't want to get too technical, right? But that generates like inertial forces. So you would have centrifugal forces, right, with the angular momentum of the universe spinning around. And then you would have Coriolis forces. So not to be confused with the globe version of Coriolis, which is an apparent deflection because the Earth is supposedly spinning, but an actual Coriolis force, which would be twice the magnitude, which would create an inward force. And then you would have people call them Euler forces with satellites and stuff. We won't get into that. But long story short, there are real forces generated on a stationary Earth as the sky spins around it. The stars in the sky and the sky spins around it, creating real forces. The sun's at an angle and it has real forces as well that are going to interact with us in relation to that. That's going to give you all of the weather patterns that we have. And then the globe interprets it through the lens of, oh, well, the reason there's a tilt is because we're tilted, right? The reason that there's a spin is because we're spinning. And so they just attribute the effects to something different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I do have one other question and thought.
Okay.
It's similar to this. So I want to get a preface of your understanding before I ask the question. So in terms of the atmosphere, since we're on that topic, how does that separate in your version of the flat Earth model from ground to atmosphere to space of the universe? Because I just, I want to clarify that before I ask my question.
Yeah, good question. Like basically, how do you have a gradient?
Yes.
Yeah, so obviously we would say that the antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. The globe kind of claims, well, no, it's not true. Ours is gravity or whatever. And it would kind of be the one exception. We can't replicate it, whatever. Special pleading is what I would say. But long story short, so I would say gradient is change in pressure, right? And so that's delta X. And so you need X to have the delta X. So you need the gas pressure to have a change in the first place. I would say that's our argument. Most people kind of divert to gradient. Not saying you're doing that. Obviously, you're just asking a question. So anyway, I would say that we have, for one, it's relative density layers, right? Obviously on its base. So like they sort out based on density. And so then the question would be like, well, what is density? What gives something density? What gives something weight? And these are good questions. I could answer them all. Density is compactness of matter. So there's an electrostatic bond that holds them together. Weight is mass times gravity. So that's volume and density times the fact that things fall down at an average. All electric.
So
I don't want to get too in the weeds.
Well,
Quickly
I would like to. There was one thing you said that stuck out to me, which was the density issue. So, if density is ultimately what causes things to fall, then theoretically, things that are different densities should always fall at different rates, right?
No. So to clarify, I'm not even saying that things only fall because of density. It's just that you have to define each term. I would say that there has to be something that sets the up and down.
I'm actually. So they just jumped off that topic so quick. So, in terms of the jet streams and air pressure, obviously that all has to do with formation of storms. Now, it's kind of weird. I mean, do they not know that? So they're just pretending it's only Coriolis. It can't be anything else. I mean, it's so weird how they don't address all these other variables. So I'm just going to put these two images on the screen real quick. So, again, regardless of flat or globe, you have these currents of air of varying air pressure. And if there is some kind of electromagnetic force, YouTube's getting a little laggy here. If there is some kind of electromagnetic force, and it follows the path of the sun doesn't dart back and forth. So, on a flat plane, obviously, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this other image here. So, depending on the path of the sun, let's say it's a flat plane or whatever, and the path of the sun is going around the center of the plane, you still have all of these different, you have the westerlies, the southeasterly trades, the northeasterly trades, the westerlies, all over. So to hallucinate that none of this and air pressure has any effect on the formation and direction of hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes. By the way, tornadoes have also been found to spin both directions. It's like just this level of hallucination to pretend, or to just pretend all these variables don't exist. These variables all exist in scientism. Why wouldn't they have these effects? That's why it's important to keep the scientific method in mind. If you don't have the dependent variables, independent variables, and the controls clearly delineated, you don't really know what causes what or how or why. These are just assumptions, the bedrock of scientism. But clearly they have some kind of an effect. They're going different directions, and if this is also electromagnetically linked to the sun's rotational path over the plane of the Earth, if the Earth is flat, again, I'm not alleging it is, but if it is, why would it, like, these variables could all line up exactly this way also. I mean, obviously, burden of proof is on positive claim. You have to prove that they do. But to hallucinate that they can't, I mean, that's a pretty illogical position.
And I would say that that's electric in nature. We have a downward electric current on the Earth. It's 10 microamps per cubic meter, so it's very small, but it's measurable. You can actually run a generator off of it. It's pretty fascinating, just off the sky. Long story short, it's nearly constant, right? And that sounds familiar, right? Because the rate at which things fall is nearly constant. It isn't exactly 9.8 constantly, right?
Okay, Austin in the chat says the dumbest argument ever was probably so-called Professor Dave, no surprise there, denying that a spinning object would appear to go opposite directions when viewed from opposite directions. Because he then held a globe up to the webcam and spun it, providing a live demonstration as he simultaneously mocked it. So he wasn't, okay, so he wasn't aware that the webcam was stationary? The perspective example I always use, I mean, if you just point at an object, if you're in an office chair with wheels, you could just go spin to your right while pointing at an object between your feet while spinning in the chair. Then look up and look at the ceiling. I mean, that's just the orientation of observer relative to floor, ceiling, objects on the floor, objects on the ceiling. Continue spinning to the right the same way and see if it looks like the rotation's the same way. I mean, it's like a this is children's level stuff, but I'm not surprised that Professor Dave can't grasp that.
Fluctuates slightly based on where you are and if there's, electrical field conditions, blah, blah, blah. So I would say there's an electric bias. We have tons of electromagnetic energy coming from the sky, measurably. It sets a downward bias. There's a downward electric current. And then everything kind of sorts itself out with density relative to those mediums, meaning it's going to choose if it goes up or down relative to its medium after the electric current has set the up or down. And once it goes down, it's just going to go at general rates, right? It can only go so fast, basically. Once it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it goes up. So yeah, that would be the answer. You're asking obviously a very deep question, which is basically a replacement for gravity.
Well, no, I'm trying to get to
I have
something.
some thoughts.
What if there's no medium? What if it's a vacuum?
So, okay, good question. So, well, for one, obviously, if you pull the air out of a vacuum chamber, like you just made it less dense, right? Like, so
removed all matter.
Well, obviously, there's no such thing as an actual perfect vacuum, but even if you were able to remove all matter, my point is, say you drop a brick, it's more dense than the air, right? If you put that brick in a vacuum, it's still more dense than the vacuum. You actually just made the medium less dense, right? So it's still more dense is what I'm saying.
Well,
but
yeah,
Austin says the audience would see the globe spinning clockwise while he would see it counterclockwise. Well, yeah. The reason I bring up the chair is because a lot of people without the mental capacity to think about other people are seeing. I bring up the chair example because then all the narcissists, they don't have to worry about what someone else is seeing. All the narcissists, because they're in their own head, so they could worry about what they're seeing when they look down at the object while spinning in the chair, and then what they see looking at the ceiling. Because narcissists, I mean, they have trouble thinking about what other people would see because they're narcissists. That's one of the reasons I use that example. But yeah, I mean, obviously, things would, there's a million different ways you could do that too, where things appear to spin different directions from where you are. But for a narcissist in the same moment, like without even having to switch positions or record and watch back recordings, I like the office chair example because it makes it easy because even narcissists can experience that for themselves.
Yes, but what I'm asking is if you have a brick and a feather in a vacuum,
Yeah.
should they not fall at the same rate? If density is all it is, or should they fall at different rates? If different is what I meant to say. If you have a brick and a feather in a vacuum and you drop them, they should fall at different rates, right? If density is the issue. And again, we're saying a near perfect vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's all it exists, right? But no, I would say I don't think so. No, because once it goes down, and so it starts to increase its speed as it can, its acceleration down. Obviously, they only would drop at the same rate in a vacuum, right? Because you have air resistance. If you don't have that air resistance, the feather's more dense in the air, the brick's more dense in the air, so that's just going to decide that it goes down and or up, right? And then it's going to fall in relation to that medium. And also, in a vacuum, you still have electric fields. So there's something called the free impedance of free space. So you have electric permittivity, magnetic permeability. Even inside vacuums, there's this electric interaction going on. The feather is electrostatic, right? The brick is electrostatic. Even in the vacuum, it's electrostatic. You can get all into the weeds with that. Like we have already proven that there's electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum. There's basically a background that energy comes from. Quantum physics calls it many other names. But all that to say,
so
all these play a role.
But then my question would be,
Oh, wow. I've been talking this whole time with a muted mic. Interesting. So, Val said, MindShock, please do some reviews of the germ theory and virus discussions. I did an extensive podcast on that. Louis Pasteur versus Antoine Béchamp, germ theory versus terrain theory. YouTube took it down. Perhaps I will re-upload it on Rockfin or Rumble. And Witsit said, did this guy just deny that bricks were electrostatic? Well, this guy obviously doesn't even know what electric means. He doesn't appear to know what forces are. He obviously doesn't understand the scientific method. So it would just take these many 10-hour, special ed classes to get him up to speed on all of the individual building blocks required to have this kind of conversation. So I don't know what can be done here with Soy Lodge.
if your argument is that it's not gravity, that it is density, then even with the electromagnetism aspect, you could take a 10-pound bowling ball and an 8-pound bowling ball. Electromagnetism is going to work on them fairly similarly. They should fall at the same rate, right? Or at different rates.
No. I mean, to maybe I could just ask you the same question, right? So, like, if you think that gravity is causing it, if there's a more dense object and a less dense object falling, how does gravity make them fall at the same rate if they're just different densities?
Because
Is gravity pull one
density,
stronger than the other?
Because density isn't the issue. Gravity.
Yeah, no. If it's two separate masses that are of different densities and different weights, they'll still fall at the same rate based on the principles of gravity, just purely because the only reason that we see things fall at different rates on Earth is because
It's kind of hilarious. Soy Lodge needed to have his partner bail him out here, because Soy Lodge, and look at, he's got his arms crossed. He's so defensive, like this little toddler that got scolded and called out for pretending to know things he doesn't know. Whereas his co-host here, at least he's not on the level of like a mentally disabled toddler. Here, he appears to have some kind of mental capacity. I don't know if he's arguing in good faith or not, but at least it's a possibility, maybe, that he is arguing in good faith, so that's interesting. But it's kind of hilarious he had to bail out Soy Lodge, because Soy Lodge was getting decimated so much, and it's so painful. The co-host had to bail him out here. Let's see where this discussion goes, because if it's going deep in gravity, we went over this so many times. I'm not really going to do another deep dive into gravity. You can check out the other flat earth analyses and, of course, the complete dismantling and debunking of Einstein's relativity by Run Z Cow here on the MindShock channel.
and I'm just going to go off the globe
We're
model.
using the globe model, yeah.
Yeah,
The reason that you see things, fall at different rates on Earth is because of the atmospheric conditions. So if you have a feather and a brick and you drop them in a non-vacuum environment in our atmosphere, the feather, because it has a lower density, will reach terminal velocity faster than the brick.
No. By the way, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. All right. Yeah, I see what you're
So
saying.
therefore, a feather will reach its terminal velocity, which is a lot slower than the brick, so it'll fall a lot slower than the brick. But in a vacuum, as some experiments and I think some of the vacuum chambers,
there have been experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a vacuum chamber, and they fall at exactly the same rate.
Yes, and
that's what people think.
That's
they
what's on video.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals fall at different rates. Literally different chemicals, and a gravimeter has proven objects fall at different rates. Gravimeters are way more precise than that video that supposedly proved
in a
it,
vacuum.
So. Yes, gravimeters use a vacuum sealed chamber. They drop a little BB and they use interferometry, so cross.
I mean, look at Soy Lodge's posture. I mean, at least his subconscious knows he's being absolutely obliterated here. I mean, point by point by point. He doesn't even have the scientism position correct. I mean, that's what makes it even funnier. That's the same thing with all of these debates. These people arguing on the side of the heliocentric globe, they don't even have their own religion accurate. Austin has to educate them on their own position. Because, I mean, they don't even have a hope or a prayer understanding the flat earth position, but they don't even understand their own position. So most of these so-called debates with Austin is him just educating them on their own model. And it's tough. It's tough. Because they're obviously extremely ignorant about all of these things. And they also, again, they just keep spamming this false cause logical fallacy, this false dichotomy logic fallacy, circular reasoning logical fallacy. It's just the mental capacity just doesn't appear to be there to understand that there could be different variables at play.
Cross patterns of lasers and interference patterns to actually measure things falling, and so they fall at different rates.
Outside of the margin of one being released a millisecond before the other, or are these rates that are we talking about like they hit a certain laser at a different time, or are we talking about they pass through a set of lasers at different rates?
I'm specifically just pointing out that the rate isn't constant, it changes. So like you can drop the same objects at the same place, and over time at different times it'll be different rates inside a vacuum chamber, right, inside a warehouse. And it's actually because everything's electric. If there's slight fluctuation in the electric field, it'll cause it. Actually, university proved that by monitoring thunderstorms in relation to the vacuum chamber. But anyway,
I went over this a lot deeper in Austin Whitsitt versus Bryant Myers in the Bryant Myers episode. It was actually Professor Dave. It was a couple of flat earthers against against Bryant Myers. And Myers just kept spamming that gravity's a constant. Now, this has been, I mean, it's been known for quite some time that it's not a constant, that big G is not a constant. I mean, this was all theorized earlier, but this source I have on the screen right now is kind of mainstream. Journal of Modern Physics, Volume 7, Number 6, March 2016. Newton's gravitational constant, big G, is not a constant. And then, of course, this has all been reaffirmed many, many times, all in the mainstream. Basically, scientism cultists just call them anomalies anytime something doesn't match. I had another good example here. Trying to. Various sources here about gravity not being the same everywhere anyway, for various attributed reasons. So there are extreme differences in gravitational acceleration. And they just call them, oh, here it is. Gravity map reveals Earth's extremes. I'll put it up on the screen in a second. These are excerpts from this. This is from this article here on New Scientist. And there are unexpected locations, local anomalies are given. So anyway, so clearly it's not a constant, and this New Scientist article is August 2013 by Jacob Aaron. And this is all using data from NASA, European Space Agency, all the favorites of the scientism cultists. So even the scientism cult itself, clearly Soy Lodge, is not up to date here. And his co-host, they're not up to date in understanding that the acceleration is not constant.
Well, I
I
think
guess what I'm
there's
trying to point
also
out to you guys, I just brought up the gravity thing because I wanted to point out to you guys, right? Most people think gravity's a force that's pulling everything down. That isn't really what the globe model claims anymore. That doesn't work. So gravity isn't a force that pulls anything anymore in the globe model. It's the bending and warping of space time. It creates a gravity well and it guides things down to the ground. So what I'm trying to explain is there isn't a huge difference in the sense that, well, what is mass? Mass is volume times density. That's what mass is. And then it's times the average rate at which things fall. And things fall at roughly the same rate because once it's determined it's going to go down, it's just more dense. There's a buoyant force, which is much stronger, and it goes down to the ground to find equilibrium. And it isn't constant. It changes. That actually supports my point much stronger. Why would the rate at which things fall change if gravity's constant?
Air resistance.
Inside a vacuum chamber.
Inside of that's what I'm saying is it wouldn't. If you drop a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum chamber, they fall at exactly the same rate, and it's on video. It's been proven numerous times. That's why
what
I'm
saying
confused.
is it's been proven at the highest levels, like universities, that the same object dropped at the same place in a vacuum chamber will change how fast it falls.
Okay,
Well, I mean,
we're
there
talking
were-
about comparative. We're not talking about the same object. We're talking about dropping two different objects of very different densities. You might expect that, if there's force applied to something, or if even something gets stuck, if there's a little bit of friction at the top, yeah, you're going to get tiny, tiny, tiny little variations every time you repeat something. The more sensitive your instruments get, the more you're going to pick up on it. I think, if I remember correctly, PCR tests early in COVID were dialed to be too sensitive, so they were detecting fragments of COVID DNA, or mRNA, I guess, in people who did not have COVID.
Whoa. Look at Austin's face. This goof's bringing up COVID. Oh man, the logical fallacy stacks here. Oh man, this is so tough. I probably got about 5 minutes left in me on this. Again, I mean, the only thing I'm going to mention regarding the PCR, I'll put it on here just for, I'm actually not going to explain it. I am only going to put this on here. I am only going to put this one image on here. Obviously, Soy Lodge is not going to be able to put 2 and 2 together in regarding what this would mean for all PCR tests. That's all I'm going to put up. That's it. But clearly, Soy Lodge is a goof. Mr. 8 Rice 7 IMO 7HY 8U cash sign CH says name calling denotes weakness in an argument in my opinion. Does it really though? 1 + 1 = 2, you moron. Is that argument weak or incorrect? If I'm pointing out why it's clueless, like, yeah, here, I mean, the image is the argument. So I can call him, now if I called him a goof without the image, I mean, I want people to think for themselves. Usually I'll go through it. I mean, I just went over all this stuff with all of Soy Lodge's goalpost moving and all of his other logical fallacy stacks. An ad hom fallacy is when you're using an attack or so-called name calling in the absence of an argument. If you're using it in addition to your argument, it is not fallacious.
They didn't even have the entirety of the strand. So that's why that's what I'm saying here is if you make your instruments too sensitive, you're going to catch things that aren't really there. So that's why I keep going back to the bowling ball and the feather in a vacuum, is because if you drop a bowling ball, which is say, 10 pounds of mass, and you drop a feather, which we'll say is an ounce of mass, and there's no air resistance, then if the density is what's causing a difference in the rate of fall, along with the electromagnetic field, they should fall at different rates. But if the issue is gravity and a total lack of air resistance, they should fall at the same rate.
And I do have a comment on what you were talking about the comparative thing of the same object at different times. Going back to my history of, being on the water and things like that, that kind of is relevant to, based on the globe model, the effect that the moon has on gravitational pull of the Earth in tides. So the whole reason that in the globe model that we have different tides at different times of the day, and the reason that the tides change by an hour every day, is because they are directly correlated between the moon and the sun, in the way that in the globe model we revolve around the sun and the moon revolves around us. And that's the reason why not only do the tides change per time of day on a roughly hour daily cycle basis, and you can reliably get a high tide and a low tide every 6 hours from each other. Roughly, it's a little bit more because of that extra hour, because of the revolution of the moon. That's also why we have spring tides, and I can't remember the name of the other tide, but why the height of the tides change on that cyclical pattern, because when the sun and the moon are aligned within our rotational period.
Okay, I have to check out here, because, even though this guy isn't Soy Lodge, again, just the level of goofery in not being able to mentally process that if the sun and the moon are involved in electromagnetic processes, then the water would indeed be affected. That's presupposing the moon even affects the tides, which, there's research on both sides of that, even from the scientism position. So, yeah, this all goes back to false cause, false dichotomy, as if there can't be other variables involved, as if that's the true cause, as if that has that can't happen on either model. Because even if, let's say, the moon does affect the tides, it could be in a manner completely unlike what the scientism cultists claim, even if the Earth is a globe. Similarly, flat earther explanations for this could be completely wrong. The Earth could still be flat, and it's by a completely different methodology. But again, these are absolute basics that Soy Lodge and his cohort are missing here. Just the absolute basics of logic. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Boggin asks, will you follow up with part 3 soon, Bruce? Yeah, that's why I'm ending it kind of quick here, because then my recovery time won't have to be as much. I'll try to get to it within inside of the next week. And also start Austin Whitsitt versus Professor Dave, so-called Professor Dave. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to that in a single go, but who knows? If Professor Dave is a little bit more entertaining in his goofery, maybe I will. But Soy Lodge really is Boar Lodge as well. And Alien Big Cat 23, I am going to fire one warning here. If you're just going to be trolling and spamming without actually addressing any of the points being made, I might have to start giving you timeouts, like that Tsutsaka goof. Like, you gotta at least address what's being said instead of cowardly dodge everything. If you're trolling, whatever. If everybody's just having fun laughing at your goofery, then maybe we won't need to put you in timeout. I'll kind of leave it up to everybody else in the chat again. Oh, you think I won't? Okay. Challenge accepted. We got a timeout for Alien Big Cat 23. Sometimes the toddlers need their timeout. I gave the warning. I warned the poor little guy. Now he's been around here for a long time. I really think he's trolling. There's no way he doesn't know the difference between science and scientism. There've actually been quite a few timeouts. Tsutsaka got like 4 timeouts in a single stream. I forget which one that was. Tsutsaka, I think, has the record for most timeouts. I think Fight the Flat Earth, I had to give him a timeout when he was in one of these chats a while ago. There have been a number of timeouts given. Salt says now he's going to say he was banned for nothing in his Discord. Alien Big Cat has his own Discord? I didn't know that. That's funny. Really? Now, he's been around for quite a while here. He's never trolled to this level. Usually, they're just random comments. But he's only been actively trolling, like, the past few streams. But he was getting a little too brazen. A little too audacious. Sometimes you gotta smack him down when that happens. Yeah, Lord Zed, you've been going back and forth with him for a while, though. But let's say a few months ago, he was nowhere near as trollish, right? It was just some random comments here and there. In the past few streams, he's just gotten real weird. Is it like a Tsutsaka altar or something? I don't know if he was acting... He was relatively well-behaved for his entire tenure here in the MINDSHOCK chat. Oh yeah, Lord Zed noticed the switch up. I liked Alien Brews, so weird the switch up. Yeah. He definitely got weird the past few chats. Setter says, last modern day debate with Fight the Flat Earth MINDSHOCK was mentioned. Did you see that one? No, I didn't see it. It's only so much of Craig one can handle. I watched some of his, what was it, MINDSHOCK Mondays or something. They were kind of funny. They were pretty funny. I was thinking about possibly doing some analyses on them. But we'll see. I mean, there's only so much goofery one can handle. There's only so much goofery one can handle at any particular time. So, that'll be it for now. We will continue. Pretty soon. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this one pretty soon, and we will get to many others. So thanks again, everyone, for joining us. I have another stream coming up later today. Very, very critical. One of the most important ones ever. So whoever shows up for that one later today, that will be of the utmost importance in the realm of logic and reason. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And this is the one and only Austin Whitsitt versus Soy Lodge Part 3. And you can tell by Whitsitt's face that he's getting pretty done with just the level of soy goofery presented here by Soy Lodge. I mean, it is quite painful. It's taken us months just to get to this part. And there was quite a bit of soy overload. Soy overload. Yeah, it was pretty funny. As soon as I posted this link on Twitter, my Twitter immediately got restricted. Like, instantly. Like, on the click. I think it's still up. If you're viewing the Twitter, it should say suspended account, but you should be able to click show posts, and this should still show up as the most recent, because it was instantly restricted after that. So, yeah, definitely free speech. Thank you, Elon. Anyway, we are going to continue our logical examination here of the scientism position defended by Soy Lodge and the pro-science, pro-logic position exhibited by Austin Whitsitt here. So, quite obvious for anybody who's followed this. Again, I am not claiming that Soy Lodge is wrong about his position. Then calling him Soy Lodge without presenting arguments, that would be an ad hominem logical fallacy if I were doing that, which I am not. Because I am not claiming he's wrong. And I am providing all the receipts for the logical fallacies, empirically verifiable definitions of logical fallacies that anybody can check. Again, there's a lot of Dunning-Kruger goofs that are triggered by this very logical examination. Because here on MINDSHOCK, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. I do not claim a position of the earth. I do not claim anything. All I do is support logic and reason and examining argumentation to discern whether or not the argumentation itself is logical, regardless of the conclusion. I mean, anybody can randomly pick conclusions that might accidentally be correct. That has nothing to do with logic. Once again, if you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section, or if you are with us live, right here in the live chat. Flat Bob asks, can we get it done this time? I don't know. I mean, this level of soy goofery. I mean, we've seen all types of goofery. We've seen the current reigning, defending Dunning-Kruger champion Michael Sartain stream verbal diarrhea, the likes of which the world has never seen before, other than maybe Destiny. Destiny's got some high-level championship caliber verbal diarrhea streaming of fallacies. But Sartain is up there as well. But just the level of soy. I mean, Soy Lodge breaks all the soy meters. I mean, with this kind of soy goofery, I cannot guarantee I can handle a long period of time examining this level of soy goofery. So apologies ahead of time if we actually don't finish this. But let's pick up where we left off. Soy Lodge's sidekick here, who doesn't appear to be as soy-infused or as triggered as this Soy Lodge goof himself, he was bringing up tides. Now, of course, he hasn't really done any research on any of these subjects. He's just regurgitating what he heard on the Idiot Box, or in mainstream sources, or at his indoctrination facility. Now, a cope that scientism cultists have in whenever something doesn't add up, they just call it phenomena. So, not to mention, they're not even really... They're not even really up to date with their own scientism. So I will bring up some more receipts here because I brought this up on other logical analyses. I don't know, I don't remember which one, so I'll just bring it up again right here. For all the receipts, for all the goofs that hallucinate that the moon or the gravity from the moon somehow affects the tides. Because a lot of goofs still maintain that. And that's not even scientism's position. So that's what's so silly about all these. Like goofs like Soy Lodge, they're the worst representatives for the cult of scientism. Because they didn't even memorize and regurgitate the scientism propaganda correctly. Like, these goofs aren't even on a preschool English comprehension level, let alone competent enough to defend any of these positions. Because, I mean, are there any goofs in the chat that are heliocentric globers who think that the moon or the sun somehow control the tides? Because that's not even the scientism position. That's not the scientism position, which we'll get into. I guess a lot of people don't even know that. But that's what makes all this so hilarious. So let's pick up right where we left off, and we'll hear what the sidekick goof has to say.
And there's no air resistance, then if the density is what's causing a difference in the rate of fall, along with the electromagnetic field, they should fall at different rates. But if the issue is gravity and a total lack of air resistance, they should fall at the same rate.
And I do have a comment on what you were talking about the comparative thing of the same object at different times. Going back to my history of, being on the water and things like that, that kind of is relevant to, based on the globe model, the effect that the moon has on gravitational pull of the Earth in tides. So the whole reason that in the globe model that we have different tides at different times of the day, and the reason that the tides change by an hour every day, is because they are directly correlated between the moon and the sun.
Okay, so let's examine this goof's claim. So this goof claims they're directly correlated to the moon and the sun due to gravity, etc. Thanks, Mike Jones, for the super chat. Bruce, you should analyze the Witsit versus Sea Lion Mordwand relativity debate. Some new tactics and fallacies on display. That sounds interesting. I need some novelty. Just dealing with the same old goofery, it's getting old. It's getting old. So, yeah, that would be interesting. They came up with new fallacies and new tactics. That would be very interesting to examine. All right, now let's examine this goof's claims here. So this goof is claiming that the position of scientism is, or the heliocentric globe model, is that the moon... Who in the chat, Sutsaka, do you hallucinate that the sun and the moon control the tides? Well, I mean, let's go to the National Ocean Service. So this is oceanservice.noaa.gov. So this is an official source here. Scientism cultists love official. What does the official authority actually state? Because not only do they appeal to authority, but they don't appeal to authority accurately. That's what makes these goofs so clueless. They don't even know what the authority they're appealing to, what the position is. While the moon and sun cause tides, the gravitational pull of these celestial bodies does not dictate when high or low tides occur. Tides originate in the ocean and progress towards the coastlines where they appear as the regular rise and fall of the sea surface. Thanks to Sir Isaac Newton's 1687 discovery, we now know that tides are very long period waves that move through the ocean in response to forces exerted by moon and the sun. However, these gravitational forces do not control when high or low tide events occur. So again, the official mainstream scientism position is that the sun and the moon cause the tides, but that there are other factors which control the timing of the tide. So it's kind of curious, because if the moon really did control them, like look at the headline here, are tides higher when the moon is directly overhead? High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon. That's kind of curious, because if the moon is that powerful, but let's forget about that for a second. Let's just dismantle this soy lodge goof sidekick, his argument here, because the official scientism position here, other forces more regional than the moon or the sun control the tides. Many of them have to do with the geography and the shape of the Earth. The shape of our planet has a lot to do with the differences in gravitational pull at various locations. Okay, so obviously the scientism position is problematic, because they're saying that the sun and the moon have some kind of an effect, but there's no connection to the location of the moon. Because if it's that powerful, I mean, the location of the moon fluctuates quite substantially according to the scientism numbers. Because according to scientism, the moon fluctuates between 226,000 miles and 251,000 miles. It's quite a severe fluctuation, and yet there's zero effect when directly overhead. Okay, anyway, this isn't what that's about. But the official scientism position is that other forces more regional than the moon or the sun control the tides. Other forces. So the official scientism position, which I am not claiming is true in any way, because that would have to be demonstrated using the scientific method, not faith and fallacy, but that's the official scientism position. So this goof is hallucinating that the sun and the moon and not local forces, so regardless of what the forces are, you can call it gravity, maybe they're electromagnetic forces, regardless, the official position of NASA and NOAA and the official scientism position is that regional forces control the timing of the tides. So this clueless goof doesn't know that. I don't know if he's just, I mean, they don't really teach that in like first or second grade, I guess. I mean, I don't know what kind of definitions this goof is working with, but he doesn't even comprehend the official scientism position. That's what makes this all so pathetic. I mean, can you think of worse guys to have this debate? Like, if you're a heliocentric glober, I mean, how many heliocentric globers, I mean, with brains, would they not be embarrassed to have goofs like these? Just these clueless, brain-dead goofs who don't even know the official positions, defending so poorly, and let's say Witsit's wrong, or Witsit or whoever is wrong about their conclusions, they're still getting absolutely obliterated in this debate because Witsit is actually having to educate them on their own position in addition to providing his argument. I mean, this is all very, very sad and pathetic.
In the way that in the globe model, we revolve around the sun and the moon revolves around us. And that's the reason why not only do the tides change per time of day, on a roughly hour daily cycle basis, and you can reliably get a high tide and a low tide every 6 hours from each other. Roughly, it's a little bit more because of that extra hour, because of the revolution of the moon. That's also why we have spring tides, and I can't remember the name of the other tide, but why the height of the tides change on that cyclical pattern, because when the sun and the moon are aligned with
Again, let's reiterate for this clueless goof who's hallucinating that there's some kind of high-low tide correlation with the position of the sun and the moon. I mean, is this goof just that lazy? He can't just go to Noah? I mean, how many times do we have to go over this? High tide does not coincide with the location of the moon. The gravitational forces of the sun and the moon do not control when high or low tides occur. Like, how clueless of a goof do you have to be to not know the basics of the scientism you're purporting to defend?
within our rotational period, the tides will be higher because the gravitational effect of the sun and the moon against the earth and the water on it is stronger than when they're opposed.
Yeah. This is a theory that was proposed by Newton a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it's not perfect or anything, right? There are major issues. There are tidal nodes that can't be explained. You can look up a paper by, I think it's a Stanford professor, says a century of tidal theory failure. It doesn't completely work. It lags behind it. There's a whole thing on that. But you're basically saying that it would have to correlate to the moon, that the object falls at a different rate. And that's not what they observed. What they observed is when the electrical field changes, even if there's thunderstorm activity or whatever, that object, although in an isolated vacuum chamber in a warehouse, would change how fast it falls. When it comes to, and the point is also, like, density is what's going to sort all of it out once it has that downward bias set. And I get you're saying, well, why don't things fall at different rates? That's why I'm trying to see what the disconnect here is. For one, there is tests that have shown that different chemicals with different densities fall at different rates. And so I'm talking about highly precise measurements, not like a video that got millions of views and they just show you slow-mo and it looks like they pretty much fall at the same rate. I expect them to fall at pretty much the same rate, right? Because as you brought up the idea of terminal velocity, we are in a vacuum chamber, but just imagine that an object's falling as it gets closer and closer to its the idea of its max speed, right? It's going to start to increase much slower. Its speed's going to increase much slower as it gets higher up to its like max, right? So these objects they could fall at different rates. And
look at these two goofs' faces. Does anybody actually think they followed what Witsit just said? Like, they're putting on this front like they actually understood what he said to appease their egos. Who wants to guess that their response is going to have nothing to do with what he said? Let's get involved here. Let's get involved. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Are the Soy Lodge goofs going to demonstrate comprehension of what Witsit just said? Let's do this poll. Let's get everybody involved here. Just based on their faces. Like, it looks like there was zero comprehension. Now, maybe they're going to prove me wrong. Maybe they're going to prove me wrong and actually give a response that clearly demonstrates that they comprehended what he said. Because in any kind of real debate, step one is comprehension. Like, how do you even jump to either agree or disagree if you don't even comprehend what was presented? And that's what we have in a lot of these debates, particularly Soy Lodge. I mean, this is definitely one of the goofiest of them. I mean, just the mental capacity's just not there. Even the regurgitation of the scientism priest scrolls isn't even accurate, as we went over. Like, this goof thinks that the moon affects high and low tides. I mean, even the official scientism position from NOAA and NASA isn't that. It's that local forces, not the sun and the moon, control all that. So let's see the result here. Wow. A resounding 94% say that the Soy Lodge goofs are not going to demonstrate comprehension. 0% yes, 6% too triggered to answer, which is understandable. Was that Tsutsaka too triggered to answer? I mean, this is a very basic concept. If you can't even comprehend any information or any arguments, how is one to give any kind of rebuttal or counter if the comprehension isn't there in the first place? Now, let's say for the sake of argument, these Soy Lodge goofs are correct about the conclusion. That doesn't change that they're unable to have a debate, a logical good faith debate, because the mental capacity's not there to process any information or arguments. Oh wow, we finally got someone, yes. Was that Tsutsaka? So we have at least one person who thinks that the Soy Lodge goofs are going to demonstrate comprehension of what Witsit just said. And the too triggered to answer jumps to 13%. Okay, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Anthony at ECF says, it's all goofy these days. Anyone still spinning around on a globe are too dizzy to recover from their deception. Matari Sensei says, I didn't like him at first, but I'm too honest to act as if he doesn't provide extensive logical arguments. You're talking about Witsit? I mean, like I said, this is the very first thing I said about Austin Witsit. Even if he's wrong about every conclusion he ever has in any debate on any topic he participates in, he is the absolute best debater I have ever witnessed. He is the Michael Jordan of debate, and there is no close second. I can't think of anybody that is even close to Austin Witsit's debating ability. I noticed that, I don't even remember what the very first debate I saw him on. But I am not easily impressed. I don't know if I've ever really been impressed. The only other individual is maybe Andrew Wilson of the Crucible. I was a little bit impressed with some of his arguments on some topics, but he's nowhere close to Witsit either. I mean, not even close. That's probably the only other guy that might be mildly impressive, and maybe Ben Shapiro in certain basic arguments, but he's usually going against mental midgets. Well, so is Austin, but... Well, and so is Andrew Wilson. Do we have, it is kind of crazy though. Do we have, have any of these guys, has Austin Witsit, Andrew Wilson, or Ben Shapiro, have any of them ever debated, have a single one of them ever debated anyone who had some kind of mental capacity to at least comprehend their positions? Mike Sears says Nathan Oakley can hold his own in a debate. Mike Sears, have you seen my analysis on Nathan Oakley versus David Whitehead? Nathan Oakley's pretty good with advanced logical fallacies, but he's actually not that great at basic ones. He committed a lot of basic logical fallacies. Anthony at ECF says he goes by North Star, a better debater. The problem is they believe the same way. Wait, who's North Star? Are you saying there's a good debater, North Star? Actually, Tsutsaka, I am impressed with your dedication to humiliating yourself. That's pretty impressive. That impressed me a little bit. Like maybe the 10th time You were in chat, clearly demonstrating your lack of mental capacity and your fetish for humiliating yourself. Just the dedication to it, day in, day out. You're in here in the chat. It's kind of impressive. Boggin says, I'd love to do a drop test. I'd drop soy from the Hoover Dam. Matari says, Andrew has debated Rob Noer. Not familiar with him, I don't believe either. They do a whole bunch of different topics, don't they? Boggin says, Oakley is a toxic moron. I don't know if I'd call him a complete... He actually is... His knowledge of advanced logical fallacies actually is impressive. But his debating itself is not that impressive simply because he falls for all these basic logical fallacies. His ability and comprehension of advanced fallacies actually is impressive. It's impressive. But his debating skills aren't really, because he still falls for very basic fallacies. And he's just very emotional. It's like a child, a relatively smart child with a lot of blind spots, debating and getting all flustered, and yeah, his debates are tough to watch. Mike Sear says, I did not hear your response about Nathan Oakley. I just gave a second one. Justin Johnson in the house, lurking while working. Oh, Anthony says, has to be found on Discord, North Star. So nobody's uploaded anything from North Star. I'm kind of intrigued about North Star now. Is North Star this incredible debater? Flat Bob says, Nathan Oakley is a clown NGL. I have to give him credit. His knowledge of advanced fallacies is impressive. His either lack of knowledge... I don't want to call him an actor or intellectually dishonest. I don't know if they're legit blind spots. It's kind of hard to imagine he's going to legit fall for basic fallacies and make himself look that dumb. So they might be legitimate blind spots in a lot of the basic fallacies. Because he was actually in a MINDSHOCK chat once or twice humiliating himself, not understanding what ad hom... Like, he doesn't even know what an ad hom logical fallacy is. Ad hom is name-calling in place of an argument, not in addition to an argument. So me saying, I mean, you can call anybody an idiot as long as you also provide the argument. And then it's not an ad hom. Again, such a basic concept like goofs like Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. A lot of these goofs, they don't understand that. Ad hom is only this alleged insult or offensive statement or insult, name-calling type insult, when used in place of an argument, not in addition to one. Tsutsaka still quacking and waddling and getting all triggered when people expose that. Get so triggered when you act like a duck and someone calls you a duck. Grunge Truck says, Vegan Gains debates are funny. I vaguely remember. He's been around a long time, right? If he's been around for a really long time, I vaguely remember some from way back. Yeah, I probably should do an analysis on one of them. We got so many to do. Flatless says, Oakley is painful to listen to debate. Yes. Salt says, there isn't a person in this world more butthurt than Tsutsaka. Heracles says, Nathan's debates are unwatchable if he controls the mute button. And he gets all triggered when others control it. Oh, Anthony says he has a few of North Star's debates on his channel. All right, let's check out Anthony. So it's Anthony ATE or AT Enclosed Cosmology is the channel. Oh, wow, you got some David Koresh stuff on here. Waco. Interesting channel. Yeah, I'll check this out later. Okay, so Mike Sears says any of the weakest flat Earth debaters are miles ahead of the best globe debaters. Like I said, if that's the true psyop, if that's the true conspiracy to make, regardless of whether the Earth is actually a globe or flat, that doesn't factor into this conspiracy. That they want to destabilize everything and make as many flat earthers as possible. So they want the worst globe debaters out there to create as many flat earthers as possible. Because no one creates more flat earthers than clueless goofs like Soy Lodge just debating so poorly. Tara Jackson in the chat says, you explain fallacies so much better than my philosophy professor in college. Well, thank you. That's the whole point of this channel, is to spread logic and reason in a world where it is quickly going extinct. And that's what's so great about logic. Because you can apply it to anything, literally anything. And logical fallacies are the greatest tools to examine what is or isn't valid and why. Oh, Mark Sargent in the house. Mike Sear says, I enjoy your Reddit flat earth stuff. The globe trolls are easily triggered. Yes, the subreddit, just r/flat earth, it's run by a bunch of clueless goofs. I mean, if you want projection and Dunning-Kruger stylings, I mean, that's a go-to. There are so many clueless goofs. It's so hilarious because they're laughing at flat earthers for their own incomprehension. I mean, yeah, that's always a good comedy stop. That's a great comedy stop. Really, Matari? He says, if I'm not mistaken, Andrew has argued flat earth for fun. Andrew Wilson? Oh, I would definitely want to check that out. Boggin says, the thing is, we should have had organically good globe earth debaters come forth, but they haven't. See, that's a curiosity. My guess, because I actually know a few, my guess is not to the point where I could get them to come on and do it, but I think they're having too much fun just sitting back and laughing at all of it, and they don't want the comedy to stop. Because highly intelligent people, they do have a sense of humor. Unlike goofs like Neil deGrasse Tyson, or, I mean, look at these Soy Lodge goofs. Like, there's zero sense of humor here. So highly intelligent people do have a sense of humor. So all of the fairly intelligent globe earthers, I don't think they want the comedy to stop. Just one of my pet theories. Again, I'm not claiming it's true or anything. Yeah, Gleam, that's an excellent point, Gleam. Some are so confident in their position, they must lie to support it, anything but admit they don't know. That's an excellent point, because you see this is why I also advocate for studying psychology in addition to logic. Because the psychology expose here, all of these clueless goofs with narcissism, they can't admit they don't know. Even the admission of don't know doesn't mean the earth is flat, but they're so insecure. They're so hopelessly indoctrinated into the religious cult of scientism. That's their safety blanket. Like these coincidence theorists who believe that there's no corruption and scientism knows all. They put their blind faith into it because they're so mentally weak. They can't handle a world where there's too much that's unknown. So they have to pretend to know. That's their safety blanket. They're too mentally weak. It's not just intelligence, it's mental weakness. I did a few podcasts on that as well. Tsutsaka is also a great example of that. Squire Bear up in here. Never see you live. Just wanted to say what's up. Great stuff as ever. Welcome to live chatting, Squire Bear. I usually go live a couple times a week. Mr. I always have so much trouble reading these names that don't use that use numbers and symbols. Mr. Bryce, is that Timothy Bush? You may be extending them too much credit, Bruce. Hey now. I'm the one that thinks McToon is the good guy. I think all he feels is shame, and he wants to argue as poorly as possible to blow the whistle. That's his cry for help. That's my theory, and I'm sticking with it. I think I didn't finish that one. I think we still have one more part on the Anti-Flat Earth Grifters Exposed series. All right, let's continue here.
In fact, the way that you have to prove it is drop them in a vacuum chamber at an insane distance. And by the way, that has never been done, right? It has never been done. And we actually have videos of objects in vacuum chambers falling at different rates, noticeably on the video. The interferometry shows they fall at different rates. There's a drop tower at a university that showed different elements with different densities fall at different rates. And we've proven that the same object at the same location will fall at different rates, even during thunderstorms, because the electrical field changes. We'll tell you, I've also done a test where I've manipulated the weight of an object. I've manipulated how fast the object falls. I've been able to make the object float and go up by using a Van de Graaff generator, which is electrostatics. And
What was the object?
So I used iron filings, I used styrofoam, I used wood, I used like a bit of paint, like dried paint. My Van de Graaff generator wasn't huge, right? But I used insulators, so styrofoam and rubber, and then I used iron filings to show that it affects all the materials.
So we're all waiting with bated breath to see if the Soy Lodge goofs are going to demonstrate comprehension. All they've done so far is ask him for details about his particular test. I mean, even a 4-year-old could probably maintain a conversation using that by simply asking a question about something. Here's the main point here. Here's the moment of truth. Are they going to demonstrate comprehension?
And you can change its actual weight that's registered on a scale, right? And I made things float and made things go up. So in actual science, what we would have established right there is, okay, the effect is things fall down. What causes it? That's like the question basically on the table right now. It would be like, okay, I'm going to propose that the cause is electric. It's electrostatics. I'm going to test it by manipulating electrostatics. I put 2 metal plates called Gaussian surfaces, connect them to the Van de Graaff generator. I then introduce electrostatics, which flips the polarity of the field. So yeah, fancy way of saying it just flips the field, and once it flips, now the object has a upward bias. And so what happens is it actually begins to go up. If it's light enough. Now, if it's really heavy, you're going to need a much bigger generator. But anyway, so scientifically, you can prove, look, I'm changing its weight. I'm changing how fast it falls with electrostatics, electric field that's always there. Everything that exists is electrostatic. There's not one thing in all of existence, not one piece of matter in all of existence that isn't electrostatic, literally. Not one thing. And so it would be insane to think that has nothing to do with it, right? So the other
really
claim is that
quickly-
space-time bends and warps, and that's never going to be proven, and it was just a theory by Einstein to save the heliocentric model.
Really quickly before we go into that, what exactly do you mean by electrostatic?
Okay, so they failed the test. So not only did they not understand anything he said in the past several minutes, but they don't even know what electrostatics are. Oh man. See, that's like, I was just reading their faces and I saw that there was no comprehension. That's why I put up the poll. Again, this is why psychology I might even do a podcast on why I mentioned why flat Earth is one of the best topics, regardless of which side of the fence you're on or on any side at all. It's one of the best topics for developing logic. I also think it is absolutely one of the best topics for learning about psychology. I mean, what other conspiracy? I mean, there's a few. There's moon landing, there's Tartaria, maybe quaxines. There's a few that really trigger the goofs, but flat Earth is up there. I mean, Tartaria might be even higher, because there's flat earthers that get triggered about Tartaria. But anyway, just in general, flat Earth, particularly before the Tartaria rollout of those theories, I mean, it's probably the best topic to understanding human psychology. Because we could read it on the soy lodge goofs' faces that they couldn't process anything Whitsitt said. And now they don't even know what electrostatics are. Okay, I can't speak for other people, but that was elementary school for me. Not early elementary, that was late elementary levels. Probably in the U.S., elementary is, I think it might even depend on the school district. But I had elementary until 5th grade, I believe. So this was around 5th grade science, electrostatics, possibly 4th. I don't remember too well. But it was pre-high school. It was pre-high school level physics. Now, obviously, you don't get super deep into it, but just the basics of it. And this goof doesn't even know what electrostatics are, and he's debating the shape of the Earth, gravitational forces. I mean, just the level of goofery here. And obviously, the most ignorant people are the most confident. So the arrogance and confidence here on full display, as well as in most of these so-called debates. Yeah, I'm not sure how much, again, I apologize, there's only so much soy goofery I can handle. So I don't know how much longer I can go. We might not be getting to this Soy Lodge meltdown that everybody says is coming, and the reason this entire debate was requested. I mean, I can go a little longer, but there's only so much I can do with that. There's only so much I can do. No, Tsutsaka, Whitsitt's definitions of electrostatics are exactly as they are empirically defined in any physics textbook. I've actually put physics textbooks pages on the screen. You can revisit with your tutor. You can revisit the Bryant-Myers debate. I actually put physics textbooks pages on the screen for goofs to see what the definitions are. Mark Sargent says, nice to know that round earth trolls are so obsessed with us they join in every flat earth chat room they come across. Well, that goes to show about psychology. See, my theory, and I've mentioned this from the very first podcast I think I did on flat earth, and I mentioned it several times in the Eddie Bravo versus Joe Rogan breakdown. The reason Rogan's getting so triggered is because subconsciously he knows the line of inquiry is valid. Just like Tsutsaka. Tsutsaka wouldn't still be here if he didn't know his subconscious, obviously disconnected from the conscious mind. That's why he's still humiliating himself. But the manner in which Tsutsaka and a lot of these goofs humiliate themselves with, the manner in which they do it betrays the fact that their subconscious has recognized the line of inquiry is valid. It is very valid to question this alleged mass-attracting mass gravity. It's valid to question anything. The line of inquiry is valid, and that's why goofs get so triggered, because on a concept such as flat Earth, if scientism has failed them, has this utterly failed them in providing logical evidence, legitimate, scientifically sound evidence for the shape of the Earth? If it's that much of a failure, again, let's assume for the sake of argument the Earth is a spinning globe. Let's just assume that. Just bear with me. Let's just assume that that is true. The fact that the cult of scientism has utterly failed, the authorities they bootlick have utterly failed to provide legitimate scientific evidence, evidence that aligns to the scientific method with clearly delineated dependent, independent variables and controls. The fact that they've utterly failed to provide that, that's why these goofs are getting triggered. Because authorities are their safety blanket. Coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers, this is their safety blanket, these corrupt authorities telling them things. Because they can't think for themselves, because critical thinking, not an option. Logical processing, not an option. No understanding of logical fallacies. All they can do is defer to this blind faith in these authorities they worship, this religious cult of scientism. So if this cult has failed them this badly, that's why they're getting this triggered. Tsutsaka, again, perfect example that we have here on all of these flat earth breakdowns. Justin Johnson says, mud floods and resets trigger Karen B. Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't know, again, I don't really know any of these people personally. I haven't met, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever met a flat earther in real life. In person, not on the internet. I don't think I have. I mean, I've met plenty of people who weren't anti-flat earthers and are not married to the spinning globe. I know of quite a few intelligent people, and I've had some conversations with them. They wouldn't, they wouldn't identify on the side of definitively flat, though. But they welcome lines of inquiry. They welcome it. They don't get triggered over it because they're not narcissists. Only narcissists would get triggered to this level, like Tsutsaka and all these anti-flat earth goofs. Matari Sensei with an interesting comment here. I was intimidated the first time I found one of your logical analyses because I didn't want to lend credence to ideas I didn't believe in. Well, now it's a great time for this quote. I think it's attributed to Aristotle. It is the mark of an educated mind to consider a concept or idea as true without believing in it. Without believing in it. And that's a great foundation. And I think that's also has a lot to do with narcissism and mental weakness. Because if somebody's too mentally weak to consider an idea as true without believing in it, they're never going to logically and objectively and neutrally examine any argument. They're only going to want, they're going to be so steeped in confirmation bias and normalcy bias and all their cognitive biases, they're not going to be able to actually be logical. Raised by Gypsy says, Mark Sargent ruined my life. March 2015. I left a message on his phone telling him, and he had the balls to call me back. I want to hear more about this. What is this Raised by Gypsies? How did he ruin your life? And he called you back. What was this? Through flat earth clues, he had you question the shape of the earth you're on. Again, I'm in a unique position because I've mentioned this many times. I was doing some heavy research. Geocentrism was being seriously discussed back in around 2000 on various forums online. I don't save everything. I do have a lot saved from the GeoCities days, from the 90s, from the early 2000s. I didn't save everything, though. And I don't remember the name of the forum, but it was some kind of physics forum with a sub-forum on geocentrism where approximately 200 current physics professors were seriously discussing geocentrism to the point where they considered themselves geocentrists. And of course, I was well aware of relativity's debunking and the fraud and corruption of modern physics, going back all the way to Einstein. So I was already aware of all these things, so they don't trigger me. I guess if I wasn't, maybe I would be triggered more. Salt says, you can't argue logically with people who have an emotional investment in the topic. That's why I call them space fetishists. Oh man, that's funny. Heracles says it was the CMB, the cosmic. Wait, we're talking about the cosmic background radiation that got me into double checking what was actually provable. Yeah, that's a good one. I was actually once a pretty devout atheist, actually. And this was before Flat Earth days, but the cosmic background radiation was what, because back when I didn't understand how extensive the scientism cult was. So I still thought that I didn't, at that point in time, even though I was iffy, I was always iffy on the moon landings. I was always iffy on them. I wasn't like 100% they didn't happen. But even back in the day, I was very iffy on them. But I was not iffy on the moon being a solid object and all these other planets and all these drones or whatever going up there, probes going up there. So I actually thought the cosmic background radiation was legit. I don't know if it's legit now, but that's they call them the fingerprints of God for a reason.
Yeah, that's something I'm
because as my understanding is another thing I was going to bring up in relation to what you were talking about things, either being able to float based on reverse polarity and specifically dropping the elements in the vacuum chamber and them falling at different rates. One of the questions was going to be what were those specific chemicals and how much of it was there. Interesting with the experiment that you were saying that you just ran, that it was a variety of different materials, that some of them were insulators and things like that, because I know even within the atmospheric conditions and the electromagnetic forces that are around us at any given time, because we are innately surrounded by them, those are independent of, based on the globe model, gravity.
Okay, so he did appear to understand the overall topic of what was being discussed. Look how done Austin Whitsitt is with this goof. I feel so bad for Austin. Oh man, to have to listen to this. So he doesn't know what electrostatics are in general, but he does understand at least a little bit that electric forces exist, but somehow he's saying that they're completely independent of everything. I mean, yes, Matari, his co-host is way sharper, no question. His co-host is not a complete vegetable, and he doesn't appear to be that triggered. But he still is nowhere close to he's nowhere near the mental capacity required to even have this discussion with Austin.
In the sense of, they may have an effect on polar molecules and their, movement through space and time, in particular their drop speed, if there is a magnetic element of the surroundings that would then apply that force against gravity. It may not be anywhere near enough to prevent it from falling, but it may slow its descent. And what you're saying here is interesting about this experiment that you were running. I'm curious.
I also want to know the name of the university that you were saying their universities have proven this. I've been looking for it. I need to know a name.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know the university.
Look at Soy Lodge, the Soy Lodge goof, his desperation to appeal to authority. He needs the name of the university. He's too brain dead to actually discuss an argument based on the merit of the argument itself. He needs to have the name of a university. I mean, just the level of goof here. Again, I apologize. I don't think I'm going to make it all the way through here. Just the level of soy goofery is too extreme here.
off the top of my head. Just look up gravimeter thunderstorm. It should pop right up.
Yeah. But so this experiment that you were running specifically is interesting because I would again I'm going to give him a second to look into this a little bit, but with the electrostatic element, because from what you're describing, especially with some of these things that would then float and begin to rise, like for example, I have so I bought my girlfriend for I think it was Christmas a year ago. It's a little moon lamp, and it's a floating moon lamp, and it works because there's a magnet in the bottom of the moon, and then when you turn it on, you have to place the moon down slowly because it needs to work with the electromagnet that's in the base, and then when it creates that strong field, then it floats above the base. And it the material is mostly plastic, but because it has that magnet in the bottom, that works. I'd be curious how then yours works, because if the field is flipping just the one time.
Look at Soy Lodge pretending to understand what he's reading on the laptop. I gotta zoom in here. Look at Soy Lodge pretending to understand what he's reading. Oh man. This reminds me of in school when kids are like pretending to read or pretending to do homework. They have that exact look on their face where there's like they're pretending to understand. I mean, that is textbook pretending to understand. Oh man. Oh. And his co-host going on with this anecdotal logical fallacy, completely missing the point. I mean, it is tangentially related. I mean, I don't know, maybe we can call it a red herring fallacy, not a diversion fallacy, because he thinks it is related. But let's see where he goes.
Wouldn't the objects, if they are brought off the bottom, continue at a constant rate up until the top? But again, that's with my lack of a fundamental understanding of what you mean.
I had to stop this again because now Soy Lodge has moved on to getting frustrated that he didn't understand. So he was pretending to understand what he was reading, and now this looks like legitimate frustration that he's too dumb to understand what was presented. I mean, look at his face here. So he was pretending he was understanding, and now he's just overcome with frustration, and his soy levels are so high, he can't hide that because he's so emotional due to the soy, like a menopausal woman. I mean, just the emotion runs so high within Soy Lodge. I mean, look at his face here. He seems genuinely frustrated that he's too mentally deficient to even comprehend anything Austin brings up, let alone rebut it.
By electrostatics. So I think it's important to describe what you mean there.
Is he now just picking his nose like a preschooler? Like, what is Soy Lodge even doing here? He was pretending to understand, then he got frustrated that he didn't have the mental capacity. Now he's just picking his nose like a preschooler. What is going on here?
Oh, you've muted.
Yeah, my bad. I'm gonna drop now. I'm not trying to overload you, but here's like a compilation of papers regarding the gravity things I was just talking about. I dropped them in the messages. There should be a few papers. I don't know how many actually dropped, but there should be way more. But anyway, and just to clarify, I'll send you guys whatever you want. This is obviously a huge conversation as it pertains to that. Electrostatics is just a study of stationary or slowly moving charges, right? So yeah, static means not moving, but technically, of course, we know that when it comes to static electricity, it's actually still vibrating. It has a resonance. It can transfer. It's just we call it static electricity because it's the study of stationary or barely moving charges. Of course, that's just the process of if I scoot my feet on the ground, I can grab a doorknob and get shocked. I can stick a balloon to the wall once I rub it to my hair. That's static electricity, right? It's charge interacting from surface to surface. So that being said, I'm pointing. You're saying you're using the moon thing. Like, yeah, but well, you're adding a magnet. So to basically still man, what I think you're trying to say and what the globe is like, well, yeah, you can use other forces like magnetism or electrostatics that can basically overcome gravity, but gravity is still there. Yeah, that's the story. But what I'm saying is I can isolate the variable and prove it causes the object to fall at a different rate and even go up and change its weight. And that isn't like I just added a new force that wasn't there. It was already there, right? It's all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's just a fancy way of saying literally all material is held together by electrostatic charges. Like that's how it's held together. All of it can induce electrostatics. And so I'm saying if you manipulate that variable that's built into the matter and every medium has an electric field that can interact with it with electrostatic induction, you can change the direction things go. You can change its weight. You can make things levitate. There's another claim on the table that's like, yeah, sure, maybe that's true, but I promise there's something else. And it's called space-time and it bends and warps. And there is no test that can do it. Most of like mainstream academia now knows relativity is wrong, right? So they're proposing replacements, modified Newtonian dynamics and all these things. And so it's never been verified. Long story short, your model does need it. It needs it to explain away Michelson-Morley. It needs it to explain the convexity of water bending around the globe. It needs it to explain lots of things, but there's no actual evidence for it. There is evidence for what I'm saying, right? Which is that everything's electric. We have a downward electric current on the Earth, I can keep going. We have horizontal equipotential.
I understand
surfaces.
that. What I'm still stuck on though is the fact that in a vacuum chamber,
Wait a second. He understands that, and then he goes back to the vacuum chamber because he didn't understand anything. Oh man, if he understood that, why would he even have brought up anything he brought up? So he has to pretend he understands by saying he understands. Notice how his co-host is not that much of a triggered narcissist that he has to pretend to understand what he didn't. Now, he might genuinely not process that he didn't understand, whereas Soy Lodge clearly betrays himself here because he knows he's too dumb to understand it, so he has to pretend he understood it when he didn't.
a brick and a feather will fall at the same rate. Every time. I mean, you might be able to find tiny fluctuations with super sensitive instrumentation, but those can likely be accounted for by minor variables like them being dropped a millisecond apart, something like that. If you look at I'm not seeing how what you're saying explains why a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum drop at the same rate. You know?
Yeah, so like I tried to explain, it's a claim that they drop at the same rate. I will concede they drop at roughly the same rate, right? And if you were to look at a video and slow it down, like it's going to be really hard to tell that they don't drop at the same rate if they didn't, right? They look like they drop at basically the same rate. That is to be expected as it starts to get up closer to 10 meters per second. For it to really start to separate, you're going to need way greater distances. And there is no drop test that's been done at great distances, right? There's the one famous one that everyone talks about, the bowling ball and the feather.
Yeah.
It's what everyone talks about, but it's like it's not a very tall test. But when I look at the rest of the evidence, what I see is I've seen many vacuum drop tests where the objects do noticeably and visually drop at different rates. And you can use gravimeters, which is our most precise instrument in the world, right? To drop to measure how fast things fall. It shows that things can drop at different rates, including just different chemicals on the periodic chart, right? They fall at different rates. And this is a drop chart in a drop tower in it's like somewhere in Europe. I think it's a university in Europe. So
again,
that's all I'm trying to point out is that they technically don't. They drop close to the same rate.
But you can understand why, if we're citing a rather famous example from it was Brian Cox, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a rather famous example. Anybody can go and research it. We need more than there's a university in Europe that did it once. If we're gonna, we need to see the evidence.
Yeah,
that's why I picked something that I know everybody can find and see. But if you can give me a university, I can at the very least go look into it after the show.
I dropped some of the papers there, right? I dropped on the influence of intense.
All right,
yeah, and then These
Yeah,
are just showing that they fall at different rates. If you're talking about two objects beside each other, I think it's called the Bremen drop tower, but I don't remember the name. That's why I haven't been saying it. And maybe someone can tell me in the chat if they know what the drop tower is called. But
Yeah,
and I do know also we have a compilation on X of all these different vacuum drop tower tests. You can see them visually. What normally happens is people say, "Oh, they must have done it wrong." It's like this real consistent, like kind of begging the question thing. But my point is, dude, yeah, things fall at roughly the same rate, 9.8 meters per second squared. It fluctuates a little bit, but it's roughly around there. And we're trying to figure out what causes it. And what I'm explaining is everything's electric. There's a downward electric current that's nearly constant. Like, what a coincidence that there's a downward electric current that's very nearly constant. Objects fall at roughly the same rate. It's nearly constant. It's not constant. And it's not just based on density, right? It's based on many things. And what is mass? Mass is volume times density. It's based on its electric interaction with the medium, etc. So that's what I would say. I would say this is a much more complex and nuanced phenomena than they teach us in school, which is just mass attracts mass, gravity pulls things to the earth. So.
Sure. I guess there's I don't know if are you hard on 8:30 being a stop time?
No, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling.
Right,
I would say 2 hours maybe. So maybe not 30 minutes. Would be hard
because there was one thing I did want to come back to that I wanted to dig into a little bit because just 'cause I'm trying to understand it. Which is, obviously we briefly went over like when did the Earth being round become the paradigm, and my research suggests it's sometime in the second century BC that we start to see people accepting, we believe the Earth to be a spherical object. It's Aristotelian. It is, kind of arguably we would say it's been proven by Eratosthenes. So the Greek world, the Greek-speaking world, which is at the time the quote-unquote civilized world, as far as the Europeans are concerned, they held to the belief in a round spherical Earth as early as the 200s BC.
Do we need to go through all this again? I mean, does Soy Lodge actually have just such a great fetish for humiliating himself, particularly demonstrating his incomprehension of basic history? I mean, this is mainstream narrative history, which you can't even get correctly. Yeah, Flatless says slides right past all the points Witsit dunked on them. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even go back to discussing the actual topic of being able to isolate or not being able to isolate gravity, etc. He goes to, oh, these ancient people allegedly knew the Earth was a globe.
Then we have, that kind of continues. Ptolemy's map. Ptolemy's geocentric, but he places Earth as being a sphere, and that's in the 1st century AD. We get to Aquinas, arguably the most influential Christian theologian and writer of all time, and in the 1200s, he's writing that everybody's known the Earth was round back since Aristotle.
What's weird to me, I mean, this clueless goof, is he just this utterly brain dead he doesn't know about Lucretius's On the Nature of Things, literally the most seminal work of that time period on science, completely ignoring it as if it doesn't exist? And Lucretius arguing for a snow globe, flat Earth, and, I mean, we're in Roman times now, where the debate is still raging, and this clueless goof completely ignoring all that. I mean, how has he not heard of it? So is he really just that dumb, or is he being intellectually dishonest?
So when somebody comes to me and says it wasn't the prevailing viewpoint, amongst the educated, it absolutely was.
Wow. So he went false dichotomy, hasty generalization, logical fallacy. I mean, cherry-picking logical fallacy. I mean, this is insane here, the logical fallacy stack. Because clearly it wasn't. I mean, the jury was out for quite a long time, number one. Number two, how reliable are any of those ancient sources anyway? I mean, does he have anything of substance instead of appealing? So everybody knows the victors write the history books, yet this goof is still appealing to the history books, and not even correctly, while ignoring some of the most, allegedly the most important history books of all time, like Lucretius's On the Nature of Things. So just the clueless goofery on display here is hilarious. He has nothing of substance to support his position. And he doesn't appear embarrassed about it either.
That's not really a thing that, as far as my research suggests, is up for debate. So I would ask you, what is your evidence that shifted in Western thought more recently?
Yeah, well, of course, first thing that should be pointed out is it really wouldn't matter if everyone thought it was a globe, right? That would be an appeal to consensus.
True,
kind
but
of an appeal to authority,
this is.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm not.
But
dismissing
I
your
just want to
point.
clarify something because I think it's important.
What does he want to clarify? That he doesn't understand what an appeal to popularity logical fallacy is? False dichotomy logical fallacy, hasty generalization logical fallacy, certainly not shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy. I mean, does this goof just simply want to clarify that he doesn't understand Logic 101, that the burden of proof is on positive claims, and this is the goof who just claimed that among the educated, it was the prevailing theory, which he didn't even back that up. Because whether it was true or not, obviously that would be an appeal to popularity logical fallacy and appeal to authority logical fallacy. But not, and he didn't back any of that up anyway. But he's so many steps behind here. It's just crazy. I mean, this really is one of the poorest performances I've ever seen, because he's just that many steps behind, and he seems to be, his Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts. He seems to not even comprehend that. Like, he's fully in vegetable territory.
There needs to be a reason they'd be lying about this.
Oh man, he's going back-to-back fallacy stacks. I think I might have to run this through the fallacy counter, because he just went back-to-back with 3 fallacy stacks. So he just combo stacked. I mean, we're getting shades of Craig of Fight the Flat Earther now. He's not doing 11 stacks, but he's doing some impressive stack combo stacking here. Because nobody said they were lying. Because first of all, you have to demonstrate, you'd have to prove that really was what they thought, which he hasn't done. Then, even if they really did think that doesn't mean they're lying and deceiving. They might just be simply writing down what they believe to be true, even if it's not. But this clueless goof, the mental capacity is so flatlined here, he doesn't even comprehend that. Because he just keeps stacking these circular reasoning logical fallacies, these presuppositions and assumptions, as if humans can't be mistaken, they have to be lying. According to this soy goof, humans aren't allowed to be honestly mistaken. They must be lying. This is the level of mental deficiency we are analyzing here. I can't go that much longer. Again, I apologize, but the level of soy goofery, I mean, it's left the building quite a long time ago. We're at stratospheric levels. It's difficult to continue. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes.
Otherwise, they wouldn't lie about it. So we got to figure out who started lying about it and when. Otherwise, it's hard for me to grasp why this would ever have come about.
So it's hard for him to grasp basic science and logic. He only has appeals to motive. So again, this great example from Eddie Bravo, you walk into a room and you see a bludgeoned body. You have a murder weapon on the table. You have a security camera mounted in the room. But there's no motive for the murder, so we just can't grasp investigating the murder or admitting it occurred, because there's no motive. The motive's not there. And he's hallucinating they're lying in the first place. They couldn't have been mistaken because, they had to have been lying. And if we don't know the reason for the lie, it's hard for him to actually engage in any kind of critical thought or logic or the scientific method, any kind of scientific inquiry of any kind. It's too difficult for him unless he has some kind of a motive for something that might have not even happened, because if they're not lying or if those figures never even existed in history. I mean, this is impressive fallacy stacking and fallacy comboing. It's kind of impressive, I have to say, because up until now he hasn't been able to chain his fallacy stacks. But now he's chaining the fallacy stacks.
Were so obvious that the Earth is flat, and we have to be tricked into it with all of these complex methods, and with NASA allegedly faking images from space and things like that, then at some point in history, somebody has to have decided to start lying about the Earth being round. Yep. I want to, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere on the topic of the physics aspect, because
because he doesn't understand basic physics or basic logic. So he has to only focus on the motive. He has to go kindergarten level. Why did you do this? Why? We can't discuss the how or the mechanics or the scientific method or anything scientifically or logically. We can only emotionally plea regarding alleged lies. Mistakes not allowed. All those figures had to have existed, and they had to have been intentionally lying. Otherwise, Soy Lodge can't even participate in any kind of discussion.
I think we just simply disagree on what the facts are when it comes to that.
Notice how Soy Lodge couldn't even refute anything Whitsitt says. Whitsitt's questioning his life choices here. Whitsitt looks like he's really questioning why he ever bothered to debate these mentally disabled midgets here. These are mental midgets, the mental disability on full display. Whitsitt is questioning his life choices. Because Soy Lodge here, in his narcissism on full display, he's hallucinating he knows what a fact is, let alone any of the arguments and whether or not they were fact-based. Soy Lodge is so mentally deficient. His Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts because he doesn't even know the definition of the word fact. So he has to pretend they're disagreeing on the facts. Is this his only cope? Is he just this bereft of logic and reason? Is he just this soy-infused and emotional? This is the only way he can think of coping and saving face, by pretending it's a disagreement of the facts. Because he didn't have the mental capacity to comprehend any of the arguments. He didn't have the mental capacity to refute any of the arguments. He didn't even have the mental capacity to even engage on any level with any of the arguments. His co-host was the only one who was even able to have any kind of modicum of exchange with Austin, and it wasn't not really either, but at least he tried. At least he wasn't narcissistically triggered. At least there was some kind of attempt. But Soy Lodge was able to offer nothing, like a toddler in the ring with Mike Tyson. There was no, so now he has to pretend it was a disagreement of the facts while not even understanding what the definition of a fact was. If I were Whitsitt, I would ask him what a fact is, but, Austin's just really questioning his life choices here.
Just to put
I think I've researched it a little bit more respectfully.
Well,
I'm sure that you think you have.
Soy Lodge is sure that Austin thinks he has, while Soy Lodge doesn't even know what electrostatics are. Soy Lodge hasn't even heard of Lucretius. Oh man, that narcissistic cope, that might be the Narcissistic Cope Award. I'm having trouble recalling. Even Sartain, I don't know if he had a narcissistic cope as pathetic as that. Do we give Soy Lodge the Narcissistic Cope Award for that line? I'm sure you think you have. I mean, Soy Lodge was so obliterated. I mean, that's all he could come back with. That might be the Narcissistic Cope Award. It really might be. And look at Austin. He's not even triggered about it, but look at Soy Lodge. I mean, he's lost the plot. Not that he ever had it.
I am
But
sure that is true.
I think
but
The thing is evidence
the
that I have.
I think
you said several things that both of us would argue were patently, blatantly, factually
the
incorrect.
core
Like what? What was a single thing Austin said that they pointed out was blatantly factually incorrect? I mean, maybe Austin did say something that was blatantly factually incorrect. Where did they point that out? Like, where did they demonstrate that? Or did they just pretend and hallucinate that to soothe their cognitive dissonance and their mental weakness and narcissism? Because their blind faith in the religious cult of scientism is so unshakable. I mean, they are so devout in their scientism cult worship. They might have had to pretend they were factually blatantly false, but where was the demonstration of that?
core of the argument.
So that's what we're trying to
yeah.
get. That's why we're trying
Yeah,
to move away from it. Is unless you're gonna produce the studies, and I know you gave
Yeah,
Aiden
just
some
drop
stuff.
like 30 or
you
30
gave
different
Aiden a
papers.
few articles about one specific aspect, in which we obviously don't have time to read through all.
Wait, his cope is we don't have time to read through it. He literally sat there and spent 5 minutes reading and not understanding. Now he has to pretend there was no time for it. Now, pretending there's no time for it, I mean, they've spent what? This is over an hour into it. There was plenty of time. And the goof literally sat there and pretended to understand on his laptop. He literally looked it up. He attempted to read through it. His facial expressions, his micro expressions gave away the frustration at not having the mental capacity to comprehend anything in that study paper article. So now he has to pretend there's no time. There's a big difference between pretending there's no time and someone saying something that was blatantly factually false. And as I put on the screen, I mean, this is obviously classic psychological projection as well, because his goof sidekick was talking about how the moon and the sun control high and low tide and the timing, which NOAA and NASA clearly state is not the cause of that. So one side, the side of Soy Lodge, they were clearly, and again, Lucretius on the nature of things, where all these Greeks and Romans are divided on whether it's a globe or flat, even according to the historical documents, which may or may not be true. So all the information that was clearly demonstrated to be patently false was on the side of Soy Lodge. I literally put it on the screen.
The reason I say this is because in a lot of discussions I've had with flat earthers, not you, but other flat earthers, all the time they'll be like, oh, well, this is true. Here's a source. I then read the source, and what they've done is they've taken 2 sentences out of it, taken them completely out of context.
What does that have anything to do with what Austin said? So the reason he's saying what Austin said was factually untrue is because of what other people said with other sources that weren't the sources that Austin provided. Oh man, I was not expecting this. I mean, even a small child wouldn't use this dumb of an argument. I mean, this is hilarious. This is hilarious. The reason he's saying that Austin said blatantly, factually untrue things was because of other people who were not Austin provided sources that were not the sources that Austin provided, and they may or may not have been wrong about them. Clearly, Soy Lodge doesn't have, like, if he's the one attempting to discern what is or isn't true, clearly he doesn't have the mental capacity to discern that. But let's, for the sake of argument, let's say Soy Lodge isn't completely brain dead, and let's say those other flat earthers really did give inaccurate sources and inaccurate information. What does that have anything to do with what Austin said and the sources Austin provided? Like, he's even saying here, not you, Austin, but these other people, that's why you. I mean, this level of gophery here. I mean, wow. I think I really do need to run this through the fallacy counter. I mean, I don't know. He doesn't have the verbal diarrhea game that Sartain has. That's the only thing. He doesn't have the verbal diarrhea game, and even though he did stack fallacies and combo them, I mean, he's nowhere near Craig. I mean, Craig can stack and combo better than anybody I've ever seen. So, I don't know if he would beat out Sartain or Craig, but he appears to be top 3. He appears to be top 3 for the Dunning-Kruger Championships. Because just the vegetable status is just so extreme.
Not read the rest of it and then claimed it supports their argument. So I need to read through those.
Oh man. Yeah, okay. This is said a lot. That's said a lot. For example, if I bring up, hey, did you guys know that they're showing that they're like what you call gravity is actually electromagnetic in nature? If I give you the paper, what people will do is they'll go find that this guy believes the Earth's a sphere or believes in the heliocentric model. He's like, oh, this doesn't support your point. He's like, no, it does support my point. I invoked it about electromagnetic gravity, right?
Okay,
so I don't care what he thinks
like
about.
What you just said was you think you've researched this more than us. But if what you're doing now is you're saying, well,
sure.
I've read this guy's paper. And
No, I was giving an example.
I know, but you understand what I'm saying is if your argument is, well, yeah, they say that we've taken it out of context, but I read it and it supports my argument, but then the person who wrote it doesn't agree with you.
Wow. Oh man, this diversion fallacy is so extreme. This might actually be the most extreme example of a diversion fallacy I've ever seen. Because he doesn't want to actually talk about any of Witzett's arguments. He wants to talk about other people, and now he wants to talk about the belief of the author of a paper, which has nothing to do with the science itself. Because if the scientific experimentation was valid, if there's dependent variable, independent variable controls, and the data is valid, it doesn't matter what the author of the paper believes or doesn't believe. Like, you could see the mental weakness here of goofs like Soilage. They have this mentality of being such bootlickers. They need someone to believe. They need someone to give them a conclusion. They need someone to have blind faith in. They can't actually examine the data for itself. They can't actually parse or interpret any data or arguments for themselves. They can't do it. The mental capacity's not there, and they're too mentally weak to do it because the ramifications of doing that, if it shows that their blind faith in whatever model is illogical, they can't even take that chance. They're too mentally weak to even open the door. So they have to cling desperately to the beliefs. They have to cling desperately to these appeal to authorities. They want to know what the author of the paper believes. They don't even care about the content of the paper. That's the level of brain-dead goofery we've gone to with Soy Lodge here.
It would
doesn't
suggest it does matter.
That would be like saying no, someone cannot invoke Isaac Newton unless they believe that gravity is a direct act of God. Or it's even worse than that. It's like saying you can't believe in Newtonian gravity from the Principia if you're an atheist, because he believed in a God. And he actually said that gravity was a direct act of God, and it's the only way he could even explain it because it's impossible. But you see how that's insane? His idea about gravity has nothing to do with if he believes in God. It has nothing to do with the fact he thought the sun was in the center of the entire universe.
And you know what else is really sad? That Austin even has to explain this. That Austin, he's doing his best to dumb it down. I don't even know if it can be dumbed down further. Soy Lodge still appears to not be able to comprehend. But the fact that Austin even has to explain these preschool level concepts, that's what's sad about all this. The fact that he even has to explain it.
Just like Kepler, who thought it was literally a god, that the sun was a god, and sang a heavenly song. It doesn't. We use Kepler's kinematics to map out the planets. It doesn't matter that he thought the sun was a god, right?
Right.
So that's the.
Whoa, sure. Like, is that an honest? Look at the shame on Soy Lodge's face. Did he understand that he just got decimated like a preschooler. That he is so illogical. I mean, he is so utterly brain dead that he needed to have that explained. Was that an honest sure, or is he about to deflect here?
Point I'm making. That's my point I'm making. You have to invoke it with specifics, like, oh, I mean, look, I'm supporting this point or this point. And normally, when I start mainstream academia, I'm kind of correcting people on their misunderstanding of the globe model, right? And that's what I mean by I maybe looked into it more. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything or be like rude. I'm just saying, like, I know a lot about the mainstream model, and that is why I don't believe in it, right? I can still man it with the best of them, and that's all I was saying. But I want to address the thing real fast about, like, how would they lie, why would they lie? That is a meta thing, and I'm having it's meta. I get that's a question. It's kind of like, it would be like, oh, here's a video of your girlfriend cheating, and you're like, no, she wouldn't do that, she loves me, she's met my family. I'm like, dude, I don't know why she did it, bro, but like, here's a video. You would obviously look at the video first, but I do get it's probably a good faith question. So they were a minority, even if you believe in the story. So you kind of shifted it over to like more of like a Greek centric, they were the smartest people type of thing. But that can be debated and argued, of course. I think that they were crazy and oftentimes into pedophilia, right? So I don't put them above anyone else or anything. I think their arguments were actually fundamentally fallacious, right? Aristotle thought that since the moon looks like it's a sphere, the earth must be one. He said, oh, since ships disappear, the earth must be a sphere. These are terrible arguments.
Oh, wow. Austin Whitsitt blaspheming against the ancient Greeks. So, few issues here. One, we don't really know that they really said that. Like, where are the primary sources for their justifications on that, first of all? Second of all, even, we're talking about centuries later. Centuries, possibly a millennia later, there's still dispute and different schools within the Greeks and the Romans. Some of them believe in globes, some of them believe in flat earth snow globe model, like firmament snow globe model. So there was dissent among them, something, again, soy lodge is too clueless to comprehend. Also, that actually is an interesting point, though, because obviously hypocrisy isn't unique to anyone. The Greeks, regardless of how smart, they could still commit logical fallacies, even being the alleged, I don't want to say inventors of logic, but they placed logic quite highly. They, according to the official narrative, they developed the pillars and foundations of logic and philosophy as we know it today, according to the official narrative, which is I'm not claiming is true. But regardless of whether that was true or not, even because that is kind of fallacious, the appeal to similarity, just because the light bulbs are globular, that must mean the floor is globular. That's obviously quite silly and fallacious. I don't know if they really used those arguments. Those could be mistranslated text, etc. So that is important. But even if they did, that still wouldn't make them not fallacious.
That like a child could disprove now with binoculars, right? So
well, how? Because ships do disappear over the horizon.
Okay, I'm calling it. I gotta be out. Now, before I go out on this, I know his meltdown's coming. I just can't handle it. Like, how are you gonna enter a flat earth debate and be that utterly clueless you don't know about the existence of waves? I'll put up some graphics just for anybody new here. I know we get new people all the time, and they might not have seen all of this before. So, one of the things, I mean, it's just kind of weird how goofs don't know that waves exist. Like, has Soy Lodge never been out on the water? So if waves are blocking the bottom of a boat that's right in front of you, that's literally feet in front of you, how are they magically not going to block the bottom when they're further out in the ocean with much higher waves? I mean, just the level of goof to not know that waves exist and to not know that waves block the bottom of boats straight in front, 2 feet in front of your face, and they're magically not going to do that with waves that are much higher further out? I mean, what level of goofery is this? I mean, also to not know about true horizon versus apparent horizon. I mean, I bring this up all the time. The level of goofery is so extreme here. I go over this extensively in the David Whitehead debate. This image is from that debate. First of all, if ships disappear over the horizon, do train tracks touch in the distance? So they look like they touch. The ship looks like it disappears over the horizon, just like over the apparent horizon, not the true horizon. Just like train tracks look like they touch in the apparent horizon, not true horizon. So do goofs like Soy Lodge think the train tracks actually touch in the distance? They don't understand anything about convergence. They don't understand anything about the difference between true horizon and apparent horizon. The reason why some of these mirages occur is because the true horizon is never where it looks like it is due to something called precipitation. Do brain-dead goofs like Soy Lodge really not understand the concept of precipitation, the concept of visibility indexes, or even haze? I mean, you don't even need the ocean. You don't even need the ocean. You can just go out on a road when it's hot and hazy. Where's the horizon? It can be kind of hard to tell. And when you have light poles, like look at this haze effect on the image I have right now. It looks like the light poles, the bottom of the light poles being blocked in the distance. It's not actually being blocked. But there's something called precipitation. What a foreign concept to brain-dead goofs who don't understand the difference between apparent horizon and true horizon. And again, regarding the boats, there are things called waves. If waves block the bottom of the boat right in front of your face, why would they not be, with much smaller waves, why would that not happen further out with much larger waves? Again, this ain't rocket science. We're talking about simple children's level concepts that goofs like Soy Lodge, they just don't have the mental capacity. I don't think he's faking here. Call me crazy. I mean, maybe he is. I don't think he's faking. I think he actually is this mentally deficient. I mean, look at the look on his face here. He's saying it with a straight face, just completely ignorant. Just the level of ignorance and stupidity on display here. I mean, wow. To be this utterly clueless about the existence of waves, precipitation, convergence, basic perspective. I mean, these are children's level concepts, and this guy's telling Austin that Austin believes he's done more research than he has. This goof hasn't even done Flat Earth 101 research, and he's saying that Austin believes he's done more research. The level of goofery on display here, I mean, this is tough. This is really, really tough. I'm going to have to stop here because I can't handle this amount of soy goofery and we've reached a point of sheer stupidity. I mean, how do you not understand how waves work? I mean, really? I mean, a small child can draw a picture of a boat in front of them and they can accurately depict the waves blocking the bottom of the boat. And yet, Soy Lodge, he just can't grasp these basic concepts. I mean, is his narcissism that extreme that he just thought he didn't have to do any research? I mean, think about how clueless of a narcissist one has to be to think that you could destroy literally the best flat earth debater without doing any research. Regardless of who's correct or not about conclusions, just the argumentation of the debate. I mean, is his narcissism really that off the charts? Harrison Smith from InfoWars, I mean, he's definitely... I think he's the narcissist champ so far, but Soy Lodge is giving him a run for his money. He really is. I mean, yeah, this is really tough. This is really tough. I'm definitely going to need a couple days to recover from this. But we will definitely finish this in the next part, because I think the meltdown's coming up right here. So I think we can definitely finish this up in the next part. I'm going to need a couple days to recover from this level of soy goofery and sheer stupidity. I mean, we've reached sheer stupidity. I don't usually say that. Again, if people have watched my logical analyses, I usually don't even say the word stupidity, let alone sheer stupidity, but that's what we've reached here. So hopefully everybody enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast and breaking down these flat earth debates. I think Austin Whitsett's face here is a perfect representation of what's going on and what he has to deal with. I mean, how does anybody not feel bad for Austin Whitsett having to endure through this? Because he doesn't get these breaks like I do. He had to endure this in real time. So, heart goes out to Austin Whitsett for having to endure this time and time again. If you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. If you're not getting notifications, like, comment, share the videos more. You could also become a free patron on Patreon, get updates that way, or you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, help support the channel that way. You could also check us out, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is the thrilling conclusion of the showdown between Austin Whitsett and Lore Lodge, aka Soy Lodge, who's introduced a new style of goofery, soy goofery, which brings him into legendary status regarding the Dunning-Kruger Championships. Now, I don't know if he's good enough to unseat Michael Sartain, to compete with the likes of Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, but he is a true challenger, a champion caliber competitor in the Dunning-Kruger Championships. His style of soy goofery is revolutionizing flat earth debate. And we will continue to examine what he brings to the table in the direction of logic or otherwise, because we've never seen something quite like this before. I mean, just the amount of soy oozing through his very being, his mannerisms of fondling microphones. I mean, it's very, very curious. And all our hearts have to go out to Austin Whitsett for putting up with this. I don't know how this man does it. I really don't know. Very, very difficult task for Austin Whitsett. I have to split this up in different parts because there's only so much soy gopher I can handle in single doses. I am a mere mortal. Not everybody can handle hours and hours of this level of gophery. Okay, we got some of the usual suspects in the chat. Run Boston Bear. Kyle says, I have been looking forward to you breaking down this meltdown all week. Thank you for making my day. Well, we will attempt to do it in a logical, objective fashion, as we always do on MindShock, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies like pretty much all other media out there. If you want to help support the MindShock channel, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier, or you can support us by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section, or if you are with us live in the live chat, and I will attempt to get to each and every one of you, even our resident Dunning-Kruger goof to Taka, who's in the chat as well. Hello, Joby Barr, Aaron Plochi Podcast, Run Boston Bear. All right, so let's pick up right where we left off.
The globe model, right? And that's what I mean by I've maybe looked into it more. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything or be like rude. I'm just saying, like, I know a lot about the mainstream model.
Sure.
And that is why I don't believe in it, right? I can still man it with the best of them, and that's all I was saying. But I want to address the thing real fast about like how would they lie, why would they lie? That is a meta thing. Yeah, it's meta. I get that's a question. It's kind of like it would be like, oh, here's a video of your girlfriend cheating, and you're like, no, she wouldn't do that. You know, she loves me. She's met my family. I'm like, dude, I don't know why she did it, bro, but like, here's a video. You would obviously look at the video first, but I do get it's probably a good faith question. So, they were a minority, even if you believe in the story. And so you kind of shifted it over to like more of like a Greek centric. They were the smartest people type of thing, but that can be debated and argued. Of course, I think that they were crazy and oftentimes into pedophilia, right? So I don't put them above anyone else. I think.
Look at Soy Lodge clutching that microphone, holding on for dear life as Austin gives him the verbal thrashing he so deserves. And again, it's very interesting to look at the contrast between Soy Lodge and his co-host. Now, his co-host is quite clueless as well, but at least he doesn't appear triggered. At least he doesn't have all these soy mannerisms, all these soy idiosyncrasies like Soy Lodge does. I mean, this guy looks like a 3-year-old in just a much bigger body. I mean, both in mental capacity, behavior, maturity level. And as we went over in the previous podcast and many others, the Greeks were actually divided on the shape of the earth. I went over all of this in the previous part as well as other debates.
Their arguments were actually fundamentally fallacious, right? Aristotle thought that since the moon looks like it's a sphere, the earth must be one. He said, oh, since ships disappear, the earth must be a sphere. These are terrible arguments that like a child could disprove now with binoculars, right? So,
well, how? Because ships do disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, but they disappeared to the naked eye, which is that's all Aristotle would have had, right?
Well, yeah,
so
but then he went and there was more to it. He looked at the stars and he said, well, there's stars I can see from Alexandria that I can't see from Athens. Sorry, not Alexandria. It would have been too early. But there's stars I can see from Egypt that I can't see from Athens. Therefore, the Earth must be round.
I have also
you're
brought
diverting. That's called a red herring.
Well, I have also used.
Not, I mean, what I was trying to get to the bottom of was
really quickly,
when
really
did the
quickly.
lie start?
Also,
The amount of goofery here is just astounding. This is astounding goofery. I mean, even Austin looks like he's having a little bit of trouble with the amount of goofery on display here. He goes from, Soy Lodge goes from ships disappearing over the horizon to, wait a second, forget about that. Look at the stars. Oh, wait, forget about that. Why would they lie? So he's gish galloping all over the place, spamming red herring logic fallacies and diversion fallacies, with a fundamental lack of understanding of basic logic. I mean, we got false cause logical fallacy in here, false dichotomy logical fallacy. I mean, the amount of logical fallacies here, I mean, that was at least a quint stack. And he appears to be this utterly clueless, he doesn't realize, I mean, I guess, the Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts. I mean, he broke the Dunning-Kruger meter, if we had one, completely. So, I mean, how do you just go across all of that, ignore everything Whitsitt just said, and then jump straight back to motive? I mean, this is just like, it's almost like a waste of time, because instead of going point by point and addressing the points, he just keeps jumping around and then ignoring everything Whitsitt is saying, while not having the mental capacity to not only process what Whitsitt said anyway, which I guess his only cope is ignoring, but at the same time, does he really, I mean, I wonder what Soy Lodge thinks watching this back, if he actually watched it back. I mean, regardless, like, again, I'm not even saying Soy Lodge is incorrect about his conclusions. Let's say he's correct about the shape of the Earth. But watching this video back, I mean, how are any heliocentric globe earthers not completely embarrassed and ashamed? I mean, is it possible to do a poor job here? Now, there's different styles of debating horribly. Soy Lodge here, mastering the soy goofery style. Then you have Sartain with the verbal diarrhea style. You have Craig with just the fallacy spamming and the fallacy stacking, the likes of which we have never seen before. We might never see ever again. I mean, Craig might be, at fallacy stacking and comboing, Craig might be the best there ever was, the best there is, and the best there ever will be. So, yeah, I mean, that's why it's difficult. It's exceptionally difficult to break this one down, because Soy Lodge is just jumping all over the place. I mean, even Craig and Sartain didn't jump all over the place this way. They at least pretended to understand any kind of counterpoints. They at least pretended. There was some kind of air of pretending. And Soy Lodge is just this utterly clueless with zero awareness. I mean, he's not even putting up a pretending front. He's just like a little 3 or 4-year-old who can't stay on one topic and doesn't even comprehend how none of these points have anything to do with each other, not to mention how easily debunked they are. Did I play this video in this particular breakdown? I'm not sure if I played the video of the Southern Cross being visible well above the equator. So you could actually see it from the Cayman Islands. And again, this is not a Flat Earth YouTube. This has nothing to do with Flat Earth. It was uploaded years and years ago, and it's kind of common knowledge that you can see the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross.
We're not talking about just a little bit above the equator. We're talking about way above, over 1,000 miles above the equator. So just the level of goofy, not to mention, even if you couldn't see it, if you're in a big warehouse, why would you expect to see, like if you're in a warehouse tens of thousands of miles wide, why would you expect to see a particular light fixture thousands of miles away on the ceiling? Obviously, you wouldn't see it. So just the level of goofery here is just so off the charts. But once again, I mean, it's kind of common knowledge in astronomy that you can see the Southern Cross above the equator.
I want to know.
Really quickly to address that comment, I have personally been on a boat out several miles with binoculars and a telescope just for the purpose of trying to find like whales and birds and life in order to find fish. And I personally keep note of when I can see. There's 2 specific towers in one of the shorelines that I go to, and there's also water towers in each town in South Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And as I go further and further out into the ocean, I lose sight of the houses, but I can see the water towers and the tops of these 2 towers on the shoreline.
So is Soy Lodge's co-host here just discovering the existence of waves? I mean, I guess that's impressive. I mean, I don't know. We're going to be impressed by that? That Soy Lodge's co-host has figured out that waves exist. I mean, does he deserve a round of applause? That objects closer to you, even if smaller, will block objects further away, even if larger. I mean, it's kind of weird because, I mean, even small children, they play the game where you like squash someone with your fingers. You just put your index and thumb in front of your face, and you could squash like humans in the background. So 6-foot tall humans, you could squash them between your index and finger and your thumb when you're holding your thumb and index finger right in front of your face. But these clueless, I mean, have they never done that? Are they not even at like a 3-4-year-old mental capacity? Obviously, smaller objects like waves block the bottom of boats right in front of you. Are these goofs hallucinating that much larger waves wouldn't do that farther away? Like, what is the basis of these Dunning-Kruger hallucinations? I mean, again, small children understand that smaller objects can block larger objects further away. And then obviously have the visibility index. I mean, have these goofs just never looked at a weather report? Visibility is different at different days. And then, of course, the main crux of the issue that a lot of goofs can't... I don't know why. I mean, these are such basic concepts. Just super basic concepts. But just because train tracks look like they touch in the distance, that doesn't mean they actually touch. Just like, a boat might look like it's going over the apparent horizon, not the true horizon. The apparent horizon. Again, these are very basic concepts. But these goofs just have so much trouble. And what's even more astounding is that, again, if they don't have a fetish for humiliating themselves, because if they do, they obviously wouldn't have done any research, right? Because if their goal was to humiliate themselves, if the goal of all these globe earth debaters is there's just this fetish for humiliation, and their goal is to humiliate themselves as much as possible, then it would make perfect sense not to do any research. It would make perfect sense not to understand basic arguments, because then they could achieve that goal of humiliation easier. But if this is not their goal, again, I don't claim to know whether it is or it isn't. This is MINDSHOCK. I do not claim anything is true or untrue, other than what can be verified empirically and empirically verifiable definitions in the dictionary and any kind of scientific experiments actually adhering to the scientific method. That's the only thing I deal in. So I don't really know their motivations, but obviously... I mean, anybody who spends 5 minutes researching this stuff, it's nothing to do with flat Earth. It has absolutely nothing to do with flat Earth. The apparent horizon is not the true horizon. Precipitation exists, and smaller objects block larger objects in the distance. These are very easy concepts, but these goofs just not a lick of comprehension. I mean, it's tough. Not a lick.
And when I take the binoculars up to my face, I can read I can read the letters on the water towers. I can read the names of the towns, but I can't see the houses beneath them because of that curvature.
So he's saying because of the curving, again, false cause, logical fallacy, because even if the Earth were a globe, it wouldn't be because of the curving. It would be because of things called waves. waves. I mean, I know it's out there. I mean, waves are rough. It would be because the apparent horizon is not the true horizon and precipitation exists. But this goof is just hallucinating. He's just hallucinating that all these other factors don't exist. That's why this would be a false cause logical fallacy, a reductive logical fallacy, as if it's just that simple, which it clearly isn't. So waves existing is not curvature of Earth. That's waves existing. Precipitation, apparent horizon, true horizon. These are all very basic concepts, but these goofs, they're just having trouble.
At least
That's what you
from
think
a
it
global
is.
model. Yeah,
That's what you
but what would it be otherwise? Because that's a direct, comparison. It's like I've used telescoping and binocular instruments on the ocean, utilizing directional sources to guide myself home, so that way I know the correct inlet I need to go in home when I can't see the islands, but I can see the structures on the islands that stand taller than the majority of those structures.
Yeah, you can see things from further away when they're taller on a flat Earth as well, and you can see further when you get higher on a flat Earth because of your angle of view changing. As
But I'm
to
only
why
6
is
miles
why is the
away.
bottom, as to specifically why is the bottom of the object sometimes obstructed? Well, you would have to get into what's obstructing it. It's typically the horizon, right? You think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, but the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth, and we know it's not the actual location of any type of curvature because it changes. It goes up and down. You can't go stand on it. It moves throughout the day. I can pull out infrared, and all of a sudden it changes. I pull out infrared, and all of a sudden the horizon is in a different location. I can see further. I can see more things at the bottom. That's because the most dense part of the atmosphere is at the bottom. We lose most of the information at the bottom because it's more dense. It's hiding the light, and the horizon's an apparent location. The ground ramps up, begins to converge to the sky that ramps down. If something's higher up beyond that convergence point, that is the horizon, you can still.
Do we have any bets on whether or not Soy Lodge processed anything Witsit saying as he's fondling the microphone? Like a small child, like he needs some kind of soothing mechanism when he's getting obliterated intellectually? Not that that's difficult to do. Again, notice the contrast between Soy Lodge and his co-host. His co-host might be dumb as a brick and not comprehend that smaller objects block larger objects in distance. He might not know that waves exist and that waves block objects right in front of you, like the bottom of boats. So obviously they would do that further away when the waves are even bigger. I mean, he might be dumb as a brick, but he doesn't appear to be triggered. That's the difference here. Whereas Soy Lodge is just fondling, soothing, whatever, and there doesn't appear to be any processing in the brain. It's almost like he's given up on even trying to pretend he understands anything Austin is saying. I mean, just look at his face. It's just completely blank. There's just nothing. There's just nothing. The mental capacity is just not there.
To the top of it. And there's obviously Rayleigh's criteria is also involved here. The angle of view from your eye level to the bottom of that object in relation to the top of that object is different, and that's relative to reception and propagation angles, which is called Rayleigh's criteria, of course. So,
what isn't the
I just
ocean?
want to clarify, Aiden, what you're saying is that when you're out in the water,
At sea, yes,
let's see, 6 miles from shore,
roughly.
when you look through your binoculars, you can see what?
So Soy Lodge completely ignored everything Witsit said, and then I guess he didn't even understand what his co-host said about the binoculars, so he's just asking his co-host to clarify what he just said, completely ignoring everything Witsit said. I mean, we've never seen goofery quite like this before. I mean, again, does one laugh or cry in this situation? Does one weep for the human race when you have goofs like Soy Lodge actually participating in any kind of debate? I mean, forget the subject matter. I mean, this kind of goofer, is there any subject? I mean, maybe reality TV shows, but even then, even then, is Soy Lodge... Who thinks Soy Lodge is qualified to do some kind of debate on Real Housewives or something? I don't think he would be qualified for that either. I think he'd be laughed out of any debate on any subject. Is there any subject that Soy Lodge can actually debate? Because from what we've seen here, even his English comprehension isn't even preschool level. So how would he be able to debate any topic? I mean, it's just rough.
I can see it was 6 to 8. I can see the water towers, the bulbs of the water towers, and I can see the top maybe, depending on exactly how far out I am, the top 3 to 5 floors of like a
one of the big hotels.
Yeah, one of the big hotels. Yeah.
All right, so that I would argue at that distance, he should be able to see everything if it's flat, right?
So, oh man, I mean, this is just I mean, he's going full vegetable here. Austin just clearly explained why you wouldn't see and you don't see anything that bleeds into the horizon in the distance on any model, globe or flat. And Soy Lodge, I guess, just nothing processed. So now he's saying you would argue you still wouldn't see the bottom. Wow. Again, like, this goof doesn't know about the existence of waves, so he thinks waves wouldn't exist on a flat Earth. Precipitation wouldn't exist on a flat Earth. Train tracks wouldn't look like they touch on a flat Earth. Like, what? What? Like, the level of goofery on display, I think he might win the award for just being the flat-out dumbest. Because even okay, we have to give Sartain and Craig credit here. Because even those Dunning-Kruger champs, they didn't sink this low to just basically repeating a preschool question. They at least pretended to understand. They at least utilized all these logical fallacies to try to make some kind of points, instead of simply ignoring everything that was said and responding like a 2-year-old who didn't hear something. Like, this is rough. I mean, Soy Lodge might win the award for just being the absolute most brain dead. I mean, this is vegetable goofery. I mean, he's moved from soy goofery to vegetable goofery. Ready Geezer 1, did you not listen to anything Austin just said? I guess you didn't. I mean, this is a cope of clueless goofs, like, that don't have the mental capacity and their narcissism is extreme. Like, even Soy Lodge here, I'm not even 100% sure he's exhibiting narcissism here. This is just flatlined vegetable goofery. He honestly might have not been able to process anything Austin just said, because if the mental capacity's not there. Yet Ready Geezer 1 seems to have a mental disability. Are you comparing stars in the sky to ships on the same... Stars in the sky not on the same level you're standing on, to ships on the horizon at sea level if you're standing at sea level? Really? So if you're that mentally disabled, why would you expect Austin to debate you? I don't know who Ready Geezer 1 is. Maybe if you had a big channel like Soy Lodge, because obviously Austin debates, brain dead goofs all the time with mental disabilities like Soy Lodge. But I guess you'd have to have some kind of channel. I don't know. Is Ready Geezer 1 some kind of famous YouTuber or personality? I don't know. Sphinx Bear says, Geezer, that was the dumbest thing anyone has ever said. Congrats. Come on, Sphinx Bear. I'm gonna argue Soy Lodge just said something dumber. I'm gonna see because at least Ready Geezer 1 at least spammed a fallacy there. Whereas I mean, Soy Lodge couldn't even muster a fallacy. I don't think we've ever been in this territory in debate before. Soy Lodge has reached such a flatlined level of mental disability I mean, he couldn't even muster a fallacy. Like a new fallacy. Because he was basically saying, I mean, obviously, that's a fallacy stack, but it's not, he didn't pretend to understand. That was almost like an honest question. Yeah, obviously Geezer's up there. That's definitely one of the dumbest, that non-congruent argument is definitely, that might be one of the dumbest non-congruent arguments if we get specific. That Ready Geezer 1's assertion that teeny tiny stars, first of all, you don't know how big they are. According to scientism, the stars could be quite large. According to scientism, the 1.3 million Earths can fit inside of it. Is that a teeny tiny star? And the North Star Polaris is supposedly 45 million kilometers in diameter. 45 million! I mean, are these teeny tiny? Even according to your religious cult of scientism, these are not teeny tiny stars. And then obviously they're not on the same level that you are when you're observing them. So that is one of the dumbest non-congruent logical fallacies I've ever heard. Might be the worst. It might be the most non-congruent argument ever utilized in any kind of debate. But in terms of just dumbest across the board, I'm going to argue what Soy Lodge just did here because of context. Because Austin clearly explained all these other variables, and he didn't. I think it's possible to break it down dumber. You know, obviously waves exist. If waves block the bottom of the boat 2 feet in front of your face, why wouldn't they be blocking the bottom levels of floors across a larger body of water with much bigger waves in the distance? I mean, it's just plain common sense. You don't even have to get into science for this. And again, obviously, true horizon versus apparent horizon, which Austin did explain the difference. And if you're using infrared, you can see more of the bottom. Now, Soy Lodge completely ignored all of that. That's why this is flatline goofery. This is flatline brain-dead goofery now. I think I have to give the award. I think Soy Lodge might be the dumbest individual. Again, even if he's correct, this is why this is not an ad hom logical fallacy. He might still be correct about the shape of the Earth being a globe, but we're just examining his arguments for logical validity. There is none. He might be the dumbest. I mean, does he even have a 2-digit IQ, or is he single-digit IQ? Is Soy Lodge single-digit IQ? Is that the point we're reaching here? Ready Geezer 1 proving his disability, asking how a flat plane can obstruct anything above it. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about anything obstructing the stars. What are you talking? Who's talking about obstructions in the sky? What? What? Oh, man. I feel so bad for Ready Geezer 1. I mean, is he trolling or is he really this dumb? If he's really this dumb, I mean, he's going to be in competition with Soy Lodge. I'm postulating here. Let's do a poll. I think Soy Lodge might be the dumbest individual to ever debate on any subject, but let's keep it flat Earth here. Let's do a poll. So what does everybody in the chat think here? Ready Geezer 1, no one was talking about the bottom of a ship in infrared. At least not a small ship, because, you know, there's things called waves. The infrared will cut through the precipitation in the air like a haze. So you'd be able to see more of a building or a city with infrared in the distance that that haze would be blocking. Again, if you don't know the difference between apparent and true horizon, you're just going to continue humiliating yourself here. And this obviously has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Sphinx Bear said, "Stop making me laugh, Bruce. I'm in a position where laughing out loud would be inappropriate." Are you at work? Where are you? Where's Sphinx Bear? Heracles here. Oh, wow, interesting. Heracles says, "There was a debate on Jaren's channel yesterday between Shane and Alan of space audits and a certain physicist and another goof." The debate was on relativity and ether. Oh, man. I did not see that, but I can imagine. Wow, I can imagine there's a lot of goofery there. Ready Geezer 1, are you blind? Look at the screen. You don't know that waves exist? Waves obstruct boats 2 feet in front of your face. Waves would exist if the Earth is flat, waves exist. If the Earth is a globe, waves exist. So if you don't have the mental capacity to understand basic waves blocking the bottom of objects, do you also think train tracks touch in the distance because they look like they touch and they would be impossible on a flat Earth as well? Oh, Ready Geezer 1's already retracting comments. Okay, anyway. So let's look at the results here. These are interesting results. 80% say Soy Lodge is actually the dumbest individual to ever participate in a flat Earth debate. I think this question that he just asked here, I'm not sure he intentionally ignored anything Witz had said. I'm really not sure. Soy Lodge might be intellectually honest here. I think he might be. He just can't process any information mentally. I mean, he's just so mentally deficient. The mental disability is so extreme that he can't process any of the information Austin is giving him. He might actually be intellectually honest, which would make him the dumbest individual to participate in a flat Earth debate. 76% say yes, 18% say no, 6% too triggered to answer. Now, I totally understand the 6% being too triggered to answer, but the people who say no, who is a dumber participant than Soy Lodge? Does anybody know? For the people that voted no, is Ready Geezer 1 a Soy Lodge alt account? Or a Craig alt account? Sphinx Bear says, "I think Soy Lodge's problem here is his inflated ego. He doesn't even realize how dumb he sounds." That's true. I mean, he's definitely a narcissism. He's definitely a narcissist. That doesn't mean he's intellectually dishonest, though. Because if the intellectual capacity's not there, he actually could be engaging in good faith debate here. It's just he's so brain dead he can't process any information, so it doesn't really matter. Wait, Awesome O says Craig is dumber. I don't think Craig is dumber than Soy Lodge. I mean, first of all, Craig actually has a larger vocabulary than Soy Lodge, just on the surface there. Craig is pretty good at pretending things, intentionally ignoring things. Now, he might be really dumb. I mean, yeah, he might have a severely mentally disabled. He doesn't understand concepts, Craig, or he's pretending, or he's really smart and a phenomenal actor, Craig. So, but Craig has never asked such a basic question while ignoring everything that was said. Yeah, Sphinx Bear says, if Soy is truly being intellectually honest, this is just sad. I think he might be, just based on that question. He really might be. The real Tommy in the chat says, Soy Lodge needs to go on a fast and detox. I've heard people have cured their dementia, and I feel like he just has a big toxin buildup. His brain is definitely not functioning correctly. Well, and obviously his hormones. I mean, when you have this much soy, I mean, you can practically see the soy emanating off of him. I mean, that can't be healthy. But I don't know, maybe when you, with this level of mental disability, I mean, it's so extreme. I mean, that opens the door to many possibilities. I mean, was he dropped on his head as a child? Did his mother just drink that heavily? I mean, we don't know. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. We don't know. I mean, his eyes are obviously very close together, but we really don't know what happened to him either after birth or before birth. So we really don't know. I'm not 100%. I mean, obviously, clarity can come with a nice detox. So he could get better. Obviously, people can always improve and get better. I mean, is it insurmountable, though? I don't know. I really don't know. But I think he might be the dumbest individual. Because who else has ever asked that dumb of a basic question? Because we laugh at Craig and some of these other goofs all for different reasons, but usually more advanced concepts are being discussed. Like larger vocabulary is being used. I mean, it's not quite as brain dead flatlined as this, and there's a high possibility Craig might not be intellectually honest, in which case he's not as dumb as this. He's intentionally doing all those things, which would make him not as dumb as Soy Lodge.
And if not, then why?
I didn't hear the distance.
6 to 8
because I
miles.
feel like
6 to 8 miles,
How-
depending on the trip that day. Sometimes I go
and
further.
you're out
but-
on the water, right?
yeah, on the
On a
ocean.
boat.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, this is it's a very simple thing. So if I put my thumb up, I can block a 30-story building, right? Like I can stand on my knee and I can block out a 30-story building with my thumb.
Mhm.
Obviously, because my thumb is so close to me, right? You can block out something that's further away.
Soy Lodge's face just twitched there. I think it's possible he might have comprehended that. I think it's possible. It's possible. But the fact that Witsit has to dumb this down to this level, I mean, that's so sad. Dopeman in the chat says doubt it. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not saying he did. I'm saying it's a possibility because before his face was just blank. It was just zero processing. Here, like the thumb that blocks a larger object in the distance, there was some kind of response. There was a response to stimuli. Unless he just got an itch from all the soy oozing through his veins. I don't know.
If you're out on the water, typically where people bring this up, obviously the water is not perfectly static. There are waves. The actual average of waves is anywhere from 2 to 5 feet. Okay,
No.
So, yes.
No.
In the same way you said you think you've researched the gravitational stuff more, I can promise you he knows more about water than you
Yeah,
do.
so I've been
Soy Lodge promises. Was it a pinky promise, though? Because if it's not a pinky promise. Soy Lodge promises. How much is that promise worth? Because, first of all, I mean, think about the delusional narcissism here. He has no idea whether, A, how much time Witsit has spent researching anything out on the ocean, just regarding waves or anything, or B, how much time Witsit has personally spent on a boat in the ocean observing these things. But Soy Lodge promises despite not having that information. I think that answers our question here. I think Soy Lodge really is the dumbest individual. I've never seen anyone this dumb on any subject of debate, and I've been involved in watching, analyzing, participating in debates for quite a few decades. Soy Lodge has just won the crown, not the Dunning-Kruger Championship crown, but he's not the logical fallacy crown, but he's won the crown of the dumbest debater in the history of modern debate. If someone has a video of someone dumber than Soy Lodge participating in any debate, I've actually never made this bold claim before, Dope Man. I've never made this claim before. I think we have a winner. I have never seen anyone dumber than Soy Lodge. Yes, I've seen Nathan Oakley debate Reddy Geezer 1. Check out the analysis versus David Whitehead. Sphinx Bear says, "Congrats, Mr. Soy. You did it. You have arrived." Soy Lodge has finally accomplished something. Soy Lodge has captured the crown of the dumbest debater in the history of modern debate. Now, again, I haven't seen every single debate on every single subject ever, but I've watched some dumb ones. I've watched some brain-dead goofs debate on some of these dating podcasts. People want me to do logical analyses on those. I'm not sure I can. Like Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast. I'm not sure I can handle that. If more people request it, maybe I'll try. Some of those brain-dead goofs actively drinking alcohol and on drugs didn't ask questions this dumb as Soy Lodge. I think Soy Lodge is the champ, the dumbest debater ever. So I think we need a new scoreboard. So as for the Dunning-Kruger Championships, Michael Sartain has the record for most fallacies, although we didn't finish with Craig. Craig of Fight the Flat Earth was so fallacious we had to create a whole new comprehensive fallacy counter system incorporating fallacy stacking in single statements and fallacy comboing and super combos with fallacy stacks in combination. We had to create that for Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. Now again, that could be because he's a genius and the greatest actor ever intentionally doing that, because, I mean, it is difficult for someone to do. I mean, that is difficult. Awesome says, "I think Craig would beat Sartain on the new system." Yeah, I think he would. Because even though Sartain's better at the verbal diarrhea, Sartain can spew out more fallacies faster, but he doesn't have 11 stack fallacies like Craig. Craig can stack 11 fallacies in a single statement, and he can combo that back to back with additional fallacy stacks. I've never seen anybody do that before. I mean, Craig is in a class of his own. I mean, even McToon can kind of do that, but nowhere near the level of Craig. Craig is one of a kind. So, Sartain has the fastest delivery of, 1 or 2 or 3 fallacies and in rapid succession. Now, Soy Lodge here, I mean, he's too mentally slow to even be able to utilize verbal diarrhea. Like, he's not even smart enough to be able to do verbal diarrhea debating. He can't even do that. He can't process any points. He can't, it seems like he can't even be intellectually dishonest. He might be too dumb to even be intellectually dishonest. So people in the chat that have seen this whole thing, they're saying he hasn't even had his meltdown yet. So maybe I should reserve judgment, but these, just in the last few minutes, Soy Lodge has risen to the level of just, I mean, I don't know a different way to say this. He's just that dumb. Because I'm really thinking hard if I've ever seen any debater on any subject appear dumber than Soy Lodge here is. I can't think of anyone on any subject. I mean, I remember debate club in elementary school. We had this debate club. I mean, there were small children who didn't ask questions that dumb that were clearly answered a second prior. I really can't think of anybody dumber. Now, in the poll that I just had earlier, there were people saying there are dumber debaters. Who? And please send me the video. Because we have a new crown here. We have a new crown. Sphinx Bear says, plus Craig is really good at flinging out dingers. Yeah, Craig's dingers are next level as well. Like, Soy Lodge is, I mean, he's just dumb. Like, he can't even come up with creative dingers. Like, he's just that dumb. There's really nowhere to go from here. Grant's Pants says, life is hard. It's a lot harder when you're stupid. In certain ways. In other ways, it can be easier. Ignorance is bliss. It can be easier. There's plenty of, I mean, not this dumb, but, well, even him, because as dumb as he is, even if he's got a bunch of fake subscribers and fake views on YouTube, that might be translating into a certain amount of capital where, I mean, it has to do with morality too, because if you're dumb and immoral, you can still have success in the world, because there's plenty of intelligent people who are moral that don't really have success. Got to factor that in as well. Plochi Podcast says PhD Myers was insane as well. Yeah, he's nowhere near this dumb though. I mean, he at least was able to regurgitate certain, I mean, his math is actually not bad. Now, he doesn't understand that, counting unicorns correctly, correctly doing unicorn equations doesn't prove that unicorns exist, but you do need a certain mental capacity to even do the equations. Maybe Soy Lodge is a math genius as well. I doubt it, but we'll see. I just can't think of anybody dumber on any subject. I mean, I just can't. So I think what we'll have to do, maybe I'll do a community post of the current reigning champs. So I do have to, again, like I said, I'm just a mortal man. There's only so much I can deal with. But as of right now, Sartain is still the champ. Craig is up there, and he might be the champ on the new system. And I don't think Soy Lodge's narcissism is as extreme as Harrison Smith. Because in Harrison Smith's debate with Whitsitt, I mean, his narcissism was so off the charts. I think we might have to have him as narcissism champ. You know what we'll do? I'll do polls in the community tab. As of right now, here are my rankings. Sartain and Craig are the Dunning-Kruger champs in terms of logical fallacies. Sartain on the old system, Craig on the new system. We still have to finish and verify that. But just based on Craig's fallacy stacking, I mean, nobody can hold a candle to that kind of stacking and comboing. Not even Sartain. And then we have Harrison Smith of InfoWars with the narcissism crown. And then here we have Soy Lodge as just the dumbest. So let's, Flochi Podcast, do an episode and chart. Oh, you want actual charts with all this stuff? Yeah. Alien Big Cat 23 says, we'll see who's dumb by NU year. Are you saying you want to get in on some of these debates, Big Cat? Are you saying you want to go for Soy Lodge's crown? You want to challenge Soy Lodge for the dumbest, for being the dumbest debater? You want that crown? Dope Man says, are you ever going to do a dedicated podcast on MK Ultra? I know you mentioned it a lot, but I don't think you've done a dedicated episode. No, I haven't done a full comprehensive. I touched upon it pretty heavily in the Britney Spears podcast, actually. I think I went over it on the JFK podcast, and then touched upon it briefly in other podcasts. I haven't done a full comprehensive A to Z on MK Ultra yet. I went over it actually a bunch on the Dahmer podcast as well. And actually, in the Columbine series. So yeah, I did touch upon it sometimes heavily, but not a comprehensive history from A to Z. Haven't done that yet. Alien Big Cat 23 really demonstrating how he's vying for Soy Lodge's crown here. The final experiment will show what's what, dummy. Actually, it won't. And by thinking it will is why you're vying for Soy Lodge's crown. Pelochi Podcast says, how will final observation change their logic and critical thinking? Well, if they don't even understand reductive logical fallacies, false cause logical fallacies, false dichotomy logical fallacies, because if you can't even verify where the continents are in relation to Antarctica and all those distances, I mean, what are you going to do there? It obviously wouldn't prove anything either way. Yes, Alien Big Cat, you've been here for such a long time, I can't help but think you're trolling. Because if you've been here for this long, you should have at least gotten some basic understanding of fallacies by now. Don't Shoot the Messenger says, the Craig Pot fallacy stack counter. Craig Pot. Alright, let's try to continue going through this. But as of this moment, I have to crown Soy Lodge as the dumbest debater in the known history of debate.
Okay,
raised
what's
on the
the
water on my
average weight of what's the average height of the of the wave in an ocean?
entirely depends on the conditions that day. I have been on the ocean
That's
10
what
miles
average
out.
means.
Okay, we got a new contender here. Soy Lodge's co-host here doesn't know what the word average means. He says it depends on the conditions. I mean, look at this. There does not appear to be any processing going on here now. And Soy Lodge's co-host here, I mean, he's eons ahead of Soy Lodge. But I mean, look at this. It average depends on conditions. Does he not understand what the word average means? Average means the average. So whether there's a tsunami going on or whether it's almost completely flat, the average of everything is the average. He doesn't appear to, if he doesn't know what the word average is, how can there be any kind of logical discussion of any kind? Grant's Pants says that dude was born with a suspended driver's license. Soy Lodge. Oh, man. Alien Big Cat says, not trolling. I don't agree. You ain't smart, Bruce. So, you're here spending countless hours to listen to me not being smart, and I never said I was smart. Let's say I'm basic. If I understand the basics, that doesn't make me smart. Although, I mean, we're talking about averages, maybe it does. But you've been here for this long, so you want to be here with a channel with a guy who's not smart talking about a subject you hate. What does that say about you, Alien Big Cat? Are you like Tsutsaka? You also have some kind of weird... Just some kind of, I mean, I don't know what is with these fetishes. Like, there's a lot of mental illness going around these days. So, I mean, this is tough. I mean, should Soy Lodge podcast just be called Dumb and Dumber? Because, I mean, we have to applaud his co-host here. He still doesn't appear triggered. But, I mean, this is Dumb and Dumber here. He doesn't know what average means? The average wave height on any given day? Like, it's just, this is so painful. I know we really got to get on this because is it possible we're not even going to make it all the way through just because of the level of goofery here?
I've been on the
Yeah,
ocean.
but average at that level is useless.
I've been on the ocean 10 miles out and taken it 10 miles out.
Look at Austin. I've never seen Austin facepalm like this. These guys. So Austin, who's basically been going full time debating mental midgets and the dumbest of the dumb, these guys made Austin facepalm. Austin Whitsitt, with legendary patience for mental midgets, they made Austin Whitsitt facepalm. I mean, these are the depths we've sunk to. They think the wave height doesn't make a difference regarding objects on the ocean and their visibility. Wow. Wow. I mean, wow. I think we got number 1 and number 2. Okay, here's the next question. Okay. We need a new poll here, people. Is Soy Lodge's co-host the second dumbest person to debate Flat Earth? Because, I mean, this is so tough. Because, did Craig ever say waves don't matter? Because I don't even think Craig or Bryant Meyer, I don't think they said waves don't matter. I don't think they went that flatlined. Now, they might not have thought it mattered much, but to deny that waves existing would have any kind of effect on anything, I think these two goofs might be the first to deny that waves would impact visibility in any way. Wow, Soy Lodge's co-host not getting a lot of love here. 85, this is more definitive. This poll is more definitive on Soy Lodge's co-host being the second dumbest person to debate Flat Earth. More people are confident of Soy Lodge's co-host being the second dumbest than they are of Soy Lodge being the dumbest. Oh, man. Sphinx Bear says Soy Lodge and co-host are just two young kids who have been gassed up at every stage of their lives to think they're incredibly intellectually gifted. Someone close to them should be honest. But at this point, even if someone close to them was honest, I mean, if their narcissism is that extreme, it wouldn't process. It wouldn't process anyway. Wow, so we have 78% here. Wow. Okay. I mean, this level of good... I mean, they made Austin facepalm. I mean, Austin might have only facepalmed a few times in his entire career here over years. This is like the biggest facepalm I've seen, where it's not... I mean, wow. I mean, where do you go from here? Where do you go from here? Grant's Pants says autism speaks flat earth. I don't know if they're autistic. Autistic people can be very intelligent, actually. I mean, these guys are just brain dead goofs. I mean, there's a difference between being autistic and being a vegetable. Grant's Pants says Soy Lodge was conceived on Gilligan's Island. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. I mean, this is tough. This is tough. I mean, I'm gonna do my best here. I really want to finish this because I don't think I could stomach a part 5. So we're gonna have to try to finish this.
On a day in which it is entirely flat. I've also been in the ocean when the waves are 10 feet tall.
Careful with your terminology; they're going to take you out of context.
Yeah, right.
It's
no,
level.
it's. I've been on the ocean when it is literally like glass, and
So this guy doesn't know what the word literally means. This guy's competing with Soy Lodge now. I mean, I still don't think he's dumber than Soy Lodge. What is Soy Lodge's name? Because they're both Soy Lodge, right? Is his co-host always on the show? Does anybody know anything about his show? I don't know anything about his show. I don't really want to know at this point, but is he a permanent co-host? Did the two of them make the entire podcast? But anyway, Soy Lodge's co-host here, it almost seems like he's trying to compete with Soy Lodge. Literally glass. He's been on the ocean when it was literally glass. I've been on the ocean quite a bit. I don't recall a day when where it was absolute zero. I mean, even on a large lake, I mean, it could be close to zero waves, but it's not going to be absolute zero. He's saying the ocean. He's been on the ocean when it was literally glass. I mean, the level of mental disability to make that kind of statement, literally. He said literally glass. Wow. And again, if the disability is that severe, because even if it appears to be relatively flat in the area that you're on, that doesn't mean the entire ocean has zero waves in the distance. Obviously, the waves fluctuate depending, oceans are big. I mean, I can't even believe I have to explain it. I mean, I can't believe I even need to get it into this. Like, this is kind of crazy. Like, it needs to be explained to him that even if the waves are really small in the area that you're in, like if, let's say, I don't know if he meant the Atlantic that he was in, that doesn't mean the entire Atlantic Ocean has the same amount of low wave height as the area that you're in. The ocean is quite large. Are we really at the point where we have to be talking about the ocean actually being big and that wave conditions are not uniform across an entire ocean? Is that really the point we've gotten to? I mean, this really cements, like, I was a little iffy on whether or not Soy Lodge deserves the dumbest crown. Like, before I said it, when I stopped it, before I gave him the crown, a few minutes before that, I was already kind of thinking, is anybody this dumb? Like, when he made the statement prior, asking Wits, basically arguing that on a flat Earth, nothing would be obscure. That's when I was like, okay, that's so dumb. And then when he just continued on and on, I was like, okay, this guy deserves the crown. But now, I mean, this has really left no doubt. These two goofs don't know that wave conditions vary across an entire ocean. I mean, is that really where we are? I'm not sure I would have even started this podcast if I knew we would be getting to the point where we have to talk about waves being different sizes in an ocean. If we had to talk about the fact that he said it was literally glass, not glass-ish, glass-like, relatively flat, because yeah, sometimes in certain areas of an ocean, it's relatively flat. It's not absolute zero. There aren't absolute zero waves. Even in a lake where it would appear to be like glass, it's not actually, if the lake is big enough. Like, you'd have to talk tiny puddle. Like, you'd basically have to do just a really tiny pond or puddle in order to have absolutely no water fluctuation. But in any kind of lake or ocean, you're gonna get some fluctuation. Wow, I mean, this is tough. This is tough. We might be, I mean, should the Soy Lodge podcast just be called Dumb and Dumber at this point? Or Dumber and Dumbest? Sigil in the chat saying, Soy Lodge showing how well the indoctrination system breeds parrots. Yeah, but even parrots aren't this dumb. Who thinks oceans are, an entire ocean can be glass? And even if it were, even if we're talking about a lake, a small pond, a relatively small pond or a smaller lake, that still doesn't change that the true horizon and the parent horizon are two different levels, and it doesn't change the existence of precipitation.
There are no waves, and I've been on the ocean when it's 8 to 10 feet waves. It varies every day. It varies every hour.
If you've ever been surfing, it varies.
Yeah,
very
so
20 minutes at a time.
It depends very much on the day. So assuming that we have 2 to 5 foot waves.
You know what's absolutely crazy? Now, we gave the co-host a little bit of bonus points in having some kind of social awareness. It appears that has dissipated. They're talking to Austin as if not only has Austin never been to the beach, but he's never seen any videos of surfing. He's never seen any videos of the ocean. I don't know. I think it's possible they're being intellectually honest here. I think it's possible. I mean, look at Austin's face here. We need to ask, did I ask Austin? I asked Austin what the dumbest point anyone has ever made was, I think. I'm not did I ask him just the flat-out dumbest debater? I've never seen Austin facepalm and rub his temple like this as many times in such a short period of time as here right now with these two goofs. Because they're talking to him as if he doesn't know that wave heights fluctuate and change. They just spent almost a minute it appears to be intellectually honestly explaining to Austin that waves can change height. I mean, that's where we're at. So, I guess it's cemented. This might be number one, number two. I'm still not sure about the co-host, because he did exhibit brainwave activity earlier. Soy Lodge didn't, but his co-host did earlier. Now he appears to have flatlined as well.
If I'm standing on a boat, I'm in those 2 to 5 foot waves, so the boat is rising and falling those 2 to 5 feet. So I should, yeah.
The ocean doesn't move in unison, right? Like you have waves
Yeah, but
by you, there are waves
if
out
I'm
there.
if
Yeah.
I'm on a boat,
He's on the
that
boat, the boat is moving up
rising
and down.
on top of the waves.
But not in unison with the whole ocean. It doesn't really matter though.
But wait,
The point is that a small object in the foreground can block a big object in the background.
He's using
We
binoculars.
have waves. We still have waves. It's very simple. We still have waves, but it's not even just that. I already addressed it. I don't know if you guys heard me or not, right? But I brought up Rayleigh's criteria, the convergence of the floor, the ocean floor, the ocean surface.
The reason why I'm bringing up the fact that the boat rises and falls along with the waves in the area, assuming that the average height is 2 to 5 feet of the waves in the area, if I'm looking through the binoculars at the shoreline, the westward shoreline, no massive change occurs from when the boat is on the top of a 2 to 5 foot wave and in the trough.
Okay, so I mean, he just moved to classic strawman. Austin didn't. Who said that a massive change occurs? Who? Where are they hallucinating this from? That because the boat is going up and down slightly or a lot if the waves are big, that's gonna change the visibility on the shoreline? That's going to make buildings go up and down in the... What is he smoking? How much drugs did these guys do? What? What is going on here? I mean, this level of strawmanning... I mean, we might be just dealing with straight-up hallucinations. What? Who said... that some kind of skyline or cityscape or whatever on the horizon is going to be moving up and down because your boat is moving up and down? What? This is crazy. I mean, these two might be the dumbest. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of anybody dumber.
From 6 to 8 miles out, at what I can see of the buildings. Because I've done this.
For sure, what you can see of the buildings changes throughout the day. I live right down the street from the ocean, man. I'm not foreign to the ocean.
Sure.
What you see in the distance changes not only every day, within minutes. How far you can see, how much of the building you see changes throughout the day.
But not from the bottom up. The distance you can see changes for sure. But from bottom up, generally not much. Because in the shore that I go to, there's a large city a couple towns up where sometimes on a clear day you can see all of the buildings, and sometimes on a not so clear day you can't see any of them. Yeah. But there's never a time in which
you're saying that you can never see more or less of the bottom. So you're on the one place on Earth where the...
Okay, we're in a predicament here. Soy Lodge's co-host is coming for Soy Lodge. He just said there are no conditions in which how much of the bottom you can see changes. Man, he's coming for Soy Lodge. Like, the distance between the number 1 and number 2 dumbest, this distance is closing rapidly. I mean, even Soy Lodge is looking at him. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Look at Soy Lodge. Even Soy Lodge is giving him a weird look here. He's like, what did you just say? I wonder if Soy Lodge is going to agree with him or not. Even Soy Lodge gave him a little bit of a look when this goof just said there's never a change in the amount of the bottom of a building you can see. Is anybody else as in disbelief as I am? Because, I mean, they're the two dumbest, and they're just continuing to plummet. I mean, at this point, the gap between number 1 and number 2 here, and number 2 and number 3, I don't know if that gap can be closed at this point, because I really can't think who's the third dumbest. I don't know, because the distance between the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth dumbest, they might be kind of close together. These two have pulled away from the pack. And Soy Lodge's co-host is gaining on Soy Lodge. He just said correct. The visibility, the amount of the bottom you can see never changes. So no matter how high or small the waves get, no matter the visibility index, no matter how much precipitation is in the air, either you can see it or you can't see it. Can we stay on topic in the chat, please? In the chat, can we stay on topic, please? We are dealing with unprecedented levels of sheer stupidity in this so-called debate. I mean, how many of these have we done now? These two might be the two dumbest guys. I mean, even Craig's Bigfoot mailbox fallacy still requires more mental processing. Because for the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy, since Craig doesn't know what the scientific method is, he thinks if you simply make a prediction and it comes true, that means that that's valid science and it proves your theory true. But that still involves the mental capacity required to make a prediction, to see if the prediction came true. I mean, there's a little bit of cognitive function there, little bit. But to hallucinate that the visibility of the bottom of buildings never changes. I mean, this kind of just, I mean, we've moved beyond goofery to sheer stupidity. I mean, this is sheer stupidity. Lou M in the chat, are you listening to these guys? This guy just said that the visibility of the bottom of buildings on a skyline never change, regardless of conditions, regardless of wave size. Am I the only one who's hearing this? People in the chat are having all these off-topics conversation. Has anybody heard anybody say something dumber than this? Sphinx Bear says, oh, I'm hearing this just as shocked as you. I mean, I've done, not only have I watched countless debates, I've done analyses on quite a few debates now, not just Flat Earth. I can't, Craig's Bigfoot mailbox fallacy sounds intelligent next to this guy. I mean, this is so insane. What is going on here? Oh, Merman84, you missed a few doozies here. Soy Lodge's co-host just claimed with a straight face that the visibility of the bottom of buildings across an ocean never changes. So you would either see the skyline or you wouldn't see the skyline, depending. He never actually clarified whether it was precipitation or whatever it's dependent on. But on days that you can see the skyline, it's always the exact amount. So if it's a 10-floor building and you could see the top 5, it would always be 5. This goof just claimed that. Heracles says, but the mail was there, bro. Craig's Bigfoot mailbox fallacy is legendary. It is. But it still requires some kind of mental function. I mean, there's at least 2 points within that concept. You have to make the prediction, then you have to check to see if the prediction came true. That's more mental function than this guy. I mean, this is just so crazy. I mean, we got champ number 1 and champ number 2 right now. I mean, literally, watching back Bryant Myers would seem like a genius after watching this debate. Bryant Myers going on about equations adding up, that's eons ahead of these two goofs. I mean, I thought the Bryant Myers debate, Michael Sartain is more intelligent than this. At least he pretends and hallucinates all these other factors are valid, and he does have a half-decent vocabulary. These guys make Michael Sartain look intelligent. GA in the chat says, I wonder if Bruce will ever use that scoring system he used in the Matt Walsh Moon debate. That system was so funny to watch. Yeah, that's the new system. It's just really complicated, and the algos glitch out a lot. That is the new default system that we have to give thanks to Craig for creating. I have 2 other debates that I was still doing with the old system. Craig versus Caleb. I will finish that one with the old system, then I'm going to have to redo it with the new system. And then I also had a Zerka debate with the old system that I'm partly through. I was probably going to finish that, then I guess I'd have to do that again with the new system as well. Lou M in the chat, thanks for the super chat. Look to Top Craig is next level. I remember watching it for the first time thinking, wowzers, Witty has got some serious patience and tolerance going on. Did you just get here? These guys just made Austin Whitsitt facepalm and rub his temple in less than a minute. Lou M, we'll see how far I can get with this. I mean, this is so painful, but the idea of having to do a part 5 on this, I don't know if I could stomach that, so I'm gonna go as far as I can here. But we got so I was doubtful about Soy Lodge's co-host being the number 2 dumbest, but because his first statement, he's saying he was on the ocean when it was literally glass. Not glass-ish, not relatively flat. He's saying he's been on the ocean when it was literally glass. So that got him in the running. Now he's now stating that the conditions, regardless of conditions, if you can see a building on a skyline, you will always be able to see the same amount of floors. So that puts him firmly in number 2, and he's gaining. He is gaining on Soy Lodge. I mean, he's going for that top spot now. I thought this was going to be a Dunning-Kruger championship. This has turned into a straight-up stupidity championship. And you guys have never heard me talk like this before. I usually don't even use the word stupid. But I'm going back in my mind. I'm going back decades. I've never seen people this dumb before. I mean, I kind of feel bad that I'm saying that, but I'm always about the truth. I mean, you guys can go watch all my other analyses. I rarely ever call anybody stupid. I mean, I feel bad for these guys, too. I mean, I feel bad for these two because, again, these are participation trophy generation products. They're products of the participation trophy generation where they've been gaslit into thinking their opinions have always been valid and deserve equal weight to other opinions. And that gave rise to the narcissism. Now, Soy Lodge's co-host appears to have some kind of level of social awareness, but all right, let's keep going here. This is tough.
Atmospheric conditions don't attenuate light at the bottom greater than other days because the horizon moves
Not
up
as
and
not
down.
not
The
as
hori-
much
well,
of a
that's-
severity
can
as
we
when
define
I'm taking
horizon?
the boat out into the ocean.
Yeah.
Can we
yeah.
define
And
horizon
where
here?
the sky,
Yeah, yeah.
where the sky appears.
Did anybody hear that mumble from Soy Lodge? I think Soy Lodge just can't... I never thought this was possible. I think Soy Lodge just disagreed with his co-host, because I think even Soy Lodge Okay, this is crazy. I think even Soy Lodge realized how dumb what his co-host said just was. I mean, this is crazy. Even Soy Lodge, the #1 dumbest debater in history, just corrected his co-host. I mean, this is bonkers.
To meet the ground.
Okay, so it's entirely
The
based.
actual
So
definition.
we're in agreement that it's entirely based upon your perspective. There's no physical horizon. It's not a
Yeah, but in the
an
globe, there
object.
is a real physical one there. It's just that we never see it because there's an atmosphere. Right?
Well, it- n-
In the globe, there's a real curve of the Earth called the geometric horizon
Yeah.
that's like actually physically blocking things in the distance, right?
sure.
So we see the apparent horizon, but there's a real one there. We can just never see it because there's always an atmosphere, is the claim. Of course, at first we were all told that we can know that the Earth is curving because we can look out and we know that, the curve of the Earth is blocking things and we
Mhm.
can see the curve just by, but then they changed it in around 2017 when we found things from way too far away to, well, no, we never see the actual geometric horizon. Just trust me, it's there.
All right. Then
And
then I think I want to spend. We got 15 minutes left. I want to come back to this last thing, which is really what I've been trying to get to the bottom of because I have yet to have somebody just say it. Which is you're saying they changed it. You're saying they're hiding it. They're faking it. Who in this instance? Because we're talking about again 2,500 years here, where I mean, again after 200 BC in the Greek world, and then the Roman world, and then the European world as a whole, every educated person, and really most Christians, because the Christian church was teaching this,
Can you
believe the Earth to be a
discuss
sphere.
little bit about
You know what's kind of crazy? After that train wreck we just witnessed, even this doesn't sound as dumb as what we just went through with literally glass on the ocean. But obviously this new fallacy stack, so he just went circular reasoning, logical fallacy, false dichotomy, logical fallacy, false premise, logical fallacy, because that's all a false premise. Because I mean, just the level of hallucination here, and he also went no true Scotsman and hasty generalization. So that was a quint stack. That was a quintuple logical fallacy stack. But notice how he didn't spit it out as fast as Craig or a Sartain could, because he's obviously very slow. So even if it's fallacies, he can't even quickly spew fallacies. But he just keeps going back to these same points because I guess the mental capacity's not there. So it's like a 4-year-old just repeating the same thing. Because again, Lucretius is on the nature of things going all the way into the Roman world past the Greeks. They were divided on the shape of the earth. And so he's talking about 2,500 years, which is all demonstrably false. Because the idea, I mean, all of these systems, I mean, if we want to go into exact dates, are people interested in this fact check? Because I actually went over all this on the Sartain podcast. But it's kind of annoying having this goof just spew, like, because he's not representing scientism well. Because even if his cult of authority worship, the so-called educated world does not claim what he just said. I'll put it up on the screen again. It's just, I mean, like, fact-checking this goof is just exhausting, because he doesn't even know what the mainstream position is, the official narrative. He doesn't know or comprehend anything about the official narrative. He doesn't know or comprehend anything about the flat earth theory. Then he hallucinates that the educated world thought this. What? So again, I will put up. You could look at Wikipedia. This is there's no real division on this. You can go to Encyclopedia Britannica. You can go on any history of physics and astronomy. And these are the approximate dates. So this goof is spewing 2,500 years when the Greeks, the divided Greeks, were the only ones who were even considering a globe Earth. So the rest of the world, just give me a second, I'll put it on the screen. Again, you can verify this. I mean, all the encyclopedias say roughly the same thing. I mean, there's literal essays. I lifted this from one. This is all mainstream stuff. Spherical Earth is counterintuitive. It's such a radical idea that it has been discovered only once in Athens after 400 BC. The concept of the Earth being round didn't appear in any other civilization. India and the Islamic world would learn it from the Greeks, while China had to wait until the Jesuits arrived in the 16th century and turned the Chinese view of the universe upside down. So the Chinese, one of the most advanced civilizations in history, they didn't even learn about it until the 16th. This is mainstream. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm going by this goof. So Soy Lodge is so utterly clueless about basic, super basic, mainstream establishment science history. The entire educated world didn't even get to the concept of globe Earth. China didn't get to it until the 16th century. So the 1500s, so that's a mere 500 years ago. He's saying 2,500. I mean, his error rate, we're talking hundreds and hundreds % error rate. He's hallucinating that all these civilizations, all of the educated, or in what he's talking about, edumacated, we could call it, indoctrinated into these cults. Not to mention, again, as Lucretius on the Nature of Things, one of the most seminal works in all of establishment science history. So, when Epicurus was writing in 300 BC, the shape of the earth was still up for debate. From his surviving letters, he also thought the sun and the moon are small and nearby. Lucretius follows Epicurus. No surprise to find that in the book 5 of On the Nature of Things, he also tries to convince... So this is actually a critical work of Lucretius, but it just goes to show that even in the mainstream narrative, what Soy Lodge is hallucinating is patently false. Soy Lodge is so utterly clueless, he doesn't even know the establishment narrative that anybody can verify it in any encyclopedia. You can go to Britannica, you can go to Wikipedia, you can go anywhere, and everything matches up to this. He proposes the world is rather like a snow globe. We are all living on a flat surface covered by a rounded vault within which the stars and planets move around like the flakes of white when the globe is shaken. So this is, I mean, this is crazy. This is hundreds and hundreds of years after the original Greek propositions about the shape of the earth. I went over this even more deeply in the Sartain analysis, but it's just kind of crazy because Lucretius' On the Nature of Things is considered like a seminal work in science and physics. It's not some obscure text. And the fact that this goof doesn't know about it, it's kind of crazy. I mean, this is elementary stuff. And the only reason, and again, from the known works here, and what's also kind of curious too is Lucretius, who thinks the Earth is flat snow globe, he thought that it was an error to think the Earth is at the center of the universe. Aristotle thought it was the center and spherical. But anyway, it just goes to show the disagreement within the so-called educated world. There was no consensus. Not that the consensus would prove anything, because obviously Soy Lodge is that dumb. He thinks a consensus would prove something, but there's not even the consensus. That's the thing about how dumb Soy Lodge is. He's so utterly clueless, his stacked hallucinations aren't even valid because he appears to have this just severe allergy to logic. But anyway, again, I just wanted to touch upon that yet again because this goof just keeps repeating. I mean, the Chinese who invented so many things, according to the official historical narrative, the Chinese civilization was so advanced. I mean, they're developing gunpowder. And they didn't even get the concept of a spherical Earth until the 1500s. According to the official narrative, the precursors to gunpowder, it could have been as early as the 9th century. There's even a written formula for gunpowder from 1044 AD. So they invented gunpowder thinking the earth was flat. And this, according to the official narrative, and this clueless goof, our champion of stupidity, the dumbest person ever involved in any debate, is saying that the entire educated world knew for 2,500 years. Can he not spend 2 minutes looking at any encyclopedia? Justin Johnson in the house here. So, Justin, if you just got here, Soy Lodge has established himself as the dumbest debater on any topic in the history of debate. I have given him that crown. And his co-host is sitting firmly in number 2 position.
Aquinas' element on that, just before.
Well, Aquinas went back and was like, we know this through natural law, we know this through Aristotle, we know this. It was in his commentaries on Aristotle that he said it. It's not in Summa Theologica, but Aquinas is saying the Earth is round. The Earth is a sphere. It's a ball.
And for those who may not know,
and Aquinas is the 1200s.
Who is Aquinas?
Thomas Aquinas is, you could really call him the father of modern theology in the Christian sense. He was a priest. He's a saint now. Wrote extensively some of the most very dense Christian philosophy texts and theology texts that you could possibly read. Reading Aquinas is a slog. It is a chore. I recommend it to people who are genuinely interested in theology, but oh boy, does he say a lot. But my point in saying that is, the breadcrumbs leading back suggest that the educated world, and particularly the Christian world, have believed the earth to be round back to ancient Greece.
This is so hard. I mean, how many times is this goof going to demonstrate his utter cluelessness of basic history? It wasn't muted. I was just taking a couple seconds to to try to handle this. I mean, this is so tough. Can you blame me? Sometimes I just need a couple of seconds to compose myself dealing with just this amount of mental deficit. I mean, I'm not prepared. I don't even know if this guy has a 2-digit IQ. I mean, how many times is going to repeat this nonsense? Like, he spent all this time on Aquinas, and he's this utterly clueless about Lucretius, about the basic timeline of the concept of spherical Earth. Grant's Pants in the chat saying, after seeing Soy Lodge's performance, I'm just gonna say no to drugs. Hey, look, I've seen drugged up people debate, and they're eons ahead of this goof. I mean, this is just a level of goofery we haven't seen before. Not only is it soy-flavored goofery, his brand of soy goofery, but just the level of stupidity here is unprecedented. I mean, it's just absolutely unprecedented. I mean, it's just really hard. I mean, this might be the toughest analysis I've ever had to do. I mean, it's just tough. I mean, obviously, within religion, because this goof is also hallucinating that in religion, religious people thought the Earth was a globe, which, I mean, that's, again, according to what is recorded, that's also incredibly inaccurate. I mean, I mean, obviously, the Old Testament description of the Earth is quite clear, and I mean, some of it's still taught today. I mean, in the Islamic world, I mean, there's a lot of flat Earth belief. I mean, it's crazy how utterly clueless this goof is. I mean, it's crazy. This is gonna be tough to get through. I mean, I'll do my best, but...
And so with the Christians, the Christian church obviously starts 33 AD. The entire time, the majority opinion within Christian scripture, within Christian, not scripture, I shouldn't say, but within Christian commentary, within Christian writing, the church fathers, all of these people, the general consensus amongst all of them, but with the exception of like half a dozen, is that the Earth is a sphere. So I'm asking, where did the lie start and who started the lie?
Just give me 1 second. I'm about to just utterly demolish this fool. Just bear with me. I'm gonna put something really interesting on the screen. Again, this is all common knowledge, but Soy Lodge is just so utterly clueless and wrong about literally every point he makes that I just want to put it on the screen. So, there's no consensus. There's not even a consensus about a consensus. So, and again, this is not the only work. I mean, there's been a lot written here, but this is pretty good. This is Sage Publications, Volume 1, Number 4, October 94. Flat Earth or Round Sphere, Leslie B. Cormack. For 150 years, historians have battled over the question of whether or not people in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the years before Columbus set sail, believed the Earth was flat. So again, this is a debate that has been raging over what these people believed. We're going into the Renaissance now, just a few hundred years. So it's not clear what people believed a few hundred years ago. Now, everybody knows that. But even within the academic world, it's not clear. Even within the mainstream. So Soy Lodge is so utterly clueless in all of his fallacies, begging the question, logical fallacy, circular reasoning, logical fallacy, false premise, logical fallacy, strawman, logical fallacy. He's just stacking all of these fallacies. Not to mention, it's also appeal to extremes, no true Scotsman, thinking that it's only the educated, etc. There's clear uncertainty over what anybody believes, regardless of whether it's true or not. So, regardless of what the Earth actually is, there's no consensus on what anybody believed, even just a few hundred years ago. And even according to the mainstream narrative, the official narrative of academia or quackademia, whatever you want to call it, even the Chinese who created gunpowder between 900 and 1,000, the year 900 and 1,000, over 1,000 years ago, they created gunpowder, and supposedly the spherical Earth idea didn't get there until well into the 16th century. Hundreds of years after they developed all these advanced technologies. But this clueless scoop, the champion of stupidity, the dumbest debater in the history of debate. Should I just leave this up on the screen as well? Because he just keeps repeating this nonsense. I mean, even the official narrative, even his cult of scientism, even academia, he can't even be accurate about academia. I mean, is it possible to debate dumber than this guy? Is it even possible? Is it possible? Oh, wow. Heracles says, Bruce, I voted no, and I just remembered who the dumbest debater I have ever seen defend the globe. It was by far and away T-Jump. Oh, I totally forgot about T-Jump. You got a point there. Wow. I'm actually glad I forgot about T-Jump. Yeah, that guy's severely mentally disabled. I'm trying to... I don't think I even got through a single debate with T-Jump. Ooh, that's tough. I think I might have to, just now, because now I really want to know who the dumbest is now. I really want to know who the dumbest is. T-Jump is up there. You gotta admire T-Jump's dedication. It's like he just wants to keep doing debates until he finally wins one. Did he realize it's not gonna happen and he stopped? Yeah, T-Jump. Wow. Yeah, if there's somebody else in the conversation, it's probably T-Jump. I can't recall him ever making a coherent point. Now, to be fair, I haven't seen every single one of his debates, and I haven't seen them in their entirety. I've probably made it through 20 minutes of a few of his so-called debates. I don't think I've ever heard him make a coherent point or demonstrate comprehension either. It's tough. Yeah. I mean, as of right now, just because I don't know. T-Jump's in the conversation for sure. I'm not sure if he's dumber than this, though. I don't know. I'm going to have to do a T-Jump analysis just to see if Soy Lodge can retain the crown. Sphinx Bear says that Daryl guy who someone mentioned earlier who debated Austin was up there, too. Yeah, I started that. That was tough. That was so tough. The thing that makes some of these vegetables less entertaining, though, is if their narcissism isn't at a certain level, then it's not as funny. It's not as entertaining. But, I mean, I don't know. Soy Lodge is pushing he's pushing it here. Heracles says, good idea, Bruce. We need to know. Yeah, I agree. I think the world needs to know who the dumbest debater of all time is in any debating category. Right now, Soy Lodge number 1, Soy Lodge's co-host number 2. In order to verify that definitively, we do need to re-examine T-Jump.
You're muted.
Sorry, I locally mute. With early church fathers, that isn't true.
Yes, it
Most
is.
early church
Augustine, Tertullian, Eusebius. I mean, it.
Yeah.
There
There are many writings that they very specifically describe Hebrew cosmology and firmaments. There are some people that think the Earth's a globe. We don't have to get into all that though, because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't. If you're appealing to the philosophy of a theologian in the 1200s saying that the Earth's a ball, and then you're saying, Austin, some of the early Christian.
Austin, you're running away from the question. You are running away from the question.
Austin is running away from the malformed, fallacious question, like a quintuple logical fallacy stack question. So Soy Lodge can't handle Austin pointing out that his very question is a fallacy stack. I mean, does Soy Lodge's ignorance know no bounds? Grant's Pants says Soy Lodge's parents have been running away from him since birth. I mean, how can you be this clueless as to not know that that it's unknown what people believed? Some people believed it was a globe, allegedly. Again, we can't verify a lot of these texts. But we're talking about the mainstream official narrative here. We're talking about the mainstream narrative here. I mean, there are entire papers written on this. Peer-reviewed papers on clearly talking about the debate, because there's so much uncertainty regarding what anybody believed when. So it might have been as late as the 15th century when the globe caught on more. Who knows? We don't really know, obviously. But clearly there were very conflicting viewpoints.
letting me
Austin,
answer the
I've let
question.
you talk at length this entire time. You have said a number of things that I know are patently incorrect.
Soy Lodge knows they're patently incorrect, yet he can't point out how anything is patently incorrect. All we've seen is Soy Lodge make statements that are patently incorrect. All right, what do you guys in the chat want? Do you want me to run? Everybody's saying he's about to blow a fuse and have a meltdown. Do you want me to just let the meltdown run and not stop it and give my thoughts on it? Like, how long is the meltdown? Dr. Boss says yes. Okay, so I'll run it. How about I run it through, and then maybe I'll play it back to dissect it so we get the full impression of the meltdown. But it's interesting. It's really interesting that this guy's so utterly clueless, and his narcissism is up there as well. Because he's hallucinating what Austin is saying is patently false, I guess, to maintain the faith in his cult of scientism. But notice how he not once was able to point out how anything Austin said was false. When all I've done is fact-check this goof, and everything he's saying is false. I mean, has Soy Lodge said anything that wasn't false? I mean, maybe some of Aquinas' writings, but what does that prove about anything else?
I've let you say because I wanted to let you get your opinion out. No, I can. The point is, I wanted to let you say them. I wanted to get to the bottom of the belief here. But what I want to know, being as I'm a historian, I'm not a physicist. We've made our argument. We have an hour-long video on it going through the proof that the Earth is round. We have done that. We have discussed it here. You and I and Aiden we've butted heads on a few disagreements over what the facts
you claim
are.
Aristophanes proves the Earth is a sphere. You guys are grossly uninformed.
Because Eratosthenes does prove the Earth is a sphere. You yourself at the beginning of the show
don't understand basic logic.
The Greeks did logic. I thought they were a bunch of useless pedophiles, Austin. Anyway, moving back to what I actually asked you. That's what you just said 5 minutes ago. What I'm trying to get to here, and I'm frustrated because you've been running away from it the entire stream, is
you keep interrupting me.
I didn't. I asked you when did the lie start, and you said it doesn't matter. It does matter.
That's not what I said.
You said it doesn't matter.
What I was actually saying was that what certain people thought doesn't matter, okay? And that's just a fact. If you want to talk about logic, it's called an appeal to consensus. You're appealing to consensus over and over and over, appealing to the authority of the philosophers. Now, as to where it started, we've already addressed that. Supposedly, according to the mainstream history, is that some Greek guys proposed it. They were not even the majority in Greece, okay? That's
what is your evidence for that?
The entire writings of leading up to that, most of the philosophers in Greece, when the first spherical writings were introduced, the other philosophers that were with them didn't agree with them on the idea the Earth is a sphere. I don't remember all their names, but I guarantee you I've read all about it. And if every single Greek philosopher believed the Earth was a sphere, it wouldn't prove the Earth's a sphere. And this is one of the craziest tactics I've heard. Majority of the world thought the Earth was flat. And what you did to bring up history is say, but Greek were the ones that were really educated, so they're the only ones.
No, that's not what I said. I said the first people to say it were the Greeks.
But you said it as if that holds more weight than all the other civilizations, but then you're trying to tie it into a consensus
in Western
at
thinking,
the same time, which is
in Western European thinking.
Who cares?
I do, because we're talking about this right now. It's my show. So what I'm asking you is, when did the lie start, and who is lying, and why?
Well, for one, the Greeks specifically didn't believe in the Bible, and so they had
there was no Bible yet.
They had much different. No. Like even in the Torah, there absolutely was a Torah.
There was a Tanakh, actually, is the title of the work. But
there's Torah and Tanakh.
No, yes, Torah is in the Tanakh. It's what the TA are for. What I'm asking you, because now you're diverting yet again, the Jewish cosmology was not well known within the Greek world of the 4th century. I'm telling you that. You said you've studied physics more, and you use that as your appeal to authority.
I have to stop it here. So he's saying the Greeks, the Old Testament was not well known? Didn't they literally translate it, and the oldest texts are in Greek? Like the Greek Aramaic translations? So they translated it perfectly, yet it wasn't well known. This is according to the mainstream. I'm not claiming that's true. But according to the official narrative, so the translations from the Aramaic, they didn't know. So they translated all without knowing it? I mean, this level of goof. This guy's a historian, and he knows less than children who just can watch some documentaries or go on Wikipedia. So this goof is claiming the Greeks, it wasn't well known. I mean, this guy's really living up to his title. I do not regret, like, I mean, if anything, this guy is just cementing the fact that he is the dumbest debater in the history of debate on any subject. I mean, everything he's saying is patently false as he projected onto Witsit. I mean, this goof can't spend 5 minutes doing a basic search. This is a historian? The Dead Sea Scrolls, thousands of years old, allegedly. 2,000 years old. Most of the scrolls are in Hebrew. Some of them are in Aramaic and Greek. I mean, this is so tough. So we're going all the way back. I mean, apparently there are full translations of the Old Testament. I mean, so Soy Lodge is a historian who's so dumb he can't even spend 5 minutes on looking through any encyclopedia before humiliating himself like this. This goof is supposedly a historian. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. This is so hard. I mean, is it possible to be more utterly clueless? I mean, this combination of sheer stupidity and narcissism. I mean, small children know how to use the internet, or look through any encyclopedia. I mean, this is Britannica here. I mean, there's Greek translation. Like, so there was a translation 3rd century and a complete translation by the 2nd century. I mean, the level of goofery here. I mean, Soy Lodge is supposedly a historian, and he's this utterly clueless about the basics of history. I mean, these are basics. He doesn't know who Lucretius is. He doesn't know that there was dissent among the Greeks regarding the shape of the Earth. I mean, this guy's so utterly clueless. He doesn't know that the Chinese never even heard about globe Earth until the 16th century. I mean, according to the official narrative that he claims he believes in. I mean, the level of cluelessness here. Can anybody? I don't. Is T Jump this dumb? See, I think Soy Lodge is dumber. Does T Jump claim to be a historian? What is T Jump's profession? What is his profession? Because we kind of need to know that. Because if Soy Lodge is a historian and he's this utterly clueless about everything, that has to be the leg. That's dumber. That has to be dumber than a guy like T Jump if he just lives in his mom's basement. That's what it looks like, but I don't know. Because if you study, if your main field of study is history and you don't know any, and you're completely wrong about all of it, and you're doing debates, that's dumber than a random guy in his mom's basement not knowing about history. I mean, this is just a level of cluelessness we haven't seen before. I mean, Sartain is really dumb regarding astronomy and history. But yeah, I don't know. This is tough. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody dumber than Soy Lodge.
You're not making a point, Austin. I'm asking you, when did the lie start? Who started the lie? You keep going, well, you keep talking about the Greek. No, when did the lie start and who started the lie?
Okay. You're going to interrupt me again because you're getting really emotional. So
I'm not getting really emotional. I've been watching you sit there and laugh and smirk and smug. You've been doing it for 45 minutes. Because the stuff you're saying is... No, I have been very kind and polite up until the last 7 minutes when I finally said, I've been trying to get to the bottom of this for an hour and a half. I would like to know who started the lie and when did it start?
But then you guys take 2v1 red herring fallacies, and then you act like I'm running from a question.
There's no 2v1 red herring fallacy.
You want to take a poll on that? You want to take a poll on did I run from any questions?
I will happily take a poll on whether...
I've been really respectful.
What I would like to do...
You
haven't. For the last 45 minutes, you've been smirking and looking over to the side. We know the whole thing.
Looking over to the side. That's disrespect. You're not allowed to turn your head.
I've dealt with it before. I've been on Flat Earth shows. I know the way you guys operate. I've asked you a very simple question.
Stereotype fallacy.
Not
poison the well fallacy.
Okay,
you
real quick.
never speak about logic. You don't understand.
I understand logic perfectly fine, Austin. What I'm asking you...
I couldn't get through that. Soy Lodge understands logic perfectly fine. Who thinks Soy Lodge can even define logic, let alone apply it? Soy Lodge understanding logic. Look at his co-host.
Is when did the lie start and who started it? I'm asking you to supply evidence for your point, not, well, some university said, not, well, some scholars said, not, well, it doesn't matter what anybody thought, because it does matter. It does matter that the Earth, what you're arguing is that there is a grand conspiracy at the highest levels of all governments around the world to hide the fact that the Earth is flat. That's a major claim. That's a major claim, Austin.
Imagine claiming I'm avoiding the question. I've tried to start to answer the question 5 consecutive times.
You haven't. You've diverted to something. All right, fine. I won't talk. I will give you 5 minutes. Talk.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Check it out. Yeah. So I already answered this maybe in the first couple minutes of the first time you brought it up, which is I said that the vast majority of people aren't lying. I didn't choose a certain group of people that intentionally crafted a lie. So I've already addressed that. I said that some people had philosophical motivation, specifically that the perfect shape is a sphere. When you keep bringing up the Greeks with their Greek-centric philosophical argument,
what about the Romans?
They believe the perfect shape was a sphere. They believe the perfect shape was a sphere. They had a philosophical reasoning for why they thought that the Earth would be a sphere. Okay. I don't care though. And my point is that it doesn't matter. I didn't say there was one specific group of people that did it at a specific time. The majority of the world did not think that the Earth was a spinning sphere. Even when they believed it was a sphere, they did not think that it was spinning until many, many, many hundreds of years after that. Okay. And all of that doesn't matter because it doesn't matter what the consensus is. Okay. You're asking me who lied. there are people that are propagating the lie now, and I addressed that, like the government hiding the 60 South latitude. It just was an idea that spread across, and you have Jesuits infiltrating many different institutions and coming into China and pushing it. That's a very complex and nuanced question. You're trying to pigeonhole me into, I don't understand that this would be such a big lie. Someone would have to keep secrets and all that. No, it's a straw man. Who would have to know that your girlfriend? Who would have to know that my parents were actually adopted parents? Are the church in on it? Is everyone in the house in on it? Is everyone in the town in on it? No, they believe they're my parents. Most people think the Earth's a globe. There are powerful governmental entities that are monitoring above the 60th north latitude and below the 60th south latitude. That's just a fact. So that's why the conversation is frustrating. I try to answer in good faith, bro. I think it's a misguided question. I think I've already addressed it.
Okay, but that's the problem. You keep saying you think you've already addressed it, but you haven't. Because, first of all, you then continue to make more claims, and you say things like, well, the government's monitoring these parallels. Why?
So, Soy Lodge's cope is pretending Austin didn't answer simply because he doesn't have the mental capacity to comprehend how his question is not only a malformed question but a giant logical fallacy stack. Witsit clearly pointed out why it was a logical fallacy stack. Now, Soy Lodge is getting triggered because Witsit won't play pretend and pretend the question isn't fallacious. Austin is refusing to play pretend. So Soy Lodge is like a little 3-year-old. He wants to play Power Rangers or whatever and pretend that they're real. And Soy is saying, well, this was a fictional TV show. I'm not going to play pretend with you. And he's getting all triggered and he's like, no, you didn't actually play. Like, you have to play pretend with me. Power Rangers are real. You've just diverted the question. Why won't you play Power Rangers? And he's getting all triggered. No offense to Power Rangers. Power Rangers is awesome. I might even do a podcast on Power Rangers. But anyway, it's just the behavior. You could really see, like, not only is this guy's mental capacity, this is preschool level, but his maturity level is practically non-existent. He's also got the maturity, he's got the intellect and maturity level of a preschooler. I don't want to insult preschoolers because he might not even be at a preschool level. Like, maybe I'm giving him too much credit here. I don't know. Now, is he pretending that there is no monitoring of the parallel? Because he's asking why. Is he asking why because he doesn't believe it? And again, like, this is so simple because, I mean, is Soy Lodge just that brain dead? He doesn't know how to do Google searches. He can't check any encyclopedia. I mean, what is the deal with Soy Lodge? Because you can verify any of these, you can verify all the terms of the Antarctic Treaty quite easily. I mean, if you have internet. Little Star says, stop insulting my preschooler, Bruce. I apologize. I might have overestimated Soy Lodge's ability. But anybody can verify the terms of the Antarctic Treaty. It's not a top secret treaty. All of the entire treaty is listed in full on the Antarctic Treaty website, the official website. I mean, none of this is, it's kind of crazy because it's, like, none of this, like, this is all easily verifiable. Article 6 clearly outlines the provision of the present treaty shall apply to the area south of the 60th south latitude, including all ice shelves, but nothing in the present treaty shall prejudice in any way affect the right or exercise the right of any state under international law with regard to the high seas within that area. The Antarctic Treaty is unique because its administration does not fall into any one country. It is protected as a natural reserve dedicated to peace and science. It is regulated via the Antarctic Treaty. The environmental protocol and regulations have been agreed to between the treaty and enacted in their domestic law. Strict penalties may apply to any vessel or any person on an expedition proceeding south of 60 degrees south without authorization or permit. So is Soy Lodge that utterly clueless and mentally brain dead? He can't do a simple search, like he can't just read the Antarctic Treaty. he has to pretend that everything Whitsitt is saying is patently false. And he has to just hallucinate his everything he's saying isn't logically fallacious, and everybody should play pretend alongside. Now, again, am I using him? Is Soy Lodge identifying as a male or female? I'm saying he, but maybe it's a she. So if Soy Lodge believes that Soy Lodge is a woman, or let's say, I don't know, a dinosaur. If Soy Lodge identifies as a dinosaur, are we supposed to play pretend and call him a dinosaur? Then he's going to get all triggered when everybody's not playing pretend along with him. I mean, this is tough. And that's without even getting into the human rights violations that the treaty represents, because humans have the right to travel. So this is a violation of human rights to impede their right to travel and pretend they have to get authorization or permit. But anyway, again, all of this is easily verifiable. But is Soy Lodge just that dumb he doesn't know how to use the internet?
Well, good question. I mean, like they have excuses, right? They say they want to protect the penguins. They, when the government tells you can't privately explore somewhere, obviously don't believe their narrative. They brought the Nazis over here who were obsessed with Antarctica. The very next year, we went to Antarctica, and then they came back and said we can't go there privately and freely. And then they also monitor the North Pole and the International Geophysical Year and the Distant Early Warning System and the Northern Warning System, which is still in place today. Which anyone that goes above 65 degrees north, they get monitored and go through trip lines. And so why are they? I don't know, brother. I can't go there, right? I just know that you can't freely and privately go there. You can just go on an approved guided tour to one little bitty, a couple islands, and they're hiding something there. So, like, I don't know why. I would say, obviously, I think they're hiding the nature of the Earth. I think a lot of evidence suggests that the South is not the same as the North on the globe. It should be symmetrical. But why do ships take so much longer to travel in the North, in the South? Why aren't there?
What do you mean? Why do ships take so much longer to
Real
travel in the South?
Real quick. I have a specific question I
Okay.
want to ask. So, I genuinely good faith here, and I know things have gotten heated, and I fully understand why. But I want to try and bring it back a little bit. When you're saying that it appears that people are, and you acknowledge that you don't really have a good understanding as to why, they would be doing that. I want to understand why you think they are. Not necessarily based in fact, but considering there are so many different experiments that are saying that the Earth is round.
I know I keep stopping this, but this is just so difficult to get through. I mean, look at Austin's face right now. He's just bewildered by this level of goofery, because now Soy Lodge's co-host, he's like some kind of menopausal woman. He doesn't want to talk about realities. He wants to talk about feelings and why you have feelings. Like, reality be damned, who cares about the reality of any situation? They want to know why Austin believes this or that. Like, they don't actually want to talk reality. Like, the amount of soy here, like, I mean, Soy Lodge's co-host has quite a lot of soy as well. I mean, look at this. Would anybody describe this individual as a manly man? And my apologies, if he identifies as a female, I don't know. I'm kind of making assumptions here. Or I'm making assumptions they even identify as humans. I don't know. Maybe they both identify as female dinosaurs. I don't know. I don't know this information. But look, this guy, this individual, he wants to talk feelings? That's what we've descended to? He doesn't want to talk facts and reality? Like, how much soy is in the air in that studio? And look how bewildered. Like, has Austin even ever had to deal with, like, menopausal type arguments? Look at Austin's face here. It's like, why do these guys want to talk about my feelings and why I believe? Like, why don't we just talk about facts and reality and empiricism? Look how bewildered he is at this individual's request to throw aside fact and talk about feelings. And look at Soy Lodge. Soy Lodge looks like he has no problem with this. Let's talk about why beliefs and feelings and meta conversations instead of actual reality, instead of focusing on actual science. I mean, this is number 1 and number 2 here. I don't know. I think it's possible T-Jump might be number 2 and Soy Lodge's co-host might be number 3.
There's so many different, elements of society that are built around Earth. For example, we in our one video.
There are so many elements of society built around Earth. Okay, I don't know. Does T-Jump stand a chance at that? I just said T-Jump might be number 2, but I don't know. Soy Lodge's co-host might still be vying for number 2 position. There are so many elements of society built around Earth. Oh, this is unique goofery. We've sunk to the depths here. I didn't even think it would be this bad. I really didn't.
Had an element in which people who were building railways had to account for the curve. People who build, civil engineers have to account for the curve based on their textbooks. Airplane pilots have to account for the curve in the way they plot out their.
Which, by the way, this is
planes.
where I was trying to get to.
Yes.
Is where does the lie
all
start?
Of that is patently incorrect.
No, it's not patently incorrect that railway handbooks from the 1800s say you have to account for the curvature of the Earth. John Hanks' Field Book for Railroad Engineers, 1854. Go read it. It's not the only one. It's just one of many.
What about the government handbook from 5 years ago that say you use plane survey for up to 100 square miles for runways, railways, and all civil engineering? I guess we'll go to the 1800s.
What's the name of it?
Guy said something about.
What's the name of it? What's the name of the document?
I'll send it to you. I don't know off the top of my head. You brought up something from the 1800s.
Yeah,
my guy.
Isn't that interesting?
Hey, do you think there was any civil engineering books in the 1800s that said that you treat the Earth like it's flat?
For railroad engineering, not that I could find.
You don't account what you do small line segments that are horizontal in a railway, so you don't have to worry about it. The globe model says that since it's small segments,
that's why they account for it.
Oh, how'd they do that? How do they account for it?
It's on page 84. I'm not a mathematician.
What do they do?
There's a whole series of equations that I, as a non-railroad engineer, don't understand.
Yeah, they use horizontal line segments on the globe model would say.
You know what's tough? So Soy Lodge admits he doesn't understand any of it. So it's just an appeal to authority fallacy. It's just, I mean, Austin has to explain to him how it's even done because he doesn't even know. So Soy Lodge here admits his deficiency. What is this guy doing? Is he admiring the size or lack thereof of his bicep? Is he getting easily distracted? Look at Soy Lodge's face here. How much mental processing does everybody think is going on in this individual's head? I mean, Austin, it's not about the exact equations because obviously the level of goofery here. When you're railing, who thinks a railway line is a single piece across hundreds of miles? Like, where would they store that piece? Is that what Soy Lodge thinks? That a railroad consists of single pieces of steel beams that are hundreds or thousands of miles long? Is that what the goof thinks? First of all. Second of all, in that exact field book, I don't know if it was the first edition, it clearly says you have to account for variations in terrain. I mean, not rocket science. You know, some places are hilly. The Earth is not perfectly, it's not a perfect 180-degree level plane, regardless of whether it's a globe or a plane. The Earth is uneven. Everybody knows that. How would you calculate the curvature into small, short beams that are laid over uneven terrain? And even when they level the terrain and make it relatively even, the average railway beam is 60, well, that's interesting. It's 66 feet in the UK, interesting number. It's there, and they have both 39 and 78 feet variations in North America that are bolted together. So if you have a 40 to 80 foot beam, how much curvature is there 40 to 80 feet in front of you? I mean, the level of goofery, I mean, look at this individual's face here. How much mental processing is actually going on here to think that tiny pieces of railways have to account for the curvature of the Earth while they have to be run over uneven terrain, regardless of the shape of the Earth? I mean, imagine the level of goofery. I mean, oh man. Oh man. Jeff in the chat says the fact that Lore Lodge is a Freemason says he is a liar and a deceiver. I'm not sure. I think he possibly could be being genuine here. I think it's possible he's being intellectually honest and he's just this dumb. I mean, he's bringing up railway lines with 39-foot long railway pieces are going to prove the curvature of the Earth.
That it would automatically account for it over time because it's small segments.
You didn't know the book existed 3 minutes ago, and you're telling me what it says.
Also, I do want to...
Because this is how railroads are built in reality. I don't need to know about your cherry-picked.
I do want to acknowledge something.
It's not cherry-picked. It's all of them, just like the entire Western world for the last 2,000 years.
If your audience believing you, then they can do that.
My audience is very intelligent, so I very much think they will.
Also, I guess they should be able to Google civil engineering plane survey and see the government say that for all civil engineering up to 100 square miles, we use plane survey and completely neglect the notion of curvature. Or they could just believe you making stuff up.
I will also acknowledge that railway rails are not perfectly horizontal in the slightest.
They're not at all.
Oh, we got some brownie points for Soy Lodge's co-host. Soy Lodge's co-host has just demonstrated why he's not number one, he doesn't have the crown, because he acknowledges that railway lines are not perfectly horizontal. Well, no, I don't think he even mentioned the fact that if they're only 39 to 78 feet long, how would that prove anything either way? Because the curvature over 39 feet would be non-existent of the globe. Obviously, the terrain they're being laid on might not be perfectly even. I mean, the level of goofery here, but it's kind of hilarious. This is funny, though, because Soy Lodge checked his co-host when his co-host was talking about the amount of buildings in the distance across an ocean always being the same visibility. But now the co-host is acknowledging that Soy Lodge's goofy claim about somehow laying 39 or 78 foot pieces of beam would somehow prove the curvature of an alleged planet. And somehow that has nothing to do with local terrain. It would prove that there was a globe. The level of goofery here is insane. Not to mention, I mean, look at the YouTube's being really glitchy right now. I was trying to put something else up. I really want to put this on the screen because it just the level of gopher here, we've just never seen anything like this before. Just bear with me. YouTube's getting a little glitchy, but I think I should get it to work. Couple more seconds. So Iowa State University is the source here, but obviously trains and ramways or whatever, carriage lines, whatever you want to call them, they had horses pulling coal. I mean, way back in the 1500s or even earlier. So again, nobody really knows what the people that built these believe. But of course, let's keep in mind, it is unknown what they believed. So it's possible these are people who thought the earth was flat, making these long wagon ways, or whatever you want to call them. And these were wooden rails instead of iron rails. But so even going back to the 1500s, so so his source was from the 1800s. Now going back to the 1500s, they had these long wagon lines for transport. Is Soy Lodge alleging they also had to factor in the curvature of the earth for them? What makes an iron beam you magically have to calculate the curvature when you don't have to calculate the curvature for wooden lines? Again, brain dead people might have trouble with this, but this is fairly basic stuff. I mean, I can't even believe we have to go over this, but this is fairly basic stuff that these wooden railways existed hundreds of years ago. Now, maybe the civilization believed in flat earth, maybe it didn't. That's unknown. But the question is, did they have to factor in curvature for these wooden lines? And when you switch from wooden to iron, is that you magically have to start calculating curvature according to Soy Lodge. According to Soy Lodge. We got Tsutsaka and Alien Big Cat humiliating themselves in the chat here. Dunning-Kruger styling's always welcome to illustrate the points. So, yeah, no, I think it's very interesting, some of these wagon lines. But what's... I wonder what Soy Lodge would allege here. Because he's admitting he's too brain-dead to understand any of the calculations, but you don't need to understand the calculations to know whether or not you even need calculations. So, in 1500s Germany, are they factoring in the curvature of the Earth for these wagon lines made out of wooden rails? Now, if they use an iron rail instead of a wooden rail, does they magically have to start factoring curvature? I mean, just the level of goofery here. I mean, can anybody defend the goofery? I noticed Alien Big Cat and Tsutsaka, they're not able to defend any of Soy Lodge's points. I'm assuming you're on Soy Lodge's side here?
They're actually
You're saying
relatively...
that they actually build them curving around the globe?
No,
like,
they have a lot of flexibility.
They have a ton.
No,
Yeah, of course,
for the length they are, when you pick them up in the center,
Sure,
they bow.
yeah.
So-
Structural integrity is not the same as like the curvature of the
Exactly.
Earth, though, right?
So they,
Yeah.
I live right next to a railroad track. Those segments are not perfectly straight. They do curve slightly in a variety of different ways. They build them with that in mind. So when they're working up a grade or around a curve, they don't need to cut these perfectly rigid things, whatever, like you said. So they plan the grade itself and the overall length of rail, not the actual individual rails, but the amount of rails they'll need for a given distance, based on not just the flat distance on a map, but based on how that distance of rail line is affected by the actual curvature within it. So they have
but
to calculate.
grading is a slope deviation from horizontal, right? That's what grading is. So
Yes.
like civil engineering uses plane survey. I can assure you the globe model says, well, sure, on small scales you can use it because you wouldn't really be able to see a difference. And we do like small line segments that are horizontal for runways, bridges, railways, whatever. I can show you many things from 1800s up to now, right? That talks about that. I just gave you guys the Stillman for the globe. The Stillman for the globe is, but on small segments, you wouldn't really be able to tell. Level is equal distance above the curvature of the Earth.
You know what else is hilarious? These two goofs are so dumb, they don't even understand that what Whitsitt said is a Steelman. Because not only are there no calculations for the globe integrated, but they wouldn't have to be even if the Earth were a globe. But they're so dumb they don't even understand that. I mean, just look at these blank stares. Do they even know what a Steelman is? I mean, look at these two goofs. Look at these two goofs. We got number one and number two. I don't know. T-Jump maybe can vie for the stupidity championships. Maybe. I don't know. We have to do another review of T-Jump.
As you're establishing level, it's going to automatically account for the curve without you knowing it. I'm not the one that's trying to spread misinformation. I'm giving you the Stillman of the globe, okay? But that's just a cool story, bro. Like you're saying, yeah, you said something about a plane. Maybe when you map it out on a coordinate system, assuming the Earth's a globe, but you fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary, the gyroscope is operated as if the Earth is flat and stationary. And this is in the very engineering for all of those things. And if you believe the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't have to misrepresent stuff like this.
I'm not misrepresenting anything. I told you that railway engineers account for the curvature of the Earth. Maybe they don't do it anymore, but 150 years ago, they were sure doing it. So maybe they decided that now they don't actually need to. That's fine. Science changes over time as people figure out new and better ways of doing things. The fact that I was trying to establish, however, is that The idea that the Earth is flat in Western thinking is extremely new. We're talking 1800s. So that's what I was trying to get to, is because I wanted to go to, all right, well, we have all of these things of them accounting for the curvature. So clearly people have believed the Earth is curved for a very long time. Now the question is, why? It's not because a government came and told them so. In fact, on numerous occasions, governments tried to shove these people down. I mean, if we look at the church did it to Galileo.
Galileo, that's a whole thing. You should research. He denounced heliocentrism on his deathbed.
Oh my God, I never said he was heliocentric. I said the man believed the Earth was a globe.
And the church didn't care that he believed it was a globe. They did nothing to him over the globe. Literally nothing.
I am aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Well, then why'd you say that they tried to stop the globe?
My point was that in the ongoing march of science on this subject.
Did everybody notice how he just dodged the Galileo point? His point has nothing to do with the point.
There have been battles at every step of the way. Heliocentrism was just an evolution of a globe Earth. It was yet another one. There are questions I could have asked you that people told me to ask. I tried to do this in good faith. I could have asked you what the moon is and how eclipses happen, because I know you can't answer that question. I've watched you avoid it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can't explain how eclipses happen, you can't tell me I'm
that
wrong.
Was created for you. That it isn't impressive.
Because, first of all, you then continue to make more claims.
Value. Star. It looks like it's what we call planet. That I understand better. Why do
it doesn't matter what anybody thought, because it does matter.
Doesn't matter.
Couple towns up, where sometimes on a clear day,
as if that holds more weight than all the other civilizations, and freely, and then they also monitor the North Pole. Like the notion of curvature, or they could just believe you making stuff up.
I will also acknowledge that railway rails are.
And the church didn't care that he believed it was a globe. They did nothing to him over the globe. Literally nothing.
I am aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Well, then why'd you say that they tried to stop the globe?
My point was that in the ongoing march of science on this subject, there have been battles at every step of the way. Heliocentrism was just an evolution of a globe Earth. It was yet another one. There are questions I could have asked you that people told me to ask. I tried to do this in good faith. I could have asked you what the moon is and how eclipses happen, because I know you can't answer that question. I've watched you avoid it.
Yeah.
So Soy Lodge is so dumb. I think he's clearly one-upped Craig here. Because let's look at this modification of the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. According... Like, this is kind of an extension of the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. So, I mean, this is a classic appeal to ignorance logical fallacy by Soy Lodge, because he's so utterly clueless, he doesn't know what logic is, although it's kind of hilarious how he thinks he does. And even stated such. So because someone can't counter a claim, because again, also shifting the burden of proof. So if the mail is in the, so not only does the mail being in the mailbox at the time predicted prove that Bigfoot delivered it, but if Austin can't prove that it wasn't Bigfoot, then it has to have been Bigfoot. So it's not just about the prediction. We have the extension here with Soy Lodge adding appeal to ignorance and shifting the burden of proof logical fallacies to the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. Because you have to be able to prove it wasn't Bigfoot, otherwise it was Bigfoot. So if you don't have a video of the mailman delivering it, of Mothman, of a ghost if you don't have proof that it wasn't Bigfoot, it has to be Bigfoot. Soy Lodge has managed to say something dumber than Craig on several occasions now. Pacau McIver said soy 1 and 2, T-Jump, Sartain, the Quadrella in no particular order at the moment. Who's the Quadrella? Now, I think the order is quite established. Soy Lodge is number 1. Now, it's unclear. I don't know if T-Jump is dumber than Soy Lodge's co-host or not. That's the question.
Yeah, if you can't explain how eclipses happen, you can't tell me I'm
that
wrong.
was created for you. That it isn't impressive to tout that you believe current consensus, that I understand better than you, but since you think consensus agrees with you,
It's
and
not
gave
that I
you
think
answers you
consensus
can't
agrees
verify.
with me. It's that I went and did the
I'm
math
just going to be
myself.
real with you, man. That isn't impressive, okay?
I'm not trying to be impressive.
What you think the moon is.
Austin,
Dude, here's
I'm a
the-
historian. I'm a historian, and I can grasp this better than you.
But you can't, though.
Yes, because you have
it's
failed.
recorded. I'm
you
assuming
have
you're
failed.
Take this down
I'm
or
not.
something, 'cause
I'm
it's
not.
all
So,
documented.
Austin, this is the other thing that I think is great, is that you people never actually bother to look at who you're talking to. You never do. You have no idea who we are, what we believe, what we do. You're just assuming things. No, we're not going to take this down.
I saw your
Austin,
tweets,
I've
man.
watched
I
you
don't
embarrass
have to
yourself
look
for
at
2 hours straight tonight, okay? I was trying to be nice about it, and then you decided to be a dick around, I would say, 8:24. So go ahead and check it.
It's all
run it back.
recorded, so
It
unless you
is.
take it down, the world
I'm
can
not
see
going
what
to take it
happened.
down. Austin, I'm very
Awesome.
excited. I'm glad we did this because you've run
Okay.
from every question, and
Now,
now you can't tell me what the
actually
moon
happened was
is.
both of you guys were asking me questions, right? And then as I would try to answer a question, the next one would answer a question, etc. And I was just trying to. In reality, I could have been very like, "Wait, that's a red herring," da da da. But I was just in good faith, following you both around,
weren't in good
answering your
faith.
different questions.
You weren't.
That is what happened. And so to answer your question as to why do I think that they lie, there are many reasons, but obviously we can't privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. They could be hiding land. There are many different resources that claim that there are more land. Who knows why the lie happens, but who cares? If your girlfriend's cheating on you, you shouldn't marry her. It doesn't matter why she cheated on you. If you don't walk into a house and see a bunch of bodies and you're like, wait a minute, before I establish that this was a murder, I need to know why these people got murdered. It's like, no, there's a murder. No, I was adopted. No, my girlfriend's cheating. Let's figure out why afterwards. It hides God. Geocentrism
It
is
hides
the
God.
big-
I knew it. I knew we were going to go there. The Bible does not describe a flat earth cosmology. It does not. We went through it. We went through the details. It doesn't. It's not.
I know he's in the middle of his narcissistic projection Dunning-Kruger spiral. But, yeah, it appears he's not even on a preschool English comprehension level. I mean, the Bible could not be more clear about the cosmology. So this guy claims to be some kind of biblical scholar and historian. I mean, this level of fail, I don't think we've witnessed this level of fail before. Because he doesn't even know, like, the basic mainstream history. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. This is what gives him his crown. Because if these are his main fields of study, and he's this clueless about them, this is why he has to be above T-Jump. Because if T-Jump is just some nobody in his mom's basement, or his field is something completely different, but when you've dedicated your whole life to 2 fields, and you can't even get to a preschool level at either one of them, I mean, this guy's the champ. I mean, how are you not the dumbest debater in the history of debate if you fail this hard at the 2 fields you've spent all your time on?
Not hiding God. Because I know, Austin, you and I both know who you think is hiding it. We both know that.
What?
So I'm sick of
Dude,
the
it's
game.
crazy that if someone votes
I'm
for you,
sick
like,
of the game. All right.
what?
That's what's got me
You
tired.
don't know
That's
me,
why I'm
bro.
exasperated. That's why I'm frustrated right now.
This looks exactly like some kind of menopausal woman having a breakdown in a fight with her husband. I'm exasperated.
Like,
You think the Bible teaches a heliocentric
I
model?
think the Bible doesn't say what shape the Earth is or where it fits into the cosmos.
Does it say the Earth is stationary?
Who has the religious studies degree here?
Obviously.
Who has the religious studies degree, thus proving the utter cluelessness of soy logic? So not only is that a credentials fallacy and a genetic logical fallacy and an appeal to authority logic fallacy, so he went with the triple fallacy stack right there, but it clearly illustrates how utterly clueless soy lodge is. I have to start referring to him as the champ. He's the champ. He's the dumbest debater in the history of debate on any topic. And look at the confidence in his face. Like he actually thinks that's a point. I mean, there are people with degrees on both sides of every issue. So how much is that degree worth? So the Bible is very, very clear on the shape of the earth. Obviously, it shall not move. So a non-moving earth. Very, very clear. And to get even more specific here, like clay under a seal. So are clay seals, like seals on parchment or documents, are they spherical? I mean, it's very, very clear how the Bible describes the earth and its four corners. Four corners, clay under a seal, shall not move. I went over all of these in previous analyses. This guy's a biblical scholar, allegedly, and a historian, allegedly. Has he said anything accurate thus far? Anything at all? And then, of course, obviously, the word sphere, globe, ball exists, but they use the two-dimensional circle. So that's, of course, Isaiah 40:22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Completely different word used for globe or sphere or ball, a three-dimensional shape. There's actually a bunch more, too. I don't know if I want to go through all of them now. But it's just, I mean, this guy's title, I think his title, he's got a firm grasp on the title. Also in Genesis, it clearly states obviously the dome in the middle of the waters, dividing the waters above from below. And in Isaiah, nobody talks about Isaiah 22:18, but that's where the word is used. So 40:22 is circle of the earth. In Isaiah 22:18 is toss you like a ball into another country. So like, which is an old saying, obviously, you know, you grab somebody, you squish them into a ball and throw them. So that would be the three-dimensional version. So this is a different word. Again, you know, a first-year Bible scholar would know this, but Soy Lodge apparently does.
So you don't know what the word rakia means?
Obviously,
or what?
you don't, because it means expanse.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Stereoma is the word that was translated as firmament, because stereoma can carry a connotation of firmness. Rakia, on
means
the other
beaten
hand,
out strong as bronze in Hebrew.
no,
objectively.
it means
objectively.
no.
Yeah, I was on mute. So I'll go through that again. So Soy Lodge is so utterly clueless, he obviously doesn't understand what basic definitions of anything are. So straight from the Hebrew, rakia could mean an expanse or a firmament. It simply means extended surface. It means extended surface, a surface. Is a surface made of air? Like a surface could be made out of anything, right? Like a table surface can be made out of anything. But a specific definition of Bible usage here, particularly referring to the King James Bible, is firmament. A vault of heaven supporting waters. Because you have to use context, too. I mean, obviously, Soy Lodge is so utterly clueless, he doesn't understand context. Because the context can give you a clue to the definition. So if it's an expanse or a surface separating waters, would that surface be solid? I mean, I guess it could be some kind of an energy, but it's some kind of barrier, solid or otherwise. And it's specifically listed here, considered by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above. The vault of heaven. A vault. What is a vault made out of? So even expanse, the definition of expanse, could be a base or support. So this clueless goof doesn't even know the basic definitions of words or how to utilize context in ascertaining what the shade of meaning can be for a word. So there's really no argument here, because the Hebrew cosmology is quite clear. So even let's pretend there weren't these exact definitions regarding a base, support, surface of some kind, a surface separating waters. Even if we didn't have that, you could clearly comprehend what the general meaning could be based on the well-established cosmology. I mean, again, is it possible to be more clueless than Soy Lodge? That's the question here. This guy's allegedly a biblical scholar and a historian, and he's not even preschool level.
Raka means to hammer out, or to spread out, or to beat out. Rakia means expanse. It is a noun, not a verb. Okay?
It's spread out like a tent over top of us, like grasshopper inhabitants.
Yes, do you know what a metaphor is?
It's described as
Do you know what a
molten-looking
metaphor
glass.
is?
It's a
Yes, does the sky not look like molten glass
Okay, well
to you?
then we don't have to debate the Bible. The Bible doesn't prove it one way or the other.
No, it doesn't.
You're the one that got super triggered. You tried to imply the reason I do this is because
I didn't get super triggered, Austin. I got sick of your shit. Okay,
you got
This is me
really
being
worked
sick
up
of
when
it.
I said it hides God. I was trying to once again answer in good faith.
But you
as soon as I brought
weren't.
up God, such a
None
Christian
of this
you
has
are
been
that I
none of this has been
such a
good faith
Christian you
all
are that
night.
I bring up that I think something hides God, and you get like super angry
Because
about
I
it.
am
Like,
sick of people like you making a mockery of my faith. That is
but
what
you're
it
the one
is.
claiming that the Bible couldn't even describe what creation was accurately.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Does it say the earth's immovable and fixed?
You don't know the context of that claim.
Did it say the sun stopped in Joshua?
It says
Did it say that the earth was made after the sun? How is
Again,
the earth
Austin,
going around the sun if the sun was made after the earth?
I'm not gonna sit
Yeah,
here
that's what
at
I
the
thought.
end of the show. I'm not gonna sit here at the end of the show and go through biblical cosmology for you. I'll happily do a video on biblical cosmology on my own, but I'm not gonna sit here and leaf through a Bible in front of all of these people, pointing out the many ways in which this entire idea the Bible says the earth is flat is wrong. You know what the actual scholars on the topic say? They say that the Israelites conceived of a flat cosmology under a dome. What they absolutely in no way ever say is that the Bible itself unequivocally describes the earth as flat.
They literally do. The academic consensus is that Hebrew cosmology, taken from the original languages, describes that. But the what you should be saying is, but they wrote through the lens of what they knew at the time. That's what the academic consensus is. Actually, the Christian academic consensus. Okay, so then you believe that the authors wrote fallibly, but I believe it's inspired.
I believe that God gave people information that was useful to them in terms they could understand.
Okay, but do you know I don't think the Earth's flat because of people
I know.
claiming it in
I
the
know.
Bible.
You haven't explained once why you think the Earth is flat.
We
You've given a
falsified
whole...
the radius value.
What
I
does
did.
that mean? We falsified the radius value? Because I
Yeah.
could have opened this entire discussion with the fact that we have film reels from space depicting the Earth as round, not edited film reels.
How does this goof know that it's not number one? How does the goof know that it's not edited? So I mean, there's tons of film of Bigfoot and ghosts, and we could say they're not edited because it's from a film reel. But even if it's not edited, if you don't know where that film was shot, how would you know that it depicts what it claims to? And does this goof not know that the digital medium is relatively new? Like, all the films on film reels over the past 100 years, prior to the last 30 to 40 years, everything was analog. So is this goof that mentally disabled? I mean, I guess he is. I mean, he's the champ. I mean, you have movies going back to, like, the 30s and 40s on film reels using all sorts of precursors to green screen technology. This is on a film reel. Does that mean it's legit? I mean, what is the level of mental disability we're dealing with here with Soy Lodge? This screenshot is from The Thief of Baghdad, released in 1940. But they actually had all sorts of projector technology even in the late 1890s. Late 1890s, and it was all on film reel. It was all film.
Raw film. We have pictures of the Earth. We have
Oh my gosh.
thousands of them. You just say they're CGI.
Have you not ever caught them faking stuff? You never looked into
Oh my
it?
God. What's fake mean?
I'm genuinely asking in good
No,
faith.
what's
Like,
fake mean?
ironically, I actually do operate in good faith.
No, you don't.
So yes, I do. Like, I respect that you had the conversation. I know there's a lot of information, and I know you have to make sure it looks like I'm the stupid flat earther.
I'm not
but
as stupid
I'm not
as you think
stupid.
I am.
I'm very informed
I'm not
on
as
this.
stupid
I'm
as you
trying
think
to
I
be in
am.
good
You
faith.
can
I'm siding with Soy Lodge here. I really think that Soy Lodge is not as stupid as Witsit thinks he is. He's way stupider. I really don't think Austin has an accurate assessment of Soy Lodge's stupidity level. Because if he did, I'm not sure he would agree to this. I mean, maybe he would. Maybe he just wants to put this up for everybody to watch. But I actually think it might be impossible to accurately gauge Soy Lodge's stupidity level. Regardless of how stupid we think he is, it's entirely possible he's much stupider than anyone thinks he is. So that was the first accurate statement I think he's made.
double talk all you want. You can try and do this thing flat earthers do, where they pretend to be calm and civil while they throw the barbs into the passive language. I'm not dumb. I hear you doing it. I see you doing it. I didn't start it. I asked you a question at the beginning of the show.
Here's another question. How many not stupid, not dumb people spend all this time claiming that they're not stupid or not dumb?
Show and you couldn't answer it once. Now, I also asked you, what's the moon? How do eclipses work? That's one that you should be ready and willing with an answer, right? How is it that the moon goes in front of the sun?
How is it that the moon goes in front of the sun? Why would that be a problem?
On the flat Earth model. How's
it goes in front of the sun? It just goes in front of it.
When?
How? What?
What's the moon?
You didn't think this one out.
What's the moon? What's the
dude?
moon?
The solar eclipse isn't a problem for the flat Earth if it's the moon.
Yes, it is. First of all, you're
if
one
you
of the
don't
few
understand
people...
basic geometry. I guess.
No, I do understand basic geometry. Actually, what I'm asking you is, what's the moon?
Oh, so you're diverting to
No.
not the eclipse.
No. See,
You said what
Austin,
causes
this
the
is called a
eclipse?
Socratic dialogue. This is called the Socratic. I know. I don't
This is all
always get to.
recorded. You
I
asked me
don't
what
always
causes
get to
the
introduce
eclipse.
these concepts to grown adults, so this is fun for me. This is called a Socratic dialogue. It's where we start in one place and we
I know
work
what the Socratic
towards
method
the answer. I
is.
don't
That's
think
not
you
what
do
you're doing.
because again, you seem to think that the only thing the Greeks ever brought to the table was pedophilia. I don't know where you
didn't
got
say
that.
that.
Concept.
I didn't
You-
say
You
that.
said you don't think the Greeks were all that smart. Not
No, I said
30
I
minutes
don't
ago.
put them. I don't like separate them from everyone else as like they must have.
Nobody.
I'm going to let this run for a little bit, but just the last point here, just another illustration of just how mentally disabled Soy Lodge is. Like, the strawmanning's out of control, but it actually might be good faith strawmanning, though. Like, Austin saying that they brought the, X issue, and Soy Lodge hallucinating that means that's the only thing they brought to the table. The only thing. Where did Whitsitt say it was the only thing? He just said he doesn't hold them in the highest regards because they were into some shady stuff. That doesn't mean the shady stuff is the only thing they ever brought to any table, but Soy Lodge actually thinks that's a good argument. Like, who with a functioning brain wouldn't be embarrassed to even say something that dumb, or literally anything Soy Lodge has said this entire so-called debate?
You did that.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You called them the edge.
Listen to me this entire time. You came in here
What's
with
that?
preconceived notions. You came here thinking
I
that you
didn't
were
even
gonna be
look
right
into you.
about
I came in here
everything.
completely open-minded and good faith. I was
Sure you did.
super open-minded
Sure you
and good
did.
faith. Dude, I don't know anything about your positions on anything. The only thing I've seen is you kind of talk reckless on X. You messaged me and said, I'm just trying to, get people interested in it. I said, no worries. And I was
Yes.
super chill. I came in here super chill and good
So
faith.
did I.
I'm telling jokes. I'm laughing. I'm letting you guys guide the conversation. If I was super cutthroat, I'd say we falsify the radius value, line of sight, microwave
that mean?
transmissions far over the frequency that can be reflected off the
This is
ionosphere
why
that
people
refutes the
call you
radius
word
value. refutes
salad
all my-
Whitsitt.
You'll never rebut that. You can't take me
There's
like going
nothing to
full
rebut,
force.
Austin. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. You said electrostatic earlier, and you didn't know what you were talking about. You didn't know
I
what it
did.
meant. Yeah, and you still never explained how it is that in a vacuum, two things
Oh,
of
man, this is-
wildly differing density can fall at the same rate. You didn't explain it. You said a whole bunch of stuff you thought made sense because you live in an echo chamber where people are gassing you up constantly. And sorry, but I'm done being nice about this.
I
I'm
live in an
sick
echo
of
chamber.
it.
That's why I've debated 1,000 people.
And you've
Like,
learned
what are you
nothing.
talking about? Like, dude, I'll be real with you, man. I think it's very obvious you don't know as much about this.
I
I'm
know
trying to be
more
cool
about
about
this
it.
than you do.
Okay,
you
can
know
you
a bunch of
prove-
nonsense.
Can you
word
provide one
salad.
piece of
Wow. So the psychological projection on point. Soy Lodge hadn't been projecting that much until now. Now he's stepping up his psychological projection game. And you could see it all over his face. Like, look at that. Like, his subconscious is so ashamed of his own performance and that he was only able to bring word salad to the table. The only thing he remembered about anything Whitsitt said was electrostatics. And because he didn't understand anything about electrostatics, what his cope is to pretend the guy that brought up electrostatics and did some relatively thorough explaining regarding them, but he didn't understand any of that. So is his only cope to pretend the guy that clearly explained didn't clearly explain because he was too mentally deficient to comprehend anything that was said. So it's classic 4-year-old cope here. Like, it's almost kind of like the 4-year-old, playing hide and seek. If I can't see you, you can't see me. I mean, the levels that we've sunk to here. I mean, this is crazy.
empirical evidence the Earth flies around the sun?
All right, sure.
Name
Here we
one.
go. Okay, well, this is hard because
You know
you're-
so much more than I do, man.
Name empirical evidence that the Earth goes around the sun. His answer is, this is hard.
Man.
This is hard because anything I say, you're gonna point to, some bullshit experiment that you can't actually cite from 40.
So here he is proving he doesn't understand what the word empirical means. Because if he provides empirical evidence, it doesn't matter what Whitsitt says. If it's empirical.
Years ago.
I
So
cited
here, let
all
me
the
ask you this.
experiments, and
All
I
right.
actually dropped it in the chat so
You
that they can know
dropped
you're
a
lying
whole
about
bunch
it.
of stuff into the chat that you knew we didn't have
No,
time
I dropped
to
it in
read.
the YouTube chat so they can know you're lying about it.
Okay, I'm sure that they can. Sure, whatever.
They literally
don't,
can,
I
yeah.
don't care, Austin. I really
Entire
don't care.
website that has all the
This is an interesting admission because he's saying he doesn't care if all the evidence is provided that he's lying. Interesting. That's interesting.
resources.
Oh,
Hey,
is
do you
it
have
what is it
evidence the
Eric
Earth moves
Dubé's
around the
website
sun?
with his 200 proofs where I debunked every single one of them? Is it that one? Is that one,
No,
Austin?
no. Ether
Okay.
cosmology. Do you
Ether
have evidence
cosmology.
the Earth moves around the sun?
I do. All right.
Or is it
here.
just a blind belief that you have because you appeal to the authority of
What's
scientism
Mercury?
and
What's the planet
consensus?
Mercury?
What's the planet Mercury?
What's the planet
I asked
Mercury?
You, do you have? I asked you for evidence that the Earth moves around the sun. and you
Socratic
said, what's
dialogue,
the-
Austin. Come on, bud. Come on. You can do it. I know you can do it.
You asked
What's
me
Mercury?
what is the planet? What's
Yes,
the planet?
I
Mercury?
I know that for people at a certain intelligence level,
Oh,
it's hard to
man.
conceive of hypotheticals.
This is bad.
It is bad, Austin. It's really bad. Okay, you look dumb. I'm asking you a very simple question. What's Mercury?
Well, I'll happily answer your question.
Do it.
It's a wandering star. It looks
Okay.
like it's what we call planets. It's called Mercury. What you did was completely avoid and try to get away from the fact that you have no evidence at all.
Nope. Still going here. What
You
do we
obfuscated
see
the question.
when Mercury goes across the sun?
I don't even know what I'm watching here. So Mercury is not a celestial body? He asked him what Mercury was and then just said nope 50 times, like some menopausal woman having an argument. Now he's asking a new question on what is seen on Mercury. So now now he wants a different answer? I mean, look at Austin's face. Even Austin didn't know that he was going to have to deal with this level of mental disability. I mean, this is insane. And what happened to his his empirical evidence of the Earth moving around the sun? What happened to that? He said he would give it, then he started crying that it was too hard. And now he's asking Austin what Mercury is. I mean, this has descended so quickly, but Soy Lodge, we have to give him credit. He's firmly established himself as the dumbest debater in the history of debate on any subject. Now, obviously, that's just my opinion, but until someone provides, I mean, I'm going to keep him in that ranking because to my knowledge, that is true. To my knowledge. I've watched a lot of debates on a lot of different subjects. To my knowledge, this is the worst and dumbest performance with the lowest amount of intellect applied on the part of Soy Lodge.
What is that?
What do you mean? What do we see? It's
When
called a
Merc-
transit.
It's called a transit, right? What's Mercury doing?
What it goes in front of the sun.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, it never
because
goes the
that's
other
the way
way.
the creator made it. It has a
It never
cyclical
goes the other
pattern.
way. So Mercury's
It's called
orbiting the sun.
retrograde. I know more about
It's-
every part of this.
No,
than
you don't. You're an arrogant, sick son of a bitch, and I'm tired
Okay,
of
well,
it. And I'm sick
explain
of
Mercury.
treating you like
Explain
a human
Mercury's
being, honestly.
perihelion shift. Explain
What?
Mercury's
No,
perihelion shift.
You are avoiding the question yet again. Answer the question. Why does Mercury traverse the sun?
You know what's kind of hilarious in this meltdown? His psychological projection is so on point. Because he was the goof that dodged the question about empirical evidence. He was asked if he could provide empirical evidence of the Earth moving around the sun. He said sure. Then he cried about how hard it was. And then he deflected to Austin. And and his ad hom attacks here are kind of hilarious because the projection is so on point. He called Austin a sick SOB. Who's the sick SOB? I mean, It's kind of funny though, because that's more of an old school insult. You actually don't really hear that too much on like modern podcasts or anywhere. Now it's all with like the F bombs and all that stuff. That's kind of an old school insult. I'm like semi impressed at that. It's kind of funny.
And just remember, I said, hey, how do you have evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? You said, what is Mercury?
We're establishing that orbit
I
exists.
answered your questions and
We're
then pointed out that,
establishing that
your
orbit
model doesn't work to
we're
explain Mercury. It's called
establishing-
Mercury's perihelion shift, and then you're accusing me of avoiding
No,
the
no, no. What
question.
I'm accusing you of using word salad to deflect. I'm asking you,
Define
why does
word
Mercury
salad, dude.
why does Mercury traverse the sun?
Can you define word salad?
Yeah, it's when somebody throws a whole bunch of words at people in order to divert the conversation or make it seem that they are more intelligent than they are. What I'm asking you is
That's
why
not what
does
word
Mercury
salad
traverse
is.
the... You're going to arbitrarily define the term word salad? Are you kidding
No,
me
it
right
has
now?
an actual definition.
I'm sure it does. I'm using a colloquial one. I don't give a... Okay, I'm trying to
Oh.
remain family friendly.
Or
Why
just
does
a
Mercury
slander,
traverse the sun,
basically.
Austin? Why does Mercury
Why
traverse
does Mercury
the sun?
what?
Why does Mercury traverse the sun?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, there are planets that have a cycle. They seem to take a flower of life pattern from a geocentric position. They fit within a torus field. So I would say it's you can all be mapped out with a Lorentz magnetic force.
What's that?
So Lorentz magnetic force can explain all the motion of the planets, but you were
What's
supposed to
that?
be giving us evidence that the Earth moves around
I'm
the
working
sun.
on it. I'm working on it. You're doing what I said and throwing word salad on the table. What is that? What did you just explain?
So he's begging Witsit to handhold him through basic definitions that he's calling word salad because that's his only cope at at words that he can't comprehend and concepts he can't comprehend. He has to pretend it's word salad to cope. And how is him working on providing empirical evidence have anything to do with Witsit or what Witsit says? Because if he has a real argument with real scientific merit, it doesn't matter what Austin says. Because the argument can stand on its own if it's truly empirical and scientific, adherent to the scientific method. Then he shouldn't be asking Witsit anything. Because if he has true empirical evidence, it has nothing to do, like, nobody would be able to say anything if he does have it. Maybe he does have it. Maybe Soy Lodge is going to surprise us all.
What is that term? What does
Hendrik
it mean?
Lorentz, Hendrik Lorentz is a physicist, so Lorentz just comes from his understanding
yeah.
of the relationship between magnetic and
I
electric
didn't ask
fields.
how the term got its name. I
I
asked
said
what
a
the term meant.
magnetic force. I said a magnetic force. Do you know, dude? Just because you don't know what the words mean doesn't mean that it's word salad.
Austin.
Did you know that?
This is called Dunning-Kruger. What you have, okay? This is
You're
Dunning-Kruger.
projecting.
Look at Soy Lodge's subconscious accurately exposing his suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is hilarious. So he can't comprehend anything, so he has to project that Austin is suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Now, even if Austin Witsit is suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect, because the Dunning-Kruger effect is actually a bell curve, whereas incredibly competent people might not even know the extent of their competency. I'm actually going to go over that in the next Pretend Society podcast. But obviously, Soy Lodge is so utterly clueless he doesn't know that. But anyway, it is very interesting the psychology at play, because now that he's melting down, his subconscious is revealing all.
That,
No,
actually.
I'm not at all.
Did you know
I'm
that
not.
Dunning-Kruger goes both ways?
Why does Mercury
You
traverse
didn't even
the
know
sun?
Dunning-Kruger went both ways. You use it as an insult. How
All right,
embarrassing.
listen up, jackass. Why does Mercury traverse the sun? Answer the question. Why is it so goddamn hard for you?
I already did. I
No, you
did. I
didn't.
said
Wait, so this goof is using the Lord's name in vain while wearing a cross and pretending to be a Christian? This isn't just even about unprofessional and insults. This guy, does this guy not even comprehend what the Ten Commandments are? Does Soy Lodge purport to be a Christian? So just because this 4-year-old mentality goof, not to insult 4-year-olds, maybe it's like more like 1-year-old level. The goof is now using the Lord's name in vain just because he's triggered and he's been exposed and humiliated to this level. He has to resort to using the Lord's name in vain.
No, you didn't.
Can you still man what I said?
You didn't say anything.
I said, dude, they have a cycle, and from a
I'm actually, and
position,
by the way, I'm aware that I probably look bad right now. I'm aware. I've just been dealing with this for months now, and I'm sick of it. I was told you're the best, Austin, but you can't tell me why Mercury traverses the sun. All you can do is claim something, and then not explain it. What is that reason?
I already said. No, you
didn't. That's like Aiden saying, "Hey, man,
you're saying I can't
does...
answer questions because you won't let me answer the questions."
No, you didn't
like,
answer
it's
the
super,
question.
Super
you
goofy.
didn't answer the question. You said it's this. Do you know what that means? No, Aiden. If you ask me why does a peanut butter and jelly sandwich taste sweet, and I say, well, because of the sucralose effect.
Yeah, I can't believe
That's
there are people
not
that
answering
like
the question.
Winning.
People think I'm winning, Austin, because not everybody's as dumb as you are.
No, it's because they have a huge bias. The only way anyone would say you won this is...
You know why you only have 37,000 subscribers, Austin? It's because not that many people agree with you. It's not because you're super censored, all right? We actually looked into this ourselves because we thought we got shadow banned from our Flat Earth videos.
Oh, I'm censored. I'm censored.
You're not
That's
censored.
A fact.
Wow. Look at Soy Lodge hallucinating to know who is or isn't censored. I mean, this is crazy. This goof hallucinating to know whether or not YouTube shadow bans. He just admitted that YouTube shadow bans. Because he said he thought he was shadow banned. So if shadow banning is real, how would he know whether or not Austin is or isn't shadow banned if Austin has, like, under hundreds of thousands of subscribers? You would never know. But the goofery of Soy Lodge, I mean, wow. Wow, his spiral here is definitely hilarious. I mean, this is so funny. He really and the other thing too, like, does anybody actually think Soy Lodge won this? I mean, globe earthers, any globe earther with a brain would be ashamed of this performance because he doesn't even know the official position of anything. I mean, he's been wrong about every single point. I put it all up on the screen. Other than the writings of Aquinas, which he might have had somewhat accurate, he's got absolutely nothing. Every point he made was completely wrong, most of them by factors of over 100 regarding times or whatever. I mean, just utterly clueless about all of history, about what the Bible says, basic word translations. I mean, this guy is mentally gone. But his subconscious is accurately projecting here, which is interesting. But who thinks, is anybody that's not joking around actually thought Soy Lodge did well here? I mean, I can't think of a worse Globe Earth representative than Soy Lodge. I mean, at least Craig is more entertaining in his fallacy stacking.
You think you're
so
way more
YouTube says they censor Flat Earth, but the Lore Lodge says that they don't. Someone wanted me to ask you, are you a Mason?
Yes, I'm a Freemason.
And so do you think that the Masons have been up to anything sketchy back in the day, or just across the board they've been pretty legit?
Grand Lodge of England, Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, Grand
Orient I'm not even judging you. I think some people go too far with that. But have you ever read Morals and Dogma?
Yeah, I have. Actually.
You know what it says in Morals and Dogma about the Earth?
Have you read Morals and Dogma? Not have you read a page of Morals and Dogma. Have you read
I haven't read it front to back. No.
So this is an entirely pointless conversation, but continue.
Okay, yeah. It says this as we knew, like the ancients, right? The compass and the square represent the measurements of the Earth as a plane. They would use plane trigonometry for the Earth.
So you should
use spherical trig for the sky. So it doesn't matter. I just wanted someone wanted me to
So you should know that Albert Pike in Morals and
Dogma
Dogma does in fact say the Earth is a sphere.
He doesn't.
Yes, he does. I have the copy of the book sitting back in my apartment.
Okay, well, send it to me. He contradicts himself then, and so that goes to show you how smart that guy was.
What's more likely, that he contradicts himself, or that you didn't understand metaphorical language being used by Freemasons deep into a book?
It wasn't metaphor.
What's metaphor?
I said it wasn't metaphor. He specifically even refers to how the ancients knew it as well. But look, here's the deal. Just to admit you don't have evidence. You don't have evidence that the Earth moves around the sun.
You have still not explained to me how Mercury traverses the sun.
I said it could be a magnetic force. I said there's a dynamic equivalence. There could be a neotype.
How does that
work?
I asked you how it traverses the sun. You have yet to actually answer the question. Stop throwing it. It's a magnetic force. There's a very simple answer to the question. It's orbiting the sun, Austin. It's orbiting the sun. Okay? That's the simple
That's
answer.
what you think, yes.
No. You can physically observe Mercury go in front of the sun, disappear for a predictable period of time, and then reappear on the other side of the sun. You can do that. You can do that with every single planet. The problem is their years are a lot longer than ours a lot of the time. Stop going, dude, this is... I get it.
It's like you just don't...
think
You've never
really
researched
smart.
it. Like, have you
have
even looked at
researched
the
it,
paths of the
Austin.
planets on a geocentric model? Do you not know that it's just a cycle, bro? It's just a cycle. There's a neotychonic... I'm trying to help you.
If
There's
we're
a
at the center
neotychonic
of the
system.
universe, if we're at the
There's a
center of the universe,
neo-
why does Mercury not orbit us?
There's a neotychonic system, and that has the planets moving in relation to the sun as it moves around the Earth. So that's a geocentric model that does have these quote-unquote planets moving around the sun. So even if Mercury was moving around the sun, it doesn't prove that we're moving around the sun. It's called the neotychonic system. You can actually look at the Neotychonian, Newtonian, Machian analysis of planetary bodies. Luca Popov, European Journal of Physics. Word salad. It was a title of a paper, and you would call it word salad. So you can use Lorentz magnetic force, relational mechanics, PhD astronomer. Andreas Cease,
Does that
relational
PhD
mechanics.
astronomer agree that the Earth is flat?
No, that's irrelevant.
Oh, I wonder why. It's not irrelevant, Austin. It's because you're doing what every conspiracy theorist out there does. You pick and choose little things from various
We're
arguments.
talking about geocentrism.
Oh my God.
We're talking about flat. You can't even stay on subject.
I am
asked you
on
for evidence
subject,
the Earth.
Austin.
I asked you for evidence the Earth moves around the sun, and then
I
you
was
asked me about Mercury
because
you don't have
we
an
needed
answer.
to establish that orbit exists. That's where I was
Optically?
going.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
optically.
yeah.
It exists. We know it does. And here's the thing. Here's what really gets
Okay,
me.
you
all
don't
right?
have
wanna know what really,
evidence. Got
here's
it.
what really. You want to know what really gets me? It's this. It's
Is
the
that
fact
you
that
wanna
we
act
have
like
the
you know
empirical
more than you
evidence.
do.
Austin, we have the empirical evidence. We have the photography. We have the experiments.
What are they? Did he name a single one? All right, let's examine this claim. Let's watch a video of someone actually going through Albert Pike's writing here, because so far Soy Lodge has been right about 0 claims. Maybe Thomas Aquinas, I don't remember exactly what he said. He made some general statements that may have possibly been correct, but on every other point, he's been completely wrong. So let's examine someone physically going through it.
To answer a question that I get quite a bit, which is, are Freemasons, do they know that the Earth is flat? Are we told that the Earth is flat? How many Freemasons know that the Earth is flat? Written by Albert Pike. This book I was given after becoming a 32nd degree Mason, Freemason. So let's just see what is written in Morals and Dogma in the first chapter as it relates to the square. It says, the square is a right angle formed by 2 right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, and trigonometry, which deals only with planes and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. The square is for plane measurement, okay? The ancients understood that the earth was a plane, fixed, immovable, set upon.
So, how is this metaphorical? He's explaining that the square in Freemasonry is based on earth measurement. So it doesn't where does it state that he believes it's a globe? Because maybe he does. Maybe the origin was because they thought it was this or that. But clearly there's no metaphor here. So again, no surprise, Soy Lodge also incorrect about that. Is there... I mean, this is crazy. He's been wrong about everything.
You
How
sit
does that
here
prove that we're moving through space?
because we have the photography and we have the videography that shows us orbiting the sun and moving in space.
That's not what your model says, dude. Your model
my
says
God.
that you can't tell that we're moving through space from the Earth or even from inside our galaxy, and that the sun looks like it moves in the sky throughout the year, but it's actually because we're moving. But while we're on the Earth, since all motion is relative, since this reference frame is relative
You know
to
what?
the sun, we won't be able to.
I knew this was a mistake going into
You just
it.
said pictures and videos prove we're moving through space. That's incredibly
but
ignorant.
No, it's not. It's not.
Your
It's
own model doesn't claim that, brother.
What's
It does
my
not
model?
claim that. It's called the theory of relativity, the
What's-
mainstream
What's
heliocentric
my
model. I mean,
what's my model?
you
never
believe in
asked
the
me.
you believe in the mainstream heliocentric model that we're taught as children?
I believe that the Earth, as long with all the other planets in our solar system, are orbiting the sun. I believe that. Yes.
Did you know that that would require the theory of relativity to be
Did you
true?
know? Did you know that you can observe the curvature of the Earth from Earth with a telescopic lens on a camera, as we proved in our video on this? Because we looked at the islands in the Mediterranean from the location where they were shot.
I mean, this is all basically appeal to invincible ignorance fallacy now, because all Soy Lodge has is nuh-uh whenever everything he's saying is clearly dismantled. Because he's so utterly clueless, he doesn't understand that waves exist, he doesn't understand the difference in apparent and true horizon. They went over all of this before. Yes, it's very excruciating to watch.
And you can see them, even though the flat Earth model says you shouldn't be able to.
Okay, so you don't have evidence that we're moving around the sun. That's okay.
Okay, all right.
You're moving over to curvature. So
I'm
it's all
not
good.
moving over to curvature. You went ahead and completely ignored the question, which was me saying Mercury orbits the sun. Now, I was going to take it from there and go into the argument over how that proves that the Earth, in fact, is orbiting the sun as well, because, you know, we can observe celestial bodies, and they're not always in the same place relative to us, and if we were on a flat plane, they would be. There's also a number of other factors that we went over in this entire podcast where you just kind of danced around the question. I'm trying to think of them off the top of my head right now, but there's been a number of times, and I mean, once again, I
this
still
is
come
so
back
bad.
to...
This is so bad.
You're right, Austin. It is pretty bad.
I just found out that the manual you picked up for the railroad engineers
Mm-hmm.
actually specifically talks about plane survey being used.
Oh my God.
You've been wrong at every point.
Austin, you
this
just
is-
did it again. You just did it again.
It
You
literally
took
says the
something out
railroads
of
are all
con-
built in segments, just like I said. Someone else just sent me that. I haven't read
So
it.
does
but
the book
I just
not
want to
say,
point
does
out,
the book
man.
not
Look,
have an
I wanted
entire
to have a
chapter
good faith
dedicated to measuring?
conversation with you,
You
man.
didn't, Austin.
Look,
You didn't want to have a good. You did not
I
want to have a
did.
good faith
I
conversation.
did, bro. I
No,
did.
you
I was willing to
didn't.
come here and just talk about the easy stuff. I followed you guys around Antarctic videos, you know, and like
And we
you
looked at
guys
the
wanna
Antarctic
bel- you
videos, and
guys
they didn't support
believe-
what you said, Austin.
You guys believe in like videos from the government and stuff, and I was still just
Us
being
believing,
nice
like,
to you, bro.
videos from the government and everything. You believe in random experiments you can't even cite.
I've done them myself, and I cited all of them. That's just a lie. I don't know
It's
why
not a
you're
lie.
wearing a
I
cross,
asked you
man.
what
You
you
keep
because I'm
lying
actually
on
a
me, bro.
Christian. I actually read my Bible. I study it. I have a channel.
Why do you keep lying
on
about
the
me?
Bible.
You know what bearing false witness is?
This isn't bearing false witness. This is me just analyzing what I've seen, Austin.
I've
I
tried to
came
bring
into
it
this
back
with
down
I came
quite
into
a few
this.
times,
I
man.
was
Like
so polite. I was so respectful. I did such a good job, and you broke me around 8:30 p.m. You broke me.
Actually, as soon as
with
I
the
brought up that you
smirk.
can't have silhouettes refract and that you can predict them in advance, that's when you started getting kind
Actually,
of like squirmy around.
Austin, we explained everything you said, and you sat there and smirked over it, even though
No,
you
you
were
never
being
did.
proven. Oh my God, yes we did. All right, this
No,
isn't
can
going to
you
go
explain?
anywhere.
Okay,
You know what?
okay,
Give
it's all
people your
good, man.
socials. Just give people your socials. Just give them the socials and
Yeah,
get off
yeah.
of my channel.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, This
so
is pathetic.
my
You're
my
pathetic.
socials are well. I'm just like you can't verify
go
there's a
ahead.
tilted spinning ball, but it's okay.
Yes, we have. Oh, sorry. I, the historian on YouTube, can't verify it.
Historian on YouTube who doesn't actually know any history. How many people, like, the pat on the back, like, oh, I did such a good job? How many intelligent people have ever said something like that? Talking about how good of a job they did on something. Like, the narcissism is so off the charts. He actually reads the Bible. Maybe he does. He just doesn't comprehend anything in it.
It's not like, a bunch
Well, that's
of
all good. We could have
astrophysicists
had a good
have.
faith conversation, man.
We
Like
did try to have a
I
good faith
dropped out of
conversation,
college.
and then you started.
I'm not claiming.
You
I'm not
started
claiming to be an
dropping all the words
expert.
out. Yes,
I
you
didn't come in
are.
here acting like I was better
You
than
came in
you.
here and you literally said, "I've researched this more than you."
I said it like this. I said after much of the conversation, I said respectfully, it appears that I've looked into a lot of this more than you.
After you dismissed a whole bunch of things that we said with no actual reasoning, you just ignored the fact that you were completely wrong about how far below the horizon a mountain should have been. I was very nice in not contradicting you and cutting you off. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what? We did it. We've been here. It's over. So,
Can you give me your word you're not going to take this down?
is there a single podcast we've ever taken down?
I don't know, brother.
No.
You know what's weird? What kind of goof would even ask that question? How would Austin know if there was any podcast they had taken down if they had taken it down? Unless somebody was watching live. As if anybody watches all their podcasts live.
Like, I think when you watch this back, though, you may want to. And I'll be honest with you, man.
want to give them your socials and get out of my house.
I'm trying to be cool with you real fast. Like, I
I'm
admit that
not,
I maybe.
Austin. I'm not trying to be cool with
All
you.
right,
I don't
fine.
like you.
I'm saying I can admit that I maybe said some things I shouldn't have at times, but like I was honestly, I came here in good faith. That's the
don't
truth.
believe you.
I could have been much more cutthroat with the
And
arguments,
I
and I
could
was
have
trying
been the
not to.
same, and I didn't. That's what I'm telling
I think
you.
the other guys.
This is so hilarious. I don't like you. I mean, that's what this descended to. The 3-year-old, I don't like you. Why would he like Austin? To be humiliated this badly? To be humiliated this badly? I'm actually shocked. No, this actually proves how dumb Soy Lodge is. Anybody with any iota of mental function would have taken this down. I mean, unless the fetish for humiliation is so extreme. Okay, anybody without a fetish for humiliation that had functioning brain cells would have taken this down. So is that evidence that Soy Lodge should firmly be number one as the dumbest debater of all time?
Pretty cool. I think you were cool for a lot of the time. I'm sorry if I triggered you. Whatever I did, I
trigger
apologize.
me. I
but-
got sick of the lies. Give them your socials and get off my show.
Okay, it's Witsit Gets It on all platforms. Witsit Gets It on X. And for people that are new to this, you should at least go watch The Principle in Heliosorcery, and that's just about geocentrism. You can keep your globe or whatever. That's like kind of the first step. Yeah, the subject's deeper than people think, and people get really triggered about it, but it's all good. So Witsit Gets It on everything, and t.me/Witsit on Telegram. So.
All right.
Oh, witsitgetsit.com. Witsitgetsit.com.
Well, I
right, man, thanks for
genuinely
having me on.
hope that
Sorry.
one day you find a way to not be a snake about things, or at least control your facial expressions. So you know what? I'm
Is that
sorry.
what it was? I was
It
making
was your
facial
facial
expressions. Like,
expressions. Yes, Austin.
but
That's
dude,
what
to
it
be
was.
fair,
You know what else is funny? He's talking about Witsit not control. He got so triggered over Witsit's facial expressions when he was the goof twitching and going crazy and fondling the microphone every 2 seconds. Yet Austin's the one that needs to control.
swear I'm reading your chat. Like, I'm not like just making fun of
Don't.
you. Like, I'm reading your chat, and some people are saying ridiculous things. So if I smile, it's not like I'm
Yeah,
trying to. I was
Austin,
trying to be
I
nice
did the
to you,
same
man.
thing.
So
I read the chat, and you know what I didn't do? I didn't smile. I didn't smirk.
no,
I
you
didn't
started
giggle.
screaming at some random person in the chat at some
No,
point.
I very calmly said something. So here's the thing. I'm sorry for getting heated. I accept that I maybe went a little too far, but I mean, when you sit here and you smirk and you go.
I mean, okay, maybe Soy Lodge identifies as a female. I don't know, but this is exactly like some kind of menopausal woman arguing, where they're just admitting they can't control their emotions. Like, look how unhinged Soy Lodge is here. He just couldn't take it. Austin broke him by certain facial expressions. Soy Lodge is just that bereft of not only logic and reason, maturity, but basic self-control. He can't handle another human being making random facial expressions. Like, he just has zero control. The soy is so extreme within him. He can't control his emotions. He can't focus. I mean, he just has absolutely zero masculinity or self-control. I don't even want to. I mean, small, like, little girls have more control than this. Not every little girl is going to get triggered over someone making facial expressions. Yet Soy Lodge just has zero control, zero discipline. He can't handle another human being making a few facial expressions.
Type off to the side, and you're doing all your little things. It comes across, and maybe this is the conversation that needed to happen. It comes across from flat earthers that you guys all think you're smarter than everybody else. And when you sit there and you say, oh, well, I can't believe anybody actually believes the earth is round, you're essentially just insulting everybody who
I've
doesn't
never
agree
said
with
that.
you. Sure,
I've
maybe
never
you
said
haven't,
that.
but you have to understand what the rest of the flat earth community is like, right?
Sure, but there's bad people everywhere. I mean,
All right,
everyone
well-
that's a flat earther used to think the earth was a globe. So it would be insane for them to say that.
All right, well,
It
you know
would
what?
be
Here,
insane
how
for them
about
to say
this?
that.
I will apologize for getting too heated and being intense about it. Maybe you actually did come here in good faith. I'll take you at your word. But, you know, there are some things you
watch
said.
me again, man. Watch how I came in here, brother.
There
I
are
was trying to
some
be nice.
things that you said that were so plainly wrong that when we tried to address it, you just walked away from the conversation.
I mean, the psychological projection, he might also be the champ when it comes to psychological projection. His subconscious exposed him so accurately there. Because not only wasn't, I mean, from every single source I put on the screen, I don't recall a single instance of Austin making a false claim. It was obviously Soy Lodge and his co-host Goof. Their claims were all false. Fact checks all over the screen. Anybody can empirically verify that from any source. And just the level of goofery displayed, I mean, he's vying for psychological projection championships now.
Okay, well, I think maybe you should watch it again. But I'll tell you, let me say this one thing to you, and I'll get out of here. I want you to know from my perspective, what's going to happen is people are going to be like, why did you let them get away with so many fallacies? Why did you let them talk to you about Antarctica videos that can't be independently verified? Why didn't you hammer down them on the R value and get into Michelson-Morley interferometry measurements relative to periodicity? Because I can get all into it, right? And honestly, I feel like that wouldn't be fair for me to do that. I came in here in good faith being chill. They're going to be mad that I didn't just like eviscerate you guys in terms of debate. And I was trying to actually be very chill, let you guys lead the conversation, just be good faith. You may not see it, but that's what happened. I obviously know a lot about this. It doesn't even necessarily mean I'm right, but I do know a lot about it. Okay. I encourage people to research it and just try to be kind to.
And notice the difference between a narcissistic goof like Soy Lodge. Austin didn't even say that having knowledge of something made him correct. Whereas Soy Lodge and his co-host Goof, they hallucinate, they presuppose they're already correct. And in their narcissism and mental weakness, they're just too mentally weak to even consider the possibility that they could be wrong or mentally deficient.
People, okay, you're not stupid if you don't believe in the story. Because usually the people that don't believe in it have looked more into it, man. This isn't beneficial to me. This is like wrecked many portions of my life. I speak the truth because I do think it's important. I think them telling you that you're a tiny insignificant speck in the corner of a universe that doesn't matter isn't true. The evidence doesn't show that. The evidence shows the Earth's in the center, and they don't want to say that. So why would we let crazy atheists mislead our children into thinking that they're this tiny speck of dust where nothing matters and it's all random when the evidence shows that's not true? So that's the reason I do it. You can disagree with it. I'm sure you do, but it's all good. Thank you for letting me getting that off. I still love you guys. I really do. I have no hard feelings.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
Like I said, maybe we can
I
talk
hope we
later.
can be chill in the future, but I'm sorry for the heatedness.
It's all good, brother.
All right.
It's all good. I'm sure I played my role in it, so no worries.
Right. Well, you know what? Thanks for coming on. Wish you the best.
Yep, much
Have a
love.
nice one.
Wow, that was painful. And the image on the screen right now really tells the whole story, doesn't it? Just the level of goofery that we just have never seen it before. I'm a little bit surprised that Soy Lodge did show a tiny little bit of humility and even apologized for his goof spiral. I mean, that really proves the point about the soy levels and the hormone imbalances. Because again, it's like some hormonal woman 1 second saying she loves somebody, then hating and ranting on them the next second. Just the unhinged, uneven mental state of Soy Lodge. I mean, truly a sight to behold. But I believe that was the dumbest individual to have ever performed in any alleged so-called debate ever. Because that really wasn't really a debate. But wow. 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 I did not know what I was getting in for. I mean, even in the previous 3 parts, like this descent into pure stupidity from Soy Lodge, I did not expect that. I did not expect that. I mean, wow. Boggin, what do you mean? I could have told you what Bruce would say a light year ago. So you were fully expecting Soy Lodge to capture the crown of being the dumbest human being to ever participate in any debate on any topic? I mean, just the level of pure stupidity. I mean, he doesn't know anything about the 2 subjects that are his main study. Boggin said, yup. I mean, I think what gives him the edge over goofs like T-Jump, like these 2, so he studies the Bible, theology, religion, whatever, and history, yet knows less about it than a small child. Or anybody can verify in 5 minutes on the internet from any encyclopedia, whether it's Britannica or whatever. He doesn't even know the official mainstream narratives. Boggin says the narcissism is beyond the chart. It is. I still think Harrison Smith from InfoWars might be more narcissistic. I think he might be. Because Harrison fully admitted he didn't know anything about the subject, but still thought that everything was all about him and his perceptions. Whereas Soy Lodge, even though he's a narcissistic goof, he actually claims to know all these things, which he doesn't. So the stupidity factor is much higher. Whereas the pure narcissism, I might have to give the edge to Harrison Smith there. So we have a champion in stupidity. Now, I wouldn't put him as the Dunning-Kruger champ in terms of fallacy spewing. Because he just doesn't stack or spew fallacies as quick as Sartain or stack as high or combo as impressively as Craig. So we're going to have a separate category of just the dumbest, and Soy Lodge is number 1. Soy Lodge's co-host, though, he gave him a run for his money. I wasn't expecting that, because Soy Lodge's co-host appeared like semi-cognitively functioning throughout most of it until he started talking about how he was on a literally glass ocean surface. And buildings in the distance never changing how much of the bottom you can see, no matter what. I mean, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. The funniest part was when he called Austin a sick SOB. The psychological projection on point. I mean, on point. He's definitely in the running for psychological projection championships as well. So, yeah. Wow. Okay. So, if everybody wants to, I can do a part. I'm gonna need a lot of recovery time, but I could try to do the part 5 on them talking about it after Austin's not there. Their breakdown after the fact, which could be hilarious as well. But I mean, I think it also tells the whole story. Let me double check that they didn't take this down. Yeah, so it's still up. It's still up. So the fact that they didn't take this down, what are the options there? Does that really prove how dumb Soy Lodge is? To leave this up? I mean, can you imagine? So if they don't, why would they leave it up unless they have like some kind of severe humiliation ritual, or they're just that dumb they don't even comprehend what happened here? It's like, can you imagine a toddler getting in the ring with Mike Tyson, getting knocked out in 2 seconds, have film of the match, and then present the match as victory on their YouTube channel? And just leave it for everybody to see. Oh, look, we destroyed Austin. They're unconscious on the mat. Mike Tyson knocked them out. They're unconscious, flatlined in 2 seconds without getting off a single punch. Yet they present the video as if that was victory. I mean, is it possible to be dumber than that? I don't know. But that's it for now. I need to recover from this. I really do. All right, that's it for now. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.